Chapter 061 White Lotus is a water powerhouse, while Uzumaki Ashina is a more scarce formation powerhouse. Now is the time to need the sealing technique of Uzumaki Ashina. And in the future, when Joshinai doesn't understand anything, he will point it out. After fusing this card, the host will receive all of Uzumaki Ashina's ninjutsu, sealing techniques, physical skills, combat experience, and cultivation talents. Estimated full integration time is 30 days. Does the host choose fusion? Fusion. After the character cards between the 1,000 hand pillars are fused, it is equivalent to inheriting all the character cards between the 1,000 hand pillars, and then on this basis, continue to fuse the character cards of the patriarch of the Vortex clan, Uzumaki Ashina. It is equivalent to Yifeng having the strength and talent of the top figures of the 1,000 Hands clan and the Vortex clan at the same time, as well as the blood succession limit. Uzumaki Ashina. A powerhouse of the same era as the original Hokage Senjukuma, he is famous for his sealing technique. The sealing technique he used was amazed even by the 1,000 hand pillars. In an instant, a virtual space appeared in Yifeng's mind. In the center of the space stood an old and decaying sound shadow, which was none other than Uzumaki Ashina. Yifeng's perspective was brought into Uzumaki Ashina, as if he was Uzumaki Ashina. And the enemy on the opposite side turned out to be the Nine Tails. For Elephant Seal. Gossip Seal. Under the seal of Uzumaki Ashina, the Nine Tails was actually stuffed into the body of a young woman Julie. This figure is a little familiar. Yifeng opened his eyes and could feel that he was very familiar with the sealing technique, and he could launch the sealing technique in his mind at any time, and he could throw it at will. In a thought, seal the tailed beast. This is the horror of Uzumaki Ashina. Moreover, this is only the degree of preliminary integration. If it is completely integrated, it is simply unimaginable. Name, Yifeng. Strength, Super Shadow level. Position, Special Shinobi. Character cards, SSS level Senjukuma, Fusion degree 100%, S-Class Vortex Ashina, Fusion degree 10%. Blood succession boundary, God level Muduan. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Art LV3, Dirt Reincarnation LV3, Thunder Thousand Birds LV3, Epilotus LV3, Een Seal LV3, 100 Heroes Art LV3, 4 Elephant Seal LV9, Ghoul Seal LV9, Harem Art LV3, Shuriken Shadow Avatar Art LV3. The level of the 4 Elephant Seal and the Ghoul Seal, because of the bonus of Uzumaki Ashina, is directly increased from level 3 to level 9. Yifeng just glanced at it and immediately rushed to the number 4 training ground at full speed. Who is so bold and scurrying over the village? Yifeng ignored it and continued to sprint at full speed. In the night sky, even Shangnan only saw a black shadow flashing. The speed is so fast. Soon, Yifeng came to the door of the number 4 training ground. The entire number 4 training ground was surrounded by a group of ninjas, and even mosquitoes could not enter. But you can see that there is also a 4 purple flame array enchantment ninjutsu inside. In the midst of the assembly, the huge two-tailed brigade is suppressing the half-tailed beastly whirlpool Mito. Danzo said to ask Uzumaki Mito to strengthen the seal, and now that Neo has broken through the seal, why is there only Uzumaki Mito alone, Danzo? These ninjas stand guard here and don't go in to help. What man? The administration department does things, idlers are exempt from entering. In addition to the Dark Department, the largest ninja troops in Konoha Village are the Administration Department and the Guard Department. From the beginning of the establishment of the village, the Ministry of Guards belonged to the Uchiha clan. The Administrative Department, on the other hand, is a department jointly commanded by several families of Konoha, including the Shuinyu clan and the Mito clan, and many of them are also from these families. The Administration Department does things, and idlers are exempt from entering. Get lost. Yifeng saw the 9 tails and the 2 tails in the middle of the training ground, standing together, and had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Because the 9 tails have already grown 8 tails, they don't have the original appearance of Uzumaki Mito, and they look like a tailed beast. Joshinai, Grandma Mito, you must be fine. Yifeng rushed straight up. Immediately, a group of Kamishinobi stopped Ikid. What are you doing? Didn't you see that the administration department is doing things, and idlers are exempt from entering? Yifeng roared, if you don't want to die, let me get away. As soon as the words fell, Shangnan, who stopped him, was instantly frightened into a cold sweat by the terrifying momentum that erupted from Yifeng's body. Night Maple directly burst out of immortal mode. The sudden outbreak of immortal chakra, almost visible killing intent, made everyone fearful. The ninjas of the administrative department in front of them all knelt down with suppression. Some of the old Shangnin, shivering, already recognized Yifeng as an immortal mode. Now, they are completely afraid to get in the way. This TM is the reincarnation of the ninja god Thousand Hand Pillar. Chapter 062. Yifeng didn't have time to pay attention to them and passed by. No one dared to stop it. Yifeng, what are you doing? Tuanzang, sleeping Koharu, and Mito Menyon saw Yiki break in, and immediately blocked in front of Yifeng. If Yifeng dares to break in, then Yifeng will lose money. Get out of here. At this time, Danzo, Koharu, and Mizuto Menyon, their eyes were about to pop out. The momentum exuding from Yifeng's body made them want to kneel down and worship. Looking closely, the eyes of the three people were about to pop out. Immortal mode. Among the three, Mito Menyon was first so frightened that he trembled and stammered and couldn't speak. At this time, a gold and a silver behind it, two figures fell instantly. It is Bofeng Shuiman and Chimu Shuamao. As soon as they arrived, looking at the battle between the 9 tails and the second tails in the 4 purple yen array, they immediately frowned. And when Xiaochun saw Bofeng Shuiman and Chimu Shuamao coming, he felt a little confident in his heart. After all, it was the 2 generals of the dark department here, and no matter how bold Feng was, he didn't dare to do anything. So he turned to Koharu and said, Yifeng, you want to do it? Before he finished speaking, Yifeng directly slapped Xiaochun away. Danzo and Mito Menyon, as well as the newly arrived Bofeng Shuiman, Chimu Shuamao, and the ninjas of the administrative department who had already knelt down in front of them, their hearts were about to pop out. Yikid slapped Xiaochun away with a slap. Bofeng Shuiman and Chimu Shuamao's first reaction was horror. The murderous aura emanating from Yifeng's body, as well as chakra, all gave them the feeling of being overpowering Mount Tai. Standing in front of Yifeng, he had no confidence at all. In just a few days, how did Yifeng suddenly become so terrifying? Even Kiki Shoashigeru, the hero of Konoha, feels the same way. And how can Koharu say that he is also one of the 4 giants of Konoha, and he will fight when he says it? Tuanzo and Mito Menyon's faces changed, and they looked at each other, and they both had a sense of foreboding in their hearts. Koharu fell heavily on the ground, his eyes widened, and his mouth was completely unconscious. At this time, Xiaochun still couldn't figure out, where did Yifeng get the courage? Dare to hit yourself. I am the elder of Konoha village, you dare to fight, do you know the consequences? When the ape flies back, you are dead. She touched her mouth, her hands were full of blood, the upper and lower teeth in the front row were all knocked out, and her mouth was full of blood. Night Maple. You look for death. Koharu's eyes were red, she had never suffered such a shame. Bofeng Shuiman, Chimu Shuamao, why are you guys still not catching this Konoha traitor? As for Bofeng Shuiman, he wanted to stop Yifeng, but remembering the 3 generations of water shadow that had just been put in the coffin, he still looked at Chimu Shuamao very sensibly. Let the seniors deal with this matter, and learn from the seniors along the way. Chimu Shuamao frowned and said, Gentlemen, what is the situation? Who is inside? What's the situation? We asked Uzumaki Mito-sama to seal Neo, and he came to make trouble, which led to the current situation. He also injured me, he is simply a sinner of Konoha. Koharu has lost his mind. Being beaten in front of so many people, she couldn't wait to immediately smash Yifeng's corpse into 10,000 pieces. However, Yifeng ignored them at all and rushed towards the 4 purple yen array. At the same time, in the 4 purple yen formation, Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, as well as Neo Yugaku, all noticed Ikid. Ireo smiled again and said, Hee hee, another person is coming. Do you humans dare to let go of the enchantment? Before the words fell, the Neo Tail Brigade was once again kicked away by the almost completely tailed beast Uzumaki Mito. When Joshinai saw Yifeng coming, tears couldn't help but flow out. Night Maple. Seeing that Joshinai was about to touch it, Uzumaki Mito quickly shouted, Don't touch it. The enchantment array is attached to purple flames, and once it touches the 4 walls of the enchantment, it will be burned by the flames. Joshinai's face suddenly turned pale, and he looked at Yifeng, who rushed up and shouted, Yifeng, don't touch it. As soon as the words fell, Yifeng had already touched it. Multiply. Yifeng took a step back in pain and watched as his fingers were directly burned by the flames of the 4 purple flame array. Then the purple flame continued to burn along Yifeng's fingers. Jiushinai looked at Yifeng's scorched black hand, and tears were about to come out. Yifeng. Koharu, who was knocked out of his teeth by Ikid, spat out blood and smiled hatefully. The 4 purple yen array, without shadow-level strength, it is impossible to break through from the outside. This time the 2 tails and the 9 tails are out of control one after another. It's all the result of your Yifeng single-handedly destroyed. You are a sinner of Konoha. Yifeng glanced at Xiaochun coldly. Today, I will kill you. Testimonials, see the readers here, thank you for your support for so long. The plot has come to a big plot, a big twist, a big masterpiece, and it will be more exciting next. Available at 12 p.m. tonight. There will be more than 20,000 words of updates by then. The first 5 chapters will be released, and then the code will follow. The little brother is ready to stay all night. I was sprayed all the way. In fact, I have no confidence in my heart, and I don't know how many people are still watching now. The situation in the past half a year, everyone is very clear, the younger brother has almost no income, it is very bleak. So, kneel and beg all readers to give a subscription at 12 o'clock tonight, thank you. If the subscription can exceed 1,000, 10 more per day. The little brother didn't sleep every day and worked all night. Chapter 063 Yifeng's sudden eruption of murderous aura shocked everyone. His charred fingers moved, and the charred skin fell off, revealing skin as smooth as new. The scorched finger just now turned into a completely healthy finger again, as if it had never been burned. This is the super recovery ability between the 1,000 hand pillars under the immortal mode bonus. Ordinary flames can't burn night maple. Uzumaki Mito looked at the appearance of the night maple immortal mode, slightly lost in concentration. It is this distraction, and the seal in the body is already uncontrollable. The terrifying evil chakra emerged from the body of Uzumaki Mito. The already extremely dignified tailed beast chakra is now almost becoming substance. The whole person was propped up on all fours, and the 9th tail had begun to pop out. It's about to become a real 9 tails. Ha ha ha, my 9 tails are coming out. It's been 40 years, I'm free. 1,000 hand pillar, Uzumaki Ashina, I will kill all your descendants. Uzumaki Mito was already about to lose control of his body, so he pounced on the 2nd tail and shouted loudly, Jioshinai, you come quickly, I will help you seal the 2nd tail. Ikid saw that Uzumaki Mito was about to lose control, and his heart sank. Even if the sealing of the 2 tails is successful, what will Uzumaki Mito do himself? Jioshinai was also so anxious to cry. Yifeng looked at Jioshinai's helpless appearance, and his heart hurt, and he immediately sealed his hands, and the huge immortal chakra instantly gushed out like a river, like a sea water. The strongest wooden ninjutsu between the ninja god 1,000 hand pillars. Immortal magic Mu done true thousands of hands top. Yifeng's previous use on the bridge between water and fire was the art of the wooden man. And this immortal law Mu done true thousands of hands topping transformation Chio is a super evolved version of the art of the wooden man. The size of that wooden figure is not as big as the head of this huge Buddha statue. Yifeng stood on top of the wooden figure, and the wooden man sat on top of the head of the huge Buddha statue. Therefore, the name of this immortal magic Mu done is true 1,000 hands top. It's Buddha. Yifeng turned Buddha on the head of the wooden man, and the wooden man turned into a Buddha on the head of the Buddha statue. Menyon. Tuanzong saw the ground shattering and the land collapsing, and reacted very quickly, pulling away Mito Menyon at once. I saw Tuanzo dragging Mito Menyon, jumping back, and dodging the corner of the huge Buddha statue that suddenly appeared. This Buddha statue is bigger than a mountain. A hand is bigger than a house. A little corner, if you touch it, you will be seriously injured. Mito Menyon sat directly on the ground, looking in horror at the huge Buddha statue towering in front of him, with countless giant arms, which suddenly pulled him back to his memory 40 years ago. That terrifying battle of the End Valley, the terrain has changed. It was exactly the same huge Buddha statue that made him remember. Tuan hid in shock, gritting his teeth and not sitting down. At that time, they were still young and worshipped the ninja god. That person, with his own strength, was the strongest of the Jibwa clan, and at the same time subdued the most terrifying and evil Nine Tails, united with the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and sealed the Nine Tails in the body of Uzumaki Mito. Now, a completely different-looking young man, exactly the same immortal mode, used the exact same ultimate immortal magic Mudun ninjutsu. Nope. But Xiaochun was not so lucky, and was directly blasted by the corner of the huge Buddha statue that roared, and blood splashed. Wufeng Shuiman and Chimu Shuomao were both shocked and hurriedly retreated. In Bo Feng Shuiman's mind, when he went to rescue Yi Feng, the terrifying scene everywhere appeared. Could it be caused by this huge Buddha statue now? That's too big. And Kiki Shuomao's mind recalled that when he was a child, about 30 years ago, the ninjutsu teacher told him about the legend between the Thousand Hand Pillars. After all, Kiki Shuomao was born in the First Ninja World War, and he was not able to catch a glimpse of the style of the Thousand Hand Pillars. Could it be that this is the strongest immortal ninjutsu among the Thousand Hand Pillars? With the appearance of the huge Buddha statue, Yi Feng did nothing, and the 4 purple yen array was crushed by the momentum of the real thousands of hands on top. Just pressing it when he appeared was already far beyond the shadow level blow. Bang! The 4 purple yen array shattered instantly, and the 4 upper ninja who controlled the 4 purple yen array suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and quickly retreated. Does this still need to be hit? I'll go. The Nine Tails, who was almost free, was directly dumbfounded when he saw the appearance of the huge Buddha statue, and his momentum was weak, and he was suppressed back by the whirlpool Mito. In the spiritual world of Uzumaki Mito, the nine-tailed 9 llamas had already torn off the lock of the seal with both hands, and half of his body had already come out. But the moment he saw the immortal magic Mudunj and thousands of hands on top of the body, the 9 tails subconsciously retracted his body. Although the history has been a long time, that time, the 9 tails were really scared. Now just when I see the 1,000 hands Buddha statue, I feel a sense of fear in my heart. Uzumaki Mito took advantage of this rare opportunity to relock the lock of the seal. Nope. The 9 tails screamed, stretched out his hand, and blocked the closed door. I'm going out. Uzumaki Mito's 9 tails instantly changed back to 6 tails, but 1 tail was about to grow. Uzumaki Mito was still fighting with the 9 tails, his face getting whiter. She is already old, not as good as before. Originally, the pressure on Uzumaki Mito was very huge. If her seal was broken and the 9 tails came out again, what would happen to Konoha Village? Who would protect Konoha Village? So Uzumaki Mito has been gritting his teeth desperately and persisting. Even if he insists on it for 1 more second, he hopes for 1 more second. Now seeing Yifeng using immortal Wudunj and thousands of hands on top makeup, Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer afraid. At the same time, in her mind, a figure between the 1,000-hand pillars immediately appeared. Between the pillars, did you see that? Uzumaki Mito now believes that Yokaid is the reincarnation of Senju Pillar. Otherwise, how could you use exactly the same ninjutsu? This is samsara. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are destined to combine and recreate the glory of Konoha. As the wife of Senjukuma, the nindo between Senjujuku is also the ninjato of Uzumaki Mito. Jiyoshinai also stared blankly at the huge Buddha statue that kept popping up in front of him. Before he could react, a huge wooden hand was placed in front of him. Jiyoshinai gritted his teeth and jumped on the palm of the wooden hand. The palm was retracted. Jiyoshinai exhaled softly, watching the ground get smaller and smaller, and he rose higher and higher. It's so high, it's hundreds of meters, right? Ugh. Before Jiyoshinai could react, he was hugged from behind. Jiyoshinai, are you okay? Jiyoshinai's shoulders trembled, he shook his head, and tears dripped down. It's okay, I'm fine. I'm back, and I won't let anyone hurt you. Jiyoshinai's body trembled for a moment, and he suddenly turned around and kissed Yifeng deeply. Feilu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect. Chapter 064 time seemed to stop at this moment. Jiyoshinai tasted it shallowly, and Yifeng felt too dissatisfied. Save Grandma Mito. Jiyoshinai said with a red face. Yifeng nodded, his hands sealed. Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened. An incomparably terrifying aura was being released and spreading, like a terrifying wave crashing on the shore, and the entire continent was suddenly shaken. The 1,000-meter-high Buddha statue has completely risen, and the continuous peaks are like rockeries in front of this giant Buddha. Thousands of huge Buddha palms, covering the sky. The entire village of Konoha was shaking strongly. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? What's that? Everyone in Konoha village was awakened. Everyone ran out into the street. Looking up, I don't know how tall, looking up at the huge Buddha statue with 1,000 hands on the clouds and mist, suddenly felt like the end of the world had come. The Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto with Uchiha with the soil, is receiving a meeting from the head of the family, Uchiha Shuna. Suddenly, the ground shook wildly, and everyone walked out. Uchiha saw the huge Buddha statue in an instant, and shivered. This is the strongest ninjutsu of the first generation. At that time, Uchiha was still a 3-year-old child, at the gate of the village, watching the Battle of the End Valley from afar, which was the most terrifying and shocking battle he had ever seen in his life, and it was indelible in his memory. This huge Buddha statue he will never forget for the rest of his life. Who is it? Is it Night Maple? Uchiha immediately remembered Ifong, but he couldn't believe it at all. He didn't know that there was a survivor child in the intercolumn cell experiment of the big snake pill before. But that child's Mudun is not worth mentioning at all. And before, Uchiha was also a wooden dun who had seen the Night Maple in an instant. Although it was very strong, it was still far from enough compared to the 1,000-hand pillar. There is a difference between Mudun and Muduan, and the original Hokage-sama Mudun is the real Muduan. Mikoto and Obito's eyes also widened. This giant Buddha, this 1,000 hands, is too familiar. Isn't it the super ninjutsu that Yokai used when he let them go at the bridge across the sea? Mikoto and Obito looked back as they ran. It's just not as huge as it is now, right? That's 10 times bigger. Is it Yokai? Mikoto herself couldn't believe it. The Hyuga family, Hyuga Heavenly Blade, Hinata's oldest elder, one of the 38 disciples of the second generation Hokage Senjutsu, looked at the giant Buddha and bowed directly to the ground. This is the strongest technique of the first generation adults immortal Fa Muduan. The people of the Hyuga gate behind also couldn't help but kneel on the ground and admire the miracle. Hinata Hayashi in the back secretly raised his head and couldn't help but use the white-eyed telescopic eye, using chakra to multiply the eye's ability and see the huge Buddha statue a kilometer away. He vaguely felt that the top of this giant Buddha's head seemed to be a person. Take a closer look, it's a wooden man. The wooden man is the man on his head. Why is this figure so familiar? Suddenly, blood flowed from the edge of Hinata's eyes, and his eyes went black, and he fainted directly. Hayashi. The next head of the Hyuga family fell, and the people of the Hyuga family suddenly panicked. The high-ranking members of the other major families all widened their eyes. Among them, there were also a few elders, who had been there since before the establishment of Konoha's village, and their bodies trembled when they looked at the 1,000 hands Buddha statue. Oh my God, what thousands of hands? Impossible. Who is this? On the border of the land of fire and the land of thunder, 2 huge chakras suddenly erupted. The boulder next to it exploded instantly. With the explosion of the stone, I saw 2 figures colliding together at an extremely fast speed, and then separated instantly. Lei Dun, Lei Li Hot Knife. Wuduan Dalian Bullet Technique. 3 generations of Hokage and 3 generations of Thunder Shadow have made their last killers. Rumble. With a loud bang, the battlefield filled instantly. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out from inside. It was the 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. And the 3 generations of Laying remained in place and did not catch up. On the other side, Orochimaru, Tsunade is dealing with the partner of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, the current Yaoi Renjuli, Fogai. Half-tailed beastly Fokai, with 1 enemy and 2, is no less. The big snake pill was smashed by Fogai's punch, fell down and got up again. There was a twinkle in his eyes. The power of Yaoi, he suddenly wanted to study it. At this moment, a terrifying tremor came from Konoha village. The ground beneath everyone's feet trembled. What's going on? Was there an earthquake? Yao faced the 2 of Orochimaru and Tsunade, who had already gained the advantage, and suddenly hurriedly retreated. Even the 3 generations of Lei Ying were very puzzled. Fogai. What's wrong? The half-tailed beast Fokai said in a low voice, I don't know why, the power of the 8 tails suddenly became restless. The third generation of Laying hurriedly stepped back. It won't be a problem with your seal, right? I don't know. Look over there. They suddenly saw that on the other side of Konoha village, a giant Buddha with 1,000 hands that was bigger than a mountain range. What's that? Vokai mused, I feel Yao's fear. The third generation of Hokage looked at Sarutobi Hinata, and then at Orochimaru and Tsunade on the other side. At this time, a white figure fell from the sky. I'm not late, am I? Jiraiya also arrived, and the three shinobi of Konoha gathered. The three generations of Laying saw that they couldn't do anything, and immediately said, we retreat. Tsunade turned his head to look at the huge 1,000 hands Buddha statue and was stunned. Orochimaru said with a smile, is that Konoha? Zilai also said with a shocked face, 1,000-hand giant Buddha, is that the art of Muduan Murin? Such a big wooden man. The breath of the ape flying sun slash was a little weak, but his eyes were bright, and he glanced at the 1,000-hand giant Buddha and said, that's not the art of the wooden man, let's go back immediately. As a personal disciple of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, the first reaction of Sarutobi Hinata when he saw the real thousands of hands and the top of the kaku was Yifeng. Nothing will happen in the village. Ape Fei Richo's mind immediately came to mind the weird smile that had appeared not long ago, when Tuanzang left first. Tuanzang, don't make any more trouble. And in the Wuyin village, the sudden disappearance of the three generations of Water Shadow and the Ninja Knife 7 caused the entire Wuyin village to fall into civil strife. The eyes of all the high-level people were on the position of Water Shadow. At this time, on the other side of the sea, a huge Buddha statue suddenly appeared, which startled everyone in Wuyin village. Oh my god, what is that? Everyone was stunned. Over there is the direction of Konoha village, could it be some forbidden technique in Konoha village? In Iwayne village, Tokei Jinoki was listening to the report of his subordinates and learned that Laying was fighting against Hokage, preparing to take a blitzkrieg attack on Yunin village and outflank the back road of Yunin village to avenge the attack on Iwayne village during World War II. Suddenly, the ground shook a little. Anoki walked out the window and saw a huge giant Buddha with 1,000 hands suddenly appearing. Am I blinded? Anoki wiped his eyes, and his eyes were about to pop out. Come on, immediately go to Konoha to find out, what is the situation of this 1,000-hand giant Buddha? Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. All at once, 3 Shangnin squads immediately set off from Iwahide village and headed for Konoha. In Anoki's mind, 40 years later, he was still young, and as an emissary of Iwahide village, he went to Konoha village to worship. In Cheyenne village, the 3 generations of Wind Shadows looked at the super-huge Buddha statue from afar, and they were in a daze. Such a huge Buddha statue. Bigger than a mountain. Just when the 3 generations of Wind Shadows lost their minds, they found themselves caught in illusion. There was a desolate desert in the illusion, and there was no one. Where is this? Suddenly, in front of him, 2 people appeared. A figure is about 10 years old, with short orange hair, beautiful appearance, and a black robe. The other figure is an old man. Just his eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. An hour later, the eyes of the 3 generations of Wind Shadow widened, unable to believe that they had died at the hands of 2 unknown figures. The dark red blood seeped into the yellow sand, slowly submerging the body of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows and disappearing. In this way, the Red Sand Scorpion and Uchiha joined forces to assassinate successfully, and dragged the corpse away. The Wind Shadow disappeared, and the village was in chaos. Yifeng didn't expect that the immortal magic would escape he used this time. The strongest ninjutsu among the 1,000-hand pillars, shocked the entire ninja world. Moreover, he accidentally assisted in the joint assassination of the Red Sand Scorpion and Uchiha Madara. The flapping wings of this butterfly of Ikid flashed the great battle of the entire ninja world. The accidental disappearance of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows is the trigger for the Third Ninja World War. Rumble. A bang. The whole continent shook. The birthplace of the tremor was the training ground on the edge of Konoha village. Say that it is a training ground, it is already a ruin. Give me a good stay. A giant hand of the 1,000-hand giant Buddha stretched out, covering the sky and shaking the world. This terrifying aura made the 2 tails and 9 tails in front of them suddenly frightened, and the hair all over their bodies couldn't help but stand up. Tailed Beast Jade. A terrifying purple-black chakra ball instantly condensed from the mouth of the 2-tailed and brigade. In a short moment, the tailed beast Jade burst out. The breath of destruction distorted the air. With such power, I am afraid that it can destroy a mountain. However, the hand of the thousand hands giant Buddha is covered like a five-finger mountain. The tailed beast Jade exploded in the big hand of the thousand-hand giant Buddha, but only a little wood chips were dropped. Nope. Neo Gyu shouted in horror as he looked at the big hand trying to cover its field. Rumble. A bang. It's like an earthquake. The smoke and dust quickly dispersed, and the second tail did not dare to speak, shivering, and was held down by a big hand. It's like being pressed under the five-finger mountain. Chapter 065. On the other side, the seal of Uzumaki Mito is still very unstable, the half-tailed beast has not been cancelled, and the seventh tail is about to move. Yi Feng frowned, cancelling the real thousands of hands on top, mainly because the consumption of chakra was too great. It is equivalent to 100 times the art of the wooden man, and every second consumes chakra, only a super chakra reservoir like the thousand-hand pillar can withstand it. Yefeng slowly fell down holding Jioshinai, looked at Jioshinai and said, "Wait for me." Jioshinai nodded and said, "Yi Feng, I know the sealing technique. Let me come, it'll be fine." Yefeng still didn't quite believe in Jioshinai's sealing technique. After all, Jioshinai was a novice, and unlike himself, he inherited the sealing technique of Uzumaki Ashina. Jioshinai said anxiously, "Yi Feng, you don't understand the sealing technique. No one knows the Vortex clan's sealing technique better than me." Yefeng smiled and said. Before the words fell, Yifeng's figure flashed, and he had already arrived in front of Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito was still struggling with the nine tails, and said with difficulty, "Yi Kid, you quickly call Jioshinai over and strengthen the seal for me." In the spirit world of Uzumaki Mito, the nine tails roared, "Let me out." Now the nine tails regretted dying. What did he provoke just now? If he hadn't been instigated just now, he would have already gotten out of trouble. Even if this guy is so difficult as the guy 4 years ago, if you don't fight him, as long as you escape, you can escape. As a result, he provoked himself and ruined the great opportunity. The nine tails themselves wanted to hammer themselves in the chest, they were so depressed. Uzumaki Mito saw that Yefeng ignored her, and said anxiously, "Yefeng, hurry up, it's too late." The voice of the nine tails came directly from Uzumaki Mito's body, "Let me out." "Let you go, let me stay in it obediently." Yi Feng said, casually raised his right hand, and 5 different attributes of chakra appeared from his 5 fingers. This formation, Uzumaki Mito knew at a glance that it was a 5-element seal. When did Yi Feng play with the 5-element seal so skillfully? No, it's not a 5-element seal. Under the shocked look of Uzumaki Mito, Yokui's hand pressed on the seal. "It's over. The reinforcement seal is not a 5-element seal." When Yefeng heard Uzumaki Mito's words, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Do you understand the sealing technique? This is how the strongest of your Uzumaki clan, your former patriarch, Uzumaki Ashina's knowledge points, were taught. The best way to strengthen the seal is the 5-element seal plus elephant seal. You don't understand." Yi Feng's other hand opened the 4-elephant seal at the same time and pressed it again. The nine tails just laughed, thinking that Yefeng was going to help it open the seal, but after only 1 second of joy, it suddenly found itself bound by countless chains and dragged into the darkness. And the iron door that had already been opened, relocked. And not 1 lock, but 3. The original seal, plus the 5 and 4 elephant seals newly added by Night Maple. Uzumaki Mito was stunned and instantly returned to his human form. That's all right. This is completely beyond the Uzumaki Mito view. She doesn't understand. Jioshinai saw that Uzumaki Mito had returned to normal, and quickly walked up. "Grandma Mito, are you all right?" Uzumaki Mito felt his body, shook his head and said, "It seems to be all right." She couldn't be sure if something was wrong with her now, because the 2 seals of Night Maple were beyond her comprehension. This is where to learn the superb sealing technique. In fact, it is no wonder that Uzumaki Mito does not understand, because this is the bottom of the press box of Uzumaki Ashina, and the sealing technique is also to be taught according to aptitude, and it is used according to the actual situation, and Uzumaki Ashina has not found a suitable successor with understanding, and it is not in the world. Uzumaki Mito, by contrast, has only learned the surface. Yefeng said again, Grandma Mito, the seal is reinforced now, but the nine-tailed chakra that you can borrow in the future will also be reduced. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, "It's okay." The second tail saw that the 9 tails were almost about to break the seal, and they were sealed back in an instant, and they were so scared that they turned around and ran. This human being is too terrifying, and he can be wooden and sealed, he is simply not a human. Niao has already decided not to enter the land of fire one step in the future. However, as soon as the second tail turned his head to escape, Jioshinai shouted angrily, "King Kong blockade." Jioshinai saw that he had been playing soy sauce for so long, and he was also embarrassed, and quickly used the secretary of the Uzumaki clan King Kong to blockade, and multiple chakra chains flew out from Jioshinai's back, tying the 2 tails and brigades. "Let go of me, human." Yifeng said speechlessly, "The IQ of animals is a little low," back and forth just these few words. Erwayulu suddenly roared, "Who are you talking about?" Saying that, the second tail and brigade suddenly became difficult, and Jioshinai's face suddenly turned white. Yefeng was suddenly unhappy, his figure flashed, came to the front of the second tail brigade, and kicked over. Rumble. The huge mountain-like Erway brigade was directly kicked off the ground, stayed in the air for a moment, and then smashed down again. Bang. "I just said what's wrong with you." Bang. "You're not satisfied, are you?" Bang. "If you are a dog, you have to look like a dog." Yefeng held down the head of the second tail and brigade, smashed it 3 times in a row, and finally smashed into the ground. The second tail was prodded again, and did not dare to pull out his head at all. It said in an urn, "I was wrong, big brother, I am a cat, not a dog. Whether it's a cat or a dog, you will give me obedience." Everyone present had a wonderful face. The strength of Yefeng was completely beyond their imagination. The Neo-Ugade, who was powerful enough to destroy Konoha, was actually defeated by 2 or 3 punches from Yifeng. Wufeng Shuomen glanced at Chimu Shuamao, and Chimu Shuamao was still a little stunned and said, "Look what I do, my specialty is assassination. Yefeng, this is a confrontation of absolute strength, I am not as good as him." Chimu Shuamao knew very well that if he encountered the 2 tails and brigade, he could escape, but it was impossible to fight with his fists. Wufeng Shuomen was unbalanced in his heart. Yifeng's fist is also too hard, right? Then, in Wufeng Shuomen's mind, 3 generations of water shadow corpses appeared. Yifeng's strength was too sudden. When Tuanzong and Mito Menyan saw such a situation, their expressions were very exciting, and they secretly retreated while Yefeng was not paying attention. There was also Xiaochun, who was completely afraid to shout, and secretly crawled out. Where did this night maple come from? How could it be so terrifying? He was able to enter the immortal mode, and he was able to use the forbidden technique of the first Hokage-sama. Now, Koharu regretted dying in his heart. She really didn't expect Yefeng to be so strong. If she knew this, she wouldn't mess with Yefeng to death. Now, Koharu feels that her life is threatened. However, Koharu crawled and ran into a person. Looking back, I was so frightened that my soul came out. Yefeng squatted down and looked at Xiaochun and said, "What did you just say?" Feilu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect. Chapter 066. Turning to sleep, Koharu looked at Yefeng with a terrified face, as if looking at a ghost, and kept backing away. "Don't come here. Help. Where is the dark part?" Just as Koharu was screaming, one by one, dark ninjas, wearing masks, appeared next to Kiki Shuamao and Wave Feng Shuomen. 2 adults, what's going on? Because Chimu Shuamao and Wufeng Shuomen actually have the identity of dark cadres, now the village is leaderless, and the dark ninjas are naturally headed by Chimu Shuamao and Wufeng Shuomen. They were all stunned when they looked at Xiaochun's very miserable appearance. This is one of the 2 elders of the Ministry of Administration, turning to sleep Koharu. They read that right. And that young man is Night Maple. Because this scene was too shocking, their dark ninja did not dare to act rashly at all. Wufeng Shuomen frowned and said, "Yefeng, you listen to me, don't mess around." "Shut up." Yefeng looked at Wufeng Shuomen coldly, and directly grabbed Xiaochun. Koharu hurriedly sealed his hands, but his hands were tied by the roots that came out. Chimu Shuamao also stood up and said, "Ye kid, if you have anything, you can wait for Naruto-sama to come back and make a decision. Don't be impulsive." Impulsive. Yefeng smiled and said, White Fang, what will happen to you if your son Kakashi is captured and wants to become a two-tailed human pillar force? Chimu Shuamao sighed and said, no matter what, you can't use lynching. Yefeng smiled and said, I lynch. Do they deserve it? Saying that, Yokai directly threw Koharu in front of Neo. When Xiaochun looked up, he happened to meet the big round eyes of the second tail, and he was suddenly so frightened that his face turned pale, and he didn't dare to come out. And the second tail opposite her looked at the night maple not far away, and also did not dare to come out. At the same time, Tuanzang and Mito Menyan, who were preparing to sneak people up, were also blocked by Yifeng's doppelganger. Yifeng, what are you doing? Tuanzhou roared angrily, looked at Yefeng and said, don't mess around, just now we also listened to the advice of Lord Uzumaki Mito, to protect Konoha, before opening the 4 purple flame array. Mito Menyan next to him also said, yes, Ikid, you are doing a little too much now, although Elder Koharu also has something wrong, but you can't do this to her. Yefeng raised his hand, so frightened that Mito Menyan immediately shut up and made a counterfiant motion. At this time, the few ninjas of the administrative department, gathered behind Danzo and Mito Menyan, were all ninjas of the Mito clan and the dormitory clan. However, Yifeng raised his hand, just touched his head, and said with a smile, the two don't need to be so nervous, I also want to ask the two of you, how exactly do you seal the two? Neo was brought by you. Tuanzan looked at Yifeng quietly, thinking in his heart, Yifeng is a medicine. Yifeng said lightly, do you want me, or go over by yourself? Be bold. Pay attention to your tone. The ninja of the administrative department behind immediately cursed angrily. Shut up. Yefeng raised his hand, and the ninja behind Mito Menyan was instantly wrapped in rice dumplings by tree roots and vines. Their eyes were not covered, showing a look of horror, and it was useless to constantly struggle. On Jioshinai's side, Erwei lowered his head, looking at Yefeng who didn't seem to notice him, and quickly pulled out his legs and ran. However, as soon as he turned around, his limbs were wrapped around tree roots and vines. Lying Groove, can you escape from such a distance? Niao is depressed. At the same time, Jioshinai used the King Kong blockade and once again tied the two tails in place. Lord Shuamao, what now? The dark ninja next to him asked softly. Watergate looked at Chimu Shuamao and said, Senior. Chimu Shuamao said in a deep voice, let's take a look before speaking, it seems that Yefeng still has reason and will not kill them. After a short silence, Danzo and Mito Menyan chose to relent and followed Yokai to the front of Neo. Uzumaki Mito snorted and said, Danzo, Mito Menyan, sleep Koharu, you guys are so handsome. Danzo said respectfully, Uzumaki-sama, what do you mean by this? All this is with your consent. Jioshinai suddenly said angrily, you guys are lying. Tuanzan glanced at Jioshinai and said, isn't it? Yefeng suddenly smiled and said, you guys called Grandma Mito, that's right, now I subdued the two tails. Didn't you think Jioshinai was very suitable to be a two-tailed human pillar force just now? Tuanzan quickly shook his head and said, I don't know anything. Yes, Yifeng, your words are not right. What Uzumaki-sama wants to do, it's all her choice, what does it have to do with us? Mito Menyan and Bedtime Koharu also quickly dissociated themselves. Uzumaki Mito looked at them coldly. And Jioshinai's chest heaved with anger, pointing at the three and saying, you guys are really calculating. Yefeng stopped Jioshinai and looked at them and said, I think you guys are actually quite suitable to be the two-tailed human pillar force. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three instantly changed. Not only these three people, Chimu Shuamao, Bofeng Shueman, all showed a surprised look. Even Jioshinai and Uzumaki Mito were unexpected. The three of them are human pillar power. I have to say that Yifeng's imaginative move completely stunned them. Danzo, Mito Menyan, and Koharu all subconsciously took a few steps back, revealing a look of horror. Don't look at the human pillar force is very strong, but they are definitely not willing to be the human pillar force. Because when you become a human pillar force, you are not completely individual, and everyone's eyes on you will be completely different. The people of the family look at you completely differently. You are no longer human, but half human and half monster. Moreover, when the human pillar force, sooner or later, it will get out of control, and then it will be completely devoured by the tailed beast and become the nourishment of the tailed beast. At that point, you're a monster through and through. Besides, becoming a two-tailed human pillar force is equivalent to becoming a tool person in Konoha village, with no personal freedom at all, and is monitored at all times. Most importantly, they became pillars of power, and their political careers were definitely gone. Instead, it became the war machine of Konoha village. Who wants to have such a life? Yifeng's thoughts now were not to let them die so easily. Planting two tails is like planting a bomb in them. This bomb will not hurt Yifeng, but it can blow them to pieces and make them regret offending Yifeng. Chapter 067 Yuan Zhan coughed and said, Yifeng, you can really joke, the ninja world has never been such an old person, Zhu Li. Mito Menyon also nodded and said, yes, we are not very suitable. Yifeng looked at them with a smile and said, I said you are suitable, don't you want to choose the two-tailed human pillar force? That's it. We. Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Koharu all had very ugly faces. Erwei looked at the three old men, showed a look of disgust, and couldn't help but say, the smell of old age is too bad, I don't want it. Yifeng kicked Erwei and said, just you talk a lot of nonsense. Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Koharu heard Neo's words, and their faces immediately turned happy. Yes, Yifeng, did you hear that? We don't fit. Isn't there a newly captured young girl from the mist-hidden village, named Terumi? I think she can. Yifeng smiled and said, if you don't choose, then I will choose. Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Koharu suddenly showed angry looks on their faces. No one had ever disrespected them like Yokaid. What did Maple do with them? At this time, Chimu Shuamao and Bofeng Shuiman also inquired a little about what was going on, and they watched the excitement on the side. They are not fools either, and after a little thought, they know that it is the problem of Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Koharu. Moreover, Kiki Showa Shigeru has long been dissatisfied with the concept of Danzo, what dark roots, what can sacrifice everything for Konoha, is. It doesn't matter if you sacrifice him or not. Mito Menyon had a sense of foreboding, and quickly looked at Kiki Shuamao and said, Shuamao, is this how you dark sect treats us Konoha elders? Does Naruto-sama know? Chimu Shuamao coughed and said, Elder Menyon, now Yifeng is solving the problem of the two-tailed beast. I think he is the most skilled sealer here. You see that he sealed the nine-tailed beast so simply solved. If Yoriki thinks you are suitable, for Konoha's sake, I think I can trust him. For Konoha. Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Koharu looked angrily at Kiki Shua. Chimu Shuamao, what do you mean? Watch your words and deeds. What for Konoha? We don't fit at all. This is how the Dark Division protects us Konoha. When Naruto-sama returns, I will cure you. Yifeng smiled. He didn't expect that Chimu Shuamao was also an old Inyang master, but how could such a person commit suicide in the near future because of gossip? I'm afraid it's really persecution. Well, I think he's right, don't you usually like to say it for Konoha? Today, you will sacrifice a little for Konoha. As soon as Ikide's words fell, roots and vines immediately rose under Mito Menyon's feet, tying his limbs heavily and making him unable to move at all. Then Mito Menyon, I think you are very suitable. Yifeng said, and raised his fist, for Konoha. Mito Menyon's eyes widened and he shouted in horror, no. I don't want it. The second tail also shouted, I don't want to enter this old man's body, I don't want it. Shut up. Yifeng punched a strange fist and smashed the two tails into the ground again. Tuanzang was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, his face pale, but he did not dare to act rashly. Xiaochun even felt lucky in his heart, watching Yifeng raise his right hand, and 5 fingers respectively appeared the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and inserted into Mito Menyon's stomach. The exclusive sealing rune of the Uzumaki clan immediately appeared on Mito Menyon's stomach, which was very mysterious. Yifeng, don't, you let me go, I promise you everything. Mito Menyon roared in fear, and even begged Uzumaki Mito for mercy. Uzumaki-sama Mito, spare your life, I know it's wrong, just for the sake of Mr. Kuruma, spare me. Gyoshina saw Mito Menyon's appearance, and his heart was very relieved. And Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said, Mito Menyon, why are you getting older and less enlightened? I think White Fang is right, everything is for Konoha, the sacrifice you made is worth it. Ugh. In the midst of Mito Menyon's howl, Yifeng stuffed Neo's brigade directly into the sealing array of Mito Menion's stomach. However, Yifeng added 2 layers of sealing techniques to the sealing array, which was equivalent to adding 2 layers of locks, which was very reliable. In this way, Mito Menion became a two-tailed human pillar force, and it was almost impossible to use the kind of waste of the two-tailed chakra. Everyone looked at Mito Menion and showed a very strange look. Mito Menion had just been let go, and suddenly roared and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng, I'm going to fight with you. Bang. In the next second, Mito Menion flew out upside down and hit the ground hard, his head covered in blood. But the wound quickly recovered. This is the human pillar force. But in Mito Manita's teeth, it became the same teeth as Neo Yugaku, just like a yokai. When Koharu saw Mito Menion's appearance, he was glad in his heart. If he became a human pillar force, it would be miserable. At this time, Xiaochun's mind suddenly echoed Yifeng's words, "Today, I will kill you." Yifeng won't want to kill me, right? Thinking of this, Xiaochun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, a Vajra rod fell from the sky, separating the 2 sides. When Xiaochun saw that the ape-flying sun was coming, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Ape-fly, you are finally here." Ape Fei Ri looked at the completely destroyed training ground and frowned, "What is going on?" Sure enough, it was Yifeng's wooden escape. Will he use immortal magic wood to escape? Sarutobi looked at Yikide, listening to sleeping Koharu crying and accusing Yifeng. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Konoha also came, and when they saw Yokaide, their expressions were different. The eyes of the big snake pill were full of longing. The stronger Yifeng was, the more he wanted Yifeng's blood to do research. What genetic material in the blood made Yifeng so powerful? Jiraiya was also thinking about whether the appearance of the night maple was a blessing or a curse for Konoha. If it is a disaster, even if he fights for his life, he must solve the hidden danger of Yifeng. As for Tsunade, the mood is very mixed. Yifeng's style of doing things is fundamentally different from that of the Thousand Hands clan. Whether it is grandpa or second grandfather, there is no such irritability as Yifeng. Is it really good that the future of the Thousand Hands clan is handed over to Yifeng? Listening to Koharu's crying, Sarutobi smiled bitterly. Yifeng, this guy, is doing things too non-mainstream, and actually injected the second tail and brigade into Mito Menion and turned it into a human pillar force. Young people are too cranky. But there was another voice in Ape Fei Richo's heart that said, this is the right thing to do. He didn't know when he had already felt that Mito Manitas and Koharu had changed and become as dark as Danzo. Now he was put up by Yifeng, and he came to cry with himself. Ape Fei re-sighed and said, I knew this earlier, why bother? Chapter 068 Oharu and Mizuto Menion were stunned. Sarutobi, what did you say? Mito Menion's face was very ugly, and he glared at the ape-flying sun. Ape Fei Ri shook his head helplessly. Are you glaring at me useful? Yifeng's doing this is indeed excessive, but isn't your approach even more excessive? He even started the idea of Uzumaki Mito and Kushina. This is completely self-inflicted death. What's more, I'm afraid I can't limit Yifeng now. Ape Fei Ri recalled the thousand-handed giant Buddha that covered the sky just now, and his heart was still full of shock. Suddenly I felt really old. Sarutobi looked at Mito Menion and said, Menion, if it doesn't happen, it happens. You can feel at ease to be a human pillar force. We Konoha will not treat you badly. Mito Menion's eyes were bloodshot. Forget about it. Yifeng, you have indeed overdone, although Elder Menion has something wrong with him, but he is an elder of Konoha after all. Yifeng nodded and said, well, I think the 3 generations of Hokage are right. Everyone is for Konoha. Elder Menion, you can sacrifice for Konoha. Saying that, Yifeng turned around and took Jiyoshinai's soft little hand and said, let's go home. Jiyoshina immediately said, Grandma Mito, let's go home. Uzumaki Mito nodded, glanced at Sarutobi Hinata, and immediately followed Yokaide and Jiyoshinai. Ape Fei, are you going to let him go? Ape Fei, you have seen it, he is so arrogant. Ape Fei, I want an explanation, otherwise, we are not finished. Sarutobi Hinata looked at Danzo, Mito Manita, and Koharu and said, I also want an explanation. Why did Uzumaki-sama let you open the 4 purple flame array inside, but you didn't open it? Why are you 2 elders no longer in the administration department, and you can still command the administration department? Why was the seal of the two tails artificially unsealed? Sarutobi looked at the three who did not speak, snorted and said, "It is said that it is for Konoha, so now, when you need to contribute and sacrifice for Konoha, don't complain." Tuanzang gritted his teeth, leaned in front of Ape Flying Sun, and whispered, "There is nothing wrong with everything the old man has done. If this continues, Konoha will not be the Konoha of all of us, but the Konoha of the Senju clan." At that time, was Konoha still Konoha? Sarutobi looked at Tuanzo coldly and said, "Tuanzang, don't forget, Konoha was originally established by the Senju clan, and the two teachers are from the Senju clan, don't be ungrateful." After speaking, Ape Fei Ri turned his head and left. However, along the way, Ape Fei Ri listened to the news that the Dark Department kept transmitting, and his face became more and more shocked. Yefeng single-handedly sealed the 9 tails and the second tails. The 3 generations of Water Shadow died in the hands of Yifeng, and the corpses were all brought back. The 3 shinobi were all on the side, stunned when they heard the news. Is Night Maple so strong? Back home, after Uzumaki Mito entered his room, Yefeng looked at Jio Shinai and directly hugged Jio Shinai into his arms. This time, it really scared Jio Shinai. The feeling like a roller coaster made him take the initiative to raise his head and offer his hot kiss to Yifeng. First, the dragonfly points water and pecks gently. Then there was the storm. For a long time, Jio Shinai's face was full of shame, and he pushed Yefeng away. "I'm going to sleep." With that, Jio Shinai ran into his room, slammed the door, and closed the door. Jio Shinai was still thinking about whether Yefeng would resist or not if she wanted to chase into the room. However, after a while, Jio Shinai secretly opened a little crack in the door, and Yefeng had disappeared. Humph, pig's head. Men are big pig's trotters. At this time, Yifeng, in his room, opened the character attributes, replaced the character card, and replaced the character card with an S-class character card, the original Water White Lotus. The properties now are: Name, Ikid. Strength, Super Shadow level. Position, Special Shinobi. Character cards, SSS level Hand Pillars, Fusion Degree 100%, S-Class Original Water Shadow White Lotus, Fusion Degree 10%. Blood Succession Limit, God Level Muduan. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Art LV3, Dirt Reincarnation LV3, Thunder Thousand Birds LV3, Omarenka LV3, Een Seal LV3, Hyakuno Jutsu LV3, 4 Elephant Seal LV3, Ghoul Seal LV3, Harem Art LV, Shuriken Shadow Avatar Art L3. After replacing Uzumaki Ashina's character card, Night Fang's sealing level immediately returned to its original state. But with the original Water Shadow White Lotus, Yefeng learned all the ninjutsu of the original Water Shadow White Lotus, and the most skilled one was Shui Duan, which is the tradition of Wuin Village. Water Shadow is the strongest water ninja in Mist Hidden Village. Night Maple jumped from the window and disappeared into the night sky. Bang. Harem Art. Yifeng's harem technique is not tempting, but used to confuse people. Yifeng's doppelganger, transformed into a fair beauty wearing a black tights, suddenly appeared on the way to the territory of the dormitory in the training ground. Then, Urikid saw Koharu come over under the protection of several young ninjas in the clan. Xiaochun was still saying, "Give me a good eye on Yefeng these days." Suddenly, these young ninjas saw the scenery ahead, and they were all stunned. They were all young and vigorous men, and when they saw Yifeng's harem doppelganger, they naturally couldn't help it. And Yifeng's doppelganger smiled, swung his seductive posture, and walked towards them. Koharu frowned, always feeling a little strange. "Be careful." "Yes, Elder Koharu." At this moment, Yifeng's doppelganger suddenly struck. Water escape, water iron cannon. I saw Ikid make his hand into a pistol-like shape, shooting a liquid like a bullet from the tip of his index finger, instantly penetrating Xiaochun's body. Xiaochun's eyes widened, looking at Yifeng, his body fell directly backwards, and blood splattered. Immediately afterwards, the ninjas of these families roared, "There are killers." They instantly attacked towards the Night Maple doppelganger, and Ku Wu, shuriken in his hand, flew out and pierced the body of the Night Maple doppelganger. Bang. The shadow doppelganger is shattered. This is the shadow doppelganger. Suddenly, countless black tight-clad women appeared in all directions, shooting indiscriminately at Xiaochun. Xiaochun's eyes widened, and countless water and iron cannons were reflected in his pupils. Her body, like a tattered burlap bag, was instantly pierced. Blood splattered all over the young people, and their eyes widened. There are killers. Come on. At the same time, they lifted up Xiaochun, who was completely breathless. At this moment, they all panicked in their hearts. Elder Koharu actually died. Just around the corner in the shadows, a figure gradually disappeared. As I said, today, I will kill you. Yi Feng's figure had just disappeared, and the Wave Feng Shui gate arrived immediately. Elder Koharu was attacked. What the hell is going on here? Those panicked family ninjas were describing Yokaid's harem technique. It's a woman in a black tights who used the shadow doppelganger to kill Elder Koharu. She used water-done ninjutsu, which was shot with her fingers, like a pistol. Wufeng Shuiman looked at the scene, touched the water traces on the ground with his hand, and sniffed it. It is indeed a water escape. Wufeng Shuiman's first reaction was night maple. But it was completely different from the description of the family ninja present. A water ninja. Could it be the revenge of the misty hidden village? But why did he take revenge on Koharu? Wufeng Shuiman had no clue at all, so he could only dispose of Koharu's body and immediately return to the Hokage's office to report. Tonight, for the Ape Flying Sun, it is a sleepless night. Chapter 069 Hokage Office. Snap. Tuanzong slapped the chair on the chair, looked at Ape Fei Ri with anger on his face and said, Ape Fei, Elder Koharu died like this. It must have nothing to do with Yi Feng. Zilai couldn't help but say, Elder Tuanzong, just now Watergate also said that the assassin used Shui Duan, and it is likely to be the secret art of the Ghost Lamp clan of Wuyin Village, the Iron Cannon technique. How can it be related to Yi Feng? Although Zilai also did not have much good impression of Yi Feng, Tuanzang's prejudice made Zilai couldn't help but complain. Elder Xiaochun just offended Yi Feng, and he was on the street. Do you say it will matter? Just look it up. Just let Yifeng do something wrong. Where is the face of our high level? When he said this, his eyes were gloomy, staring at the Ape Flying Sun. Mito Menyon, who was sitting next to him, also had a low gaze and did not say a word. On the other side, Konoha Sanchin was sitting, also very quiet, watching the bustle of Mito Menyon and Danzo. They were all curious about what the teacher would do. Sarutobi sat on the main throne, although his hair had begun to turn a little gray now, but the Ape Flying Sun chop at this time was the pinnacle of his ninja career. This ninja doctor's body is still at the peak of his prime, and at the same time, the combat experience accumulated over the years can exert more than 100% of his strength, so he can compete with the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. At this time, Ape Fei Richo was still looking at the report, frowned, and raised his head to look at Tuanzong. So what do you mean? Ape Fei Ri sat up straight, looked at Tuanzong and did not flinch at all. Mito Menyon said in a deep voice, what does it mean not to mean? Yifeng did this, it is completely a bully act. Get a little power, think that you can do whatever you want. What is the difference between this and Uchiha back then? If you don't subdue him now, in the future, the whole Konoha will not be the current Konoha. He will be the next Uchiha Madara. Leave him in Konoha, he will destroy the whole of Konoha. Tsunade couldn't help but interrupt Mito Menyon's words. Ahem, Elder Menyon, your words are too exaggerated. How can Yifeng Hode be comparable to Uchiha Madara? Mito Menyon stared at Tsunade and said, Tsunade Heim, I'm telling the truth, a kind person, will you inject Neo into me? Tsunade shrugged and said, why not? Yifeng not only inherited the wooden dun of our Senju family, but also inherited the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and is a peerless genius. He thinks that Elder Menyon, your body is suitable, that is the opinion of professionals. You usually say that for Konoha, you can sacrifice everything. How come it came to you, it changed? Tsunade you. Mito Menyon was furious, and the evil two-tailed chikara in his body couldn't help but pop up. His eyes turned into cat's eyes, sharp teeth, very hideous and terrifying. Danzo was suddenly frightened by Mito Menyon, and quickly stood up and took 2 steps back. Menyon, you sober up. Ape Flying Sun Chopper suddenly appeared in front of Mito Menyon, and the 5 fingers of his right hand erupted out 5 kinds of chakra of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, directly inserting the seal. 5-element seal. Mito Menyon's body emitted a roar of the 2 tails and brigades, and then the blue chakra on the surface of Mito Menyon's body was all recycled into the body. Ape Fei Ri sighed and said, Menyon, you go back first, your current appearance is not suitable. Mito Menion's face was full of sadness and indignation, took a deep breath, stood up, walked out, and at first glance at the back, he felt 10 years older in an instant. He had already expected it when he became the two-tailed human pillar force himself. As long as there are two tails in his body, there will continue to be such a situation of getting out of control today. What elders, what advisors, overnight, nothing. When people look at themselves, they will only think that they are not a monster. Finally restrained, surveilled. Night maple is too poisonous. As soon as Mito Menion left, Ape Fei re-slashed at the Big Snake Pill and said, "Big Snake Pill, order the Dark Department to keep an eye on Elder Menion. He has just become a human pillar force, and his mood is still a little unstable, so he can avoid hurting others." "Yes, teacher." Then, Sarutobi Richo glanced at Tuanzo again and said, "Tuanzo, everything you just said is your own speculation. What Uchiha spot? He is not a Uchiha clan, he will not be like Mr. Kuruma said." Tsunade nodded and said, "The teacher is right, Yefeng is my grandfather's bloodline inheritance, and at the same time learned the most exquisite sealing technique of the Vortex clan. This time it was the second tail that you brought back by Elder Tuanzo lost control and almost caused a catastrophe. If it weren't for Yokaid's move, I don't know how much Konoha would have suffered." Danzo's chest heaved with anger, and he looked at Tsunade and said, "If it weren't for Yokaid's move, we could also seal it. You look at the field north of the training ground, it's all destroyed." "Humph, Elder Tuanzong, do you know the sealing technique? Do you take a head to seal?" You. Ape Flying Sun Chopper interrupted the two and said, "Enough, Tuanzong, your prejudice against Yefeng is too great, let's take a look at this." Saying that, Ape Flying Sun Chopper threw the information of Yifeng's killing of 3 generations of Water Shadow in front of Tuanzong. Tuanzong picked up the information with an ugly face, and his face suddenly changed. After a full 10 minutes, Tuanzong looked back and forth at the information, snorted and said, "I understand, leave." Sarutobi sighed, looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade and said, "You guys go back too." "Yes, teacher." Only one person was left in the office. Ape Fei said to himself to the void, Pillar Sensei, I don't want to hide and die, but he has already entered the evil path." Yifeng's figure flashed, returned to his room, looked up, and found that there was a person outside the door. When I opened the door, I saw that it was Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Yokaid and said, "Not sleeping?" "Well, Grandma Mito, what's wrong?" Uzumaki Mito looked at Yefeng quietly for a second before saying, "You did a good job today, don't worry." Yefeng smiled, he hadn't been worried. He just didn't want to kill Mito Menion and Danzo so easily. Killing them like this, and all the evil deeds they had done before would probably dissipate invisibly, and no one would know about it again. What Yokaid wants is to expose all the things that Mito Menion and Danzo have done in Konoha over the years to the sun, let everyone in Konoha know, let them be ruined, and nailed to the pillar of shame forever. "I understand what you're thinking, Ape Flying Sun / will give us a satisfactory result." Yokaid was stunned for a moment. At this time, Uzumaki Mito was still looking forward to the Ape Flying Sun. As Hokage, Lord of Konoha, but indecisive. He could even let go of the Big Snake Pill because of the feelings of his master and apprentice, and let his old friend Tuanzo do those dirty things because of the friendship between his old friends for many years. Seeing that Yokaid didn't believe it, Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "Wait." In this way, Uzumaki Mito dropped such an inexplicable word and left. Early the next morning, Yefeng was woken up by Joshinai again. Unexpectedly, it was the Ape Flying Sun. As soon as Ape Flying Richo saw Yifeng, he opened the door and invited Yifeng to join the administration department, and directly parachuted into the head of the administration department. "Hey, Elder Akimichi Takei's health has suddenly deteriorated and he can't manage the administration department. I think it's time to give it to the young man to exercise. What do you think?" At the same time, due to the insufficient number of high-level officials in the Dark Department, Ape Flying Sun hopes that Yefeng will hold 2 positions and serve as the deputy head of the Dark Department at the same time, and he can organize a detachment. And now the minister of the Dark Department is none other than the white-fanged banner Mushoa Shigeru. Ding, based on the existing situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1, refuse all of Ape Richo's invitations and be a salted fish at home. Reward, Danzo Kaze Ninjutsu, full series. Option 2, decline one of the invitations of the Ape Sun / reward, Akimichi Clan secret art, multiplication technique. Option 3, agree to all the invitations of Saruta. Rewards, clues of the guilt evidence of the group, ultra-long-range video recorder. Yifeng looked at these three choices and said lightly, okay, I promise you. Although the art of multiplication is attractive, Tuanzang's evil evidence clues and ultra-long-range video recorder are what Yifeng needs most now. This ultra-long-range video recorder is very small, similar to the video recorder in Earth time. There is also a description that this ultra-long-range video recorder is the latest black technology product of Air Shinobi. Images up to 1,000 meters can be recorded, the only drawback is that the maximum time is 10 minutes. It seems that the technology in the Hokage world is not as low as Yifeng imagined. Before leaving, Sarutobi sighed and said, Yifeng, I hope you can understand that I, as the Hokage, are balancing the two ends of the balance all the time. Sometimes you have to lean to the side, which is also unacceptable. In short, from today onwards, you are the person handpicked by my ape flying son. When the ape flew away for half a day, Yifeng figured it out. The ape flying son chopped this old thief, not indecision, but a name. Afraid of his own reputation, he likes to borrow the hands of others. Killing his classmates, ape flying son Chopper can't bear to do it himself. Ape flying son Chopper has already handed the knife to Yifeng. As for whether to kill or not, it is Yifeng's matter, and ape flying son Chopper does not know anything. It's really cunning. Chapter 070 Yifeng has two positions, no, it is one body and three positions. Because in addition to the newly appointed head of the administration department and the deputy minister of the dark department, at the ninja school, Yokaid is still the vice principal and the teacher of the 7th class. Yifeng felt a little difficult for this. I don't want to go to work. Jioshi-nai cried and laughed, and poked Yifeng with his green fingers. You slacker. Yifeng backhanded Jioshi-nai into his arms. I'm not lazy, I don't think I have time to accompany you. Look, the administrative department, the dark department, the school, everywhere needs me, do I have 3 heads and 6 arms? I don't want to work overtime every day and stay up all night. Jioshi-nai was in Yifeng's arms, and said with a blushing face, that's the same, if only you could be separated. Doppelganger. When Yifeng heard Jioshi-nai's words, he was slightly stunned, and then showed a look of joy. Yes, doppelganger. Jioshi-nai, you really are Wangfu. Yifeng grabbed Jioshi-nai and kissed her deeply. Woohoo. Jioshi-nai suddenly softened in Yifeng's arms. For a long time, Jioshi-nai blushed and pushed Yifeng away. What are you doing? Grandma Mito saw it all. Yifeng smiled and said, then let's go out. You really don't go to work, as Naruto-sama said just now, you have to go to the administration department to report in the morning. Yifeng said with a smile on his face, go, why don't you go? Saying that, the night maple made a seal. Bang. There are 2 more shadow doppelgangers behind him, you look at me, I look at you. No, there's one less. Bang. There is another shadow avatar, a total of 3 shadow avatars. Jioshi-nai, you have to remind me that the shadow avatar is okay. For others, it was a little difficult to maintain the shadow doppelganger at the same time for a long time, but for Yifeng, it was nothing at all. Shadow doppelgangers use chakra to create physical doppelgangers who can act and think like the caster, and have a consciousness independent of the caster's body. That's fine. You, go to the administration department to report. You, go to the dark department to report. You, go to school to report. The 3 shadow doppelgangers looked at their real bodies speechlessly. What about you? Of course, I accompanied Jioshi-nai to go shopping. Jioshi-nai suddenly rolled her eyes speechlessly, but her heart was sweet. Yifeng's doppelganger 1 came to the school, and Bofeng Sherman specially came to find it. Yifeng Juan, congratulations on your promotion to the head of the administration department. And the deputy minister of darkness. Bofeng Sherman, who is also the deputy minister of the dark department, is naturally aware of Yifeng's current position changes. After all, it is the secret service organization of the dark department and Konoha. Teacher Zilai said, if you are busy, you can come less from the school, or I will bring the 7th class. Yifeng glanced at Bofeng Shui Men and said, no, you are not very lucky. Bofeng Sherman was stunned for a moment, puzzled. How did Yifeng see that he was unlucky? Yifeng also subconsciously said such words, but when he thought about it, there was nothing wrong at all. You look at the original, Kakashi, Obito, doesn't it become a tragedy? Even if Obito is whitewashed, it cannot change the fact of the tragedy. In the end, Obito and Rin met both spiritually, and they didn't know if it was Obito's own imagination. And in the Nine Tails Rebellion, he died directly with Gyoshin. This is simply a lone star. On the contrary, Naruto did not have him, but he went all the way, relying on his mouth to overcome strong enemies, and finally became the 7th generation Hokage. Sometimes, luck is such a mystery. In any case, Yefeng was unwilling to hand over the 7th shift to Watergate. Although this is only Yifeng's doppelganger, it is completely consistent in terms of ideas and thinking. Teacher Yifeng. Yokai turned his head and saw that it was the 3 elementary school students of the 7th class, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. You're here. Yefeng took out the teacher's manual and glanced at it. What you should do now as a teacher is, summarize the last task. Well, this suggestion is good. Ape Flying Sun to cut this thief old man, it is still a little material. So Yifeng closed the book and said, then let's review, the last mission, from the beginning, your first encounter with the enemy, and your later performance. It can be said that the progress has been very great. I still remember when you first killed that Misty Shinobu with soil, it was miserable. Teacher. Obito suddenly blushed. This is simply Obito's black history. Kakashi and Rin both laughed. Teacher, don't talk about this in the future, please. Obito looked at Yifeng, gritting his teeth. My grand Uchiha new generation is carrying the handle. If this matter is spread, won't it be laughing to death? At the Dark Department headquarters, White Fang patted the shoulder of Yefeng Doppelganger 2 and said, I have a new mission to perform. Fortunately you are here. Maybe half an hour later, I will not be here. This is your token, representing the power of the Dark Department high level. Inside Konoha, there is no obstruction. Yefeng nodded and took the token. White Fang smiled and said, go back quickly, in case the doppelganger is broken, the token will be dropped. Yefeng looked at White Fang in surprise, you see my doppelganger. White Fang laughed and said, if I can't see the doppelganger, can I still be this dark minister? Boy, you underestimate me too much. After that, White Fang walked out. Yifeng looked at the white-toothed fire shadow half-sleeve, slightly lost in thought. Konoha White Fang, worthy of the name. But such a character would commit suicide. Wouldn't it be this mission? White Fang Senpai. White Fang walked to the door and stopped. Yifeng didn't know what to say, so he had to say, safe journey. If there is anything, you can always find me. Got it. White Fang waved his hand and left the headquarters. Night Fang's doppelganger 3 came to the administration department. On the first floor, it was all empty, just 2 people. When they saw Yefeng coming, they were slightly stunned, took a closer look, and quickly stood up. Lord Yifeng, you are here. Early in the morning, the 2 were notified that Akimichi, who had just taken office, was now undergoing emergency treatment due to a recurrence of his injury and was unable to work, so he had to step down. The new minister is Yifeng. Just the 2 of you. Lord Yefeng, I don't know, or should I take you to the office first? Yefeng nodded politely and said, okay, it's troublesome. The 2 of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It seemed that Lord Yefeng was not as difficult to get along with as rumored. Then, Ikid was taken to the 2nd floor. The location on the 2nd floor is also empty. Nima, what about people? Yefeng looked left and right. Why was there no one? This tea is too weird, right? As soon as I sat down, things came. Lord Yefeng, here is the mission document of Wuin Village. Mission documents for the Village of Mist. Yifeng glanced at it and was slightly stunned. Because of the time of death of the 3rd generation of Water Shadow, Kirihide Village specially sent an embassy to Konoha Village. No wonder the old monkey wants to send himself to parachute into the administrative department. He is the one who slashed and killed 3 generations of Water Shadows, and he is the most qualified of all people to deal with this matter. The document says that they want to retrieve the bodies of the 3 generations of Water Shadow in Wuin Village, and also bring back the descendants of nobles. At the same time, I want to take this opportunity to express my friendship with Konoha, and plan to organize a joint exam for Chinese ninja. Of course, this Zongnan exam is equivalent to a gambling battle. If the Wuin Village wins, retrieve the corpse of the 3 generations of Water Shadow and take back the descendant of the nobility. If Wuyin village loses, it will also retrieve the corpses of the 3 generations of Water Shadow and take back the noble descendant Zhao Meiyu, but it will have to pay a big price. This is, of course, the idea of the Misty Hidden Village. Konoha's side naturally has its own ideas. The two sides did not agree on their ideas, so the mission of Wuyin village had to come. Because now the initiative is on Konoha's side. Yefeng killed 3 generations of Water Shadow, and now the dragons in Wuyin village are leaderless, and this is the biggest initiative. Underscore. Feilu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect chapter 071. Yikid knocked on the table, the Naka Shinobi exam. This reminds Yefeng of the Chunin exam of the original work, isn't it a chaos of Ikkyo Shizuru? During that Zongnin exam, the old monkey of Ape Fei was stabbed to death by his apprentice Orochimaru. Wuyin village, this is obviously trying to take revenge and do something. Does this document still need to be delivered to me? Just times. Then, Yokaid wrote a comment on it, there is no place in Konoha to hold the Chunin exam, and if you go to fight, you can go to the Mist Hidden Village to fight, which can also show the friendship of the Mist Hidden Village. However, the document was quickly pushed in front of Yifeng. Lord Yokaid, this document is not for you to cross, it is for you to execute, Naruto-sama has agreed. Yefeng was speechless, it turned out that he didn't let himself decide. It seems that the old monkey has a glorious tradition of dying of his own. Lord Yifeng, the people from the Mistine village mission are coming in the afternoon. Now the time is a bit urgent. Time is urgent. Where do we have people now? It's almost 12 noon. No one has come to work yet. What the hell is going on today? After a while, the Night Maple Shadow doppelganger finally figured out what was going on. Most of the people in the administration department have taken leave today. These people are all members of the Mito clan and the Dormitory clan, as well as the Shimura clan, and other clans who have a good relationship with these 3 families. Simply put, it's a relationship. These related households, headed by Shinto and Ryosuke Mito, are the leaders of the younger generation of the Sleeping Transition family and the Mito family, respectively, and are the deputy of the former minister Akimichi Takefu. Today they learned that Yefeng parachuted into the administrative department, served as the minister, and immediately took all leave. And the 2 people on the first floor just now are just ordinary families, there is no backstage, and they dare not ask for leave for the sake of livelihood. Yefeng thought about it a little and understood. The 3 major families want to directly paralyze the administrative department, make Yefeng ugly, disgust Yefeng, and let the entire village of Konoha village know that Yefeng is not capable of managing the administrative department. Want to me? The Night Maple Shadow doppelganger immediately thought of a countermeasure, isn't it a lack of people? 10 more doppelgangers. Not enough for 10 doppelgangers. 20 is enough. Yifeng, is it really okay? Yefeng was holding Jioshinai's small hand and was walking on the street. Actually, there aren't many places to visit in Konoha, after all, it's a ninja village. Yikid felt that the life of a wood ninja was really not rich enough and too monotonous. Suddenly, Yefeng stood still. Jioshinai was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, Yifeng, what's wrong? Yifeng smiled, just now after his doppelganger in the administration department was naturally lifted, the memory of the doppelganger returned to the body, and he knew what was going on in the administration department. It's okay, wait for me. Yifeng's hands were sealed, and he chanted in his mouth, how long can the card not change those new suns? Bang. Hundreds of doppelgangers immediately appeared around him. You're here, no one is in the administration department, and I'm afraid you'll take a leave of absence. If you don't come on leave, fire all the squid. Jioshinai was slightly stunned, and saw that these hundreds of doppelgangers, under the command of Yifeng, ran away. Passers-by looked at hundreds of exactly the same night maples, and they were also confused. Yifeng didn't pay much attention, pulled Jioshinai and said, let's go. Jioshinai looked at Yifeng curiously, and suddenly said, Yifeng, or you can teach me the sealing technique. Okay. Yifeng immediately changed to the name of the S-grade thing card Vortex Ashi. As for the character card of the original Water Shadow White Lotus, it is temporarily pressed to the bottom of the box. Now that Koharu's death is basically it. If you don't get it right, you can still lead to the Wuyin village mission. These 100 doppelgangers soon became administration. The remaining 2 people, seeing 100 night maples, were all stunned. Is this a shadow avatar? Lord Yefeng is too powerful. Sure enough, the strong can solve any problem. The first thing that 100 Yefeng did when they came to the administration department was to say in unison, "Where is the personnel list? Since they don't come today, they won't use it tomorrow." "Lord Yifeng, this is not okay." Yefeng smiled and said, "What's bad? Since you don't come to work, there is no need to waste wages. Without them, would Konoha be destroyed? Not necessarily." Soon, the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hinata also knew about the situation on the side of the Ministry of Administration. After all, the administration department is downstairs. The Hokage office is on the highest floor of the Hokage building. Ape Fei shook his head with a smile. "Okay, let him decide. After all, I said that the administration department will be handed over to him after that, but you can't backtrack now. Besides, the Shuanyan family and the Mito family, as well as the Shimura family, it's time to knock on it, and actually do something that harms Konoha's interests in order to vent their anger." At this time, Shinto, Ryosuke Mito, Ken Shimura of the Shimura family, and young talents from several other families were drinking at the tavern. Ryosuke Mito took a sip of wine and said, Naruto-sama really can't see the situation clearly." The person next to him nodded and agreed, "That's it, how can he be able to sit in the position of the head of the administration department?" Sleep to sleep. Shindo was silent, blindly drinking. Everyone knew that yesterday night there was a big earthquake. Xiaochun, the elder of the clan, died tragically in front of his home, and heard that it was killed by a female spy from Wuin village. Now the murderer is completely nowhere to be found. In fact, discerning people could see that it was extremely likely that this matter was done by Yifeng, but they couldn't find evidence. Xiaochun died so depressed. The sleeping family is equivalent to being slapped fiercely, but there is no way to resist. The Mito family is in a similar situation, and their face is lost. On the other hand, Yifeng, overnight, the fish jumped over the Dragon Gate, not only became the deputy minister of the Dark Department, but also parachuted into the administrative department. This made the three major families completely unacceptable. However, in the face of Hokage's orders, they could not openly resist, so they all took leave. Just when the Wuin village delegation came to visit, there was no one in the administrative department, and naturally the most humiliating person was the newly airborne minister Yifeng. At that time, things are messed up. Even Naruto-sama, there is no reason to continue to let Yokai stay in the administration department. At this moment, two black-clothed ninjas suddenly broke in. Ryosuke-sama. Mato-sama. They are the ninjas of the dormitory family and the Mito family, respectively. They whispered two words in the ears of Ryosuke Mito and Shinto respectively, and their faces suddenly changed. Turning sleep, Shinto held the wine glass in his hand and threw it directly to the ground angrily. "Yifeng, this dog thief." When the others saw Zhuan Jindo like this, they suddenly had a sense of foreboding in their hearts. "What's wrong, Madukuin? What the hell is going on?" Turning to sleep with a black face, he said the matter that Yefeng fired their squid. The expressions on all of their faces stiffened. They were still scolding Yifeng just now, but now they were being opposed by Yifeng. "Ryosuke-kun, Shinto-kun, so what do we do now? Now go back to the administration department, is it too faceless? But if you don't go back, Yefeng really fired his own squid, what should I do? After all, Yifeng, as a minister, does have the power to fire them because of it." Now, even Shinto and Ryosuke Mito regretted it in his heart. They didn't expect Maple to be so strong. These related households did not struggle for long, and one by one they could only lower their proud heads and go back to the administration department. As a result, when they returned to the entrance of the administrative department, they were blocked by the two Night Maple Shadow doppelgangers guarding the door. "Aren't you asking for leave? Please come back, you don't have to come over tomorrow. If you can't go, if you don't go, then I will ask you to go." Now Yifeng didn't bother to talk nonsense with this group of people, and directly used Muduan, tied them all up, and threw them out. "Oops. Yokai, you wait, I'm going to sue Naruto-sama." "You wait for Yifeng." The two Night Maple Shadow doppelgangers at the door smiled disdainfully and said, "You guys go." At this time, on the second floor of the administration department, there was a group of strange visitors. It was the mission from Wuin village. They had also just arrived in Konoha village and were invited here. There are only 4 people in this mission, led by the strongest of the younger generation of Wuin village, Citrus Yakura, who is also the candidate for the 4th generation of Water Shadow with the highest voice in Wuin Village. If Citrus Yakura succeeds in bringing back the 3rd generation Water Shadow corpse this time, it should become the 4th generation of Water Shadow. With such a level of envoys, Hokage personally came to receive it. It was still a bit of a drop in points. As the head of the administration department and the deputy minister of the Dark Department, Yifeng's identity is just right. Moreover, Yifeng is still the one who killed the 3 generations of Water Shadow. The ninjas sent by the Mist-Hidden Village this time are probably not convinced, just so that Yifeng can frustrate their spirit. In the office of the administration department, Citrus Yakura looked unhappy, slapped the table hard, and stared at the Night Maple Shadow doppelganger in front of him. Where is Hokage? We came from far away from the Mist-Hidden Village. Is this how you Konoha entertain guests? Yifeng sat on the chair and looked at the Wuin Village mission indifferently and said, "Sit first, the Hokage is not something you can see casually. This time I will talk about things. It is up to me to talk to you." "You're coming to talk to me? Who are you?" If it weren't for the fact that this was the Hokage building, Citrus Yakura would have made a move. As the young and strongest of the Mist-Hidden Village, he came to Konoha Village this time, and he was very dissatisfied in his heart. The 3rd generation of Mizukage was too spicy chicken and died at the hands of an unknown Konoha ninja. Now he has to come and retrieve the body in such humiliation. Moreover, the chosen daughter of Wuin Village, Zhao Meiyu, was also robbed. This is simply a shame for the Misty Hidden Village, a shame within a shame. Yokai looked at Citrus Yakura with a smile and said, "Oh, you don't know who I am. Did I just forget to introduce it?" Under the Night Kid, the head of the administration department, the deputy minister of the Dark Department, and the vice principal of the ninja school. The person who killed the 3 generations of Water Shadow is me. Do you think I am qualified to talk to you? Chapter 072. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, the Misty Ninja led by Citrus Yakura was suddenly furious. "It's you." Citrus Yakura was still able to control his anger, but the 3 people behind him couldn't bear it. "Wait a minute." Citrus Yakura still had reason, but he couldn't stop the 3 people behind him from making a move. Shui Dun Bow Strike. Water Blade Slash. Water Prison Art. Yifeng smiled and said, "A group of local chickens and dogs." As soon as the words fell, the entire Hokage building boomed, and countless huge roots and vines suddenly drilled out from under the ground, instantly piercing the floor of the bottom floor, and then piercing the floor of the 2nd floor, blocking in front of Yifeng. Bang. 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 The other party's water escape ninjutsu didn't even touch the sweat of the Night Maple Shadow doppelganger, and all of them smashed on the swaying thick tree root vine. The ape flying sun upstairs shook for a moment, and quickly stood up. "Is there an earthquake?" Instantly, a dark ninja came in. "Naruto-sama, the Mist-Hidden Village has come to fight with Lord Yokai on the 2nd floor." Ape Fei-ri was furious. How dare they fight in the Hokage building? It was the Wuin Village who struck first, but what? But Lord Yifeng's wooden escape directly pierced the entire Hokage building. Ape Fei-ri was so angry that his chest heaved. "After fighting, find them to compensate, 10 times compensation." "Yes, Naruto-sama." The 2nd floor of the administration department. Citrus Yakura saw that the fight had started, and it was irreparable, so he had to seal it immediately. Water Escape, the art of mist concealment. The mist was almost visible to the naked eye, and it instantly filled the entire 2nd floor. Within the line of sight, he instantly lost his fingers and turned into a vast white. And the fog is like substance, squeezing on the body from all directions, making breathing a little uncomfortable. At the same time that Citrus Yakura used the mist concealment technique, the other 3 shinobi moved. Since he is the murderer who killed the 3 generations of Water Shadow, how can he also teach a lesson to relieve the hatred in his heart? Even if he wants to die here, he can't fall into the reputation of the Mist-Hidden Village. Citrus Yakura sighed. He knew that he couldn't go either. Konoha was not a place to go if he wanted to, and upstairs there was the 3rd generation of Hokage called Dr. Ninja, that was a real god. Under such circumstances, Citrus Yakura also knew that he had to take down the nasty guy in front of him and talk about other things. If it weren't for this guy who didn't know how to be evil and provoke them in the Misty Hidden Village, they wouldn't have acted in disregard of the rules of the mission like this. "Don't kill him," Citrus Yakura reminded. "Ding, based on the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1, kill all, kill chickens and monkeys, reward, a ninjutsu wind escape wind blade. Option 2, leave Tachibana Yakura alone to set an example, reward, A-level ninjutsu Mizuten Great Waterfall. Option 3, take it all, leave your life, show the style of Konoha Omura, reward, golem art, basic. Okay, just let you go. Yikid fell in love with the puppet art of option 3 at a glance, and ignored option 1 and option 2, 2A ninjutsu, which is not very attractive to Yikid now. Instead, it was a puppet technique, and Yefeng felt a little fresh. Just when Yifeng was choosing, a fierce murderous aura suddenly erupted from all directions. The art of water body. Plus their respective water ninjutsu. Water spout. Water blade chop. Water in a row. However, a huge wooden head appeared on the ground where Yifeng was standing, and Yifeng stepped on this wooden man's head and instantly raised it. And all the ninjutsu that originally attacked Yefeng were smashed on the head of the wooden man. Rumble. Cracks appeared on the wooden skull, but they were not broken. Instead, they caught these three attackers. Citrus Yakura was slightly stunned, and he had a sense of foreboding in his heart, and quickly jumped back. Originally, a huge tree root drilled out of the place under his feet, and if it weren't for his quick reaction, he might have been entangled. Even so, countless vines of tree roots drilled towards the Citrus Yakura. Yifeng's shadow avatar successively used the wooden man art and the tree realm birth, and the entire lower 2 floors of the Hokage building were completely turned into a green forest. Since Chakra's consumption was a bit large, the 2 shadow doppelgangers standing at the door, bang, were naturally lifted. Citrus Yakura was sweating profusely and was horrified. Is this guy crazy? Completely disregarding the safety of the Hokage building. Hokage is upstairs. Night Maple. Just as Citrus Yakura thought, Sarutobi is really angry. If he knew this, Ape Fei-ri would not want him to be the head of the administration department. On the first day in office, he demolished the Hokage building. Nima has never seen anyone like this. The dormitory Shinto and Ryosuke Mito, who were tied up at the entrance of the administrative department, saw the huge wooden men and countless tree roots and vines coming out, and his eyes were about to pop out. Please, can you be a person? Naruto-sama is upstairs, you dare to do this? Bang. Immediately, a brick fell on the head of the sleeping real fight, and the head broke and bled in an instant. Help! These tied-up relatives screamed. Before he finished speaking, the wooden man stepped out. Swish. Ryosuke Mito, who was closest to him, was directly trampled into mashed meat. Everyone whined in horror, used all their strength, and got out. It's scary. At this time, Yokaide and Kushina were relaxing here in the Hokage Rock north of Konoha. Speaking of which, Hokage Rock is the place where Night Maple and Jiyoshinai are in love. Coming here, let Yefeng recall the warm time when he chatted with Jiyoshinai that evening. Jiyoshinai took Yifeng's hand and unconsciously clenched it. Suddenly, Yifeng received the memory after the shadow doppelganger at the mouth of the administrative department was automatically lifted, and he cried and laughed. The first day of work in your own administration department seems to be messed up. Yifeng didn't think about it. This was the first strike of Wuyin Village. This is completely the responsibility of Wuyin Village. In this way, is it possible to deceive the hidden village? Yifeng suddenly felt that he was really a genius. At this moment, Yefeng turned around and stared into the woods behind. Walked out of a person. This black-robed man, the god is mysterious. Nima, it's Uchiha. Just when Yefeng saw Uchiha Madara unfolded his chakra eyes. Illusion, Narakami no Jutsu. Nima. Yifeng did not hesitate to pull Jiyoshinai behind him, and used the wood dragon art with all his strength. This is Yifeng's fastest wooden ninjutsu. The wooden dragon, which was 10 times larger than usual, drilled out of the land and pounced on Uchiha Spot, instantly tearing Uchiha Spot to pieces. Bang. It is the art of shadow doppelganger. Yefeng breathed a sigh of relief. What he saw just now was the young Uchiha Spot, which frightened Yefeng Kid. I thought it was Uchiha who used some secret technique to rejuvenate. Yifeng, what's wrong? Jiyoshinai asked worriedly. Just for a moment, Jiyoshinai did not see Uchiha clearly. Yefeng shook his head and said, it's okay. I was too nervous just now, and suddenly used chakra with all my strength, and as a result, all shadow doppelgangers were cancelled. Yifeng was also speechless to himself. And in the Hokage building, the citrus Yakura had already been tied up, and the 4 people were sitting in rows, only whimpering and struggling. Suddenly, the night maple in front of them, with a bang, disappeared. They were dumbfounded. This is a shadow doppelganger. We 4 were defeated by a doppelganger. At the same time, countless shadow doppelgangers are communicating with Konoha's shops, coordinating disputes between villagers, and teaching the 7th class. There is also in front of the big snake pill, chatting with the big snake pill, saying that he wants to take back Terumi. Suddenly, it all slammed and was gone. Everyone froze for a moment. Kakashi of the 7th class, Obito, and Rin were laughing, and suddenly saw that the night maple was gone, and his face was ugly, and Rin was even rolling with tears. The teacher has been teaching us a lesson with a shadow avatar. So disrespectful to us. On the other side, in the medical department, the big snake pill was slightly stunned, and then smiled. It's so interesting, even I didn't see that it was a shadow doppelganger. Somewhere in the cave, the old man with a giant tube stuck in the backside. Sure enough, the illusion is completely useless, even if it is to use his worries about the emotions of his sweetheart, there is no way at all, it is really the bloodline inheritor between the 1,000 hand pillars, exactly the same. This time, it was just a temptation from Uchiha. Chapter 073 Naruto-sama, you have to give us an explanation. The 4 members of the Mist-Hidden Village mission led by Citrus Yakura had an angry face. Ape Flying Sun Chopper was also very speechless, and Yefeng suddenly slammed away, leaving a mess for himself. The Hokage building collapsed, and people died. Who is this one who was trampled into mashed meat? There are also legs that have been stepped on, it is a real fight in the dormant. Yifeng, you're here to do something, right? Ape Fei coughed and said, what explanation do you want? You guys made the Hokage building like this, I didn't even say it. Citrus Yakura said angrily, Naruto-sama, this is not what we did. Could it be that the Hokage building collapsed by itself? What kind of minister's shadow doppelganger of yours did it? Citrus Yakura was stunned, and the other 3 shadowless were also stunned, they didn't expect the ape flying sun to cut the 3 generations of Hokage, so scoundrel. I didn't see anything, I saw you guys talking. Ape Fei snorted and said, now it's time for us to hold you accountable, not for you to give us an explanation. At this moment, Yefeng came. Citrus Yakura immediately pointed at Yikid and said, that's what he did. Sarutobi glanced at Yifeng speechlessly, and Yifeng smiled and said, let me come, 3 generations of Hokage. Saying that, Yefeng walked in front of Citrus Yakura. First of all, this is my doppelganger, I am not responsible. Ape Fei slashed his eyes, this guy is even more shameless than me. Citrus Yakura also widened his eyes, looking at Yifeng, this guy's face is too thick. Yifeng didn't pay attention to their expressions at all and continued, moreover, it was you who attacked my shadow doppelganger first, and my shadow doppelganger counterattacked in self-defense, so you must compensate for the damage to the Hokage building. Naruto-sama. Is this your Konoha's hospitality? Sarutobi glanced at Yifeng, and said with a smile, this matter was originally the responsibility of Yifeng-kun, and we Konoha have always performed our own duties, I don't understand this matter. After speaking, the ape flew away from the sun. The 4 members of the Wuin village mission, you look at me, I look at you. And such a Hokage. At this time, Yifeng took out a book with the numbers on it and said, you destroyed the Hokage building this time, and the estimated maintenance cost is 5 million. Citrus Yakura's eyes were about to pop out, 5 million taels. Why don't you grab it? The house in their Wuin village is only 500,000 taels, which is higher than this, bigger than this. The other 3 members of the Wuin village mission said so. Yifeng smiled and said, can the house of your Wuin village be compared with the house of our Konoha village? Over there you are islands, poor backwoods, 18-line ninja villages. We Konoha are the center of the continent, the first ninja village, can it be compared? Yifeng's words made the 4 people of Wuin village a little speechless. The people of Wuin village may be able to fight, but they may not be able to say. Yikid continued, you guys destroyed our Hokage building and didn't want to lose money, right? The side of Wuin village couldn't help but say, it's clear that you destroyed it, what does it matter to us? Yes. Yefeng smiled slightly. Citrus Yakura, one of the strongest in Wuin village, your bounty on the black market is 30 million, if you don't give it, then I can only send you to the black market. Citrus Yakura didn't speak, and the other three cursed angrily. What do you mean you threatened us like that? Since you Konoha are like this, then there is no need to talk about it, we can't fight to the death. Yifeng smiled and looked at the person who spoke, and the atmosphere was suddenly as thick ink, making it difficult to breathe. You want to fight to the death? Then come on. As soon as the words fell, the person who spoke just now couldn't resist at all, and was instantly wrapped in rice dumplings. Citrus Yakura. Yakura-sama. The other two immediately looked at Citrus Yakura for help. Yefeng ignored them and continued, after paying the compensation for the Hokage building, you can leave, if you don't pay, don't think about leaving. You. Yefeng looked at them and said, why, you still want to fight to the death? As soon as these words came out, the other two immediately took 2 steps back in fear, and the guy who was wrapped in rice dumplings was still whining. Citrus Yakura took a deep breath and said, Your Excellency, our mist-hidden village came to Konoha this time with sincerity. Yefeng nodded and said, then it depends on your sincerity. Under the strong power of Ikid, Citrus Yakura, as the head of the mission of the mist-hidden village, signed several peace and equality agreements on behalf of the mist-hidden village. This includes Kirihide Village, which has brought all school-age children to Konoha Village's ninja school every year since this year. Mist-hidden village has since cancelled the blood-type policy in the blood mist. At the same time, the joint examination of Chinese ninja began to be implemented. Wuyin Village pays 10 million yuan in tuition fees for Wuyin Village students every year. Konoha Village and Kirihide Village have since entered a new era of peaceful and friendly coexistence. Of course, there is also the 500 taels of Hokage building maintenance costs, Citrus Yakura interest-free installments, and pays Konoha 1 million maintenance fees every year. In exchange, the Mist-Hidden Village mission can bring back the bodies of the 3 generations of Water Shadow. But according to Mimi, Yefeng did not let them take it away. When Citrus Yakura walked out of Konoha Village, the other 3 members of the mission couldn't help but say, Citrus Yakura, why did you sign such a humiliating agreement? Yakura, you lost the face of our ninja of the Mist-Hidden Village. Yakura, what the hell is going on with you? Are you afraid of Konoha? All 3 changed their names to Citrus Yakura, blaming Citrus Yakura. Citrus Yakura smiled and said, I don't promise him, do you think it's okay for Konoha Village? Could it be that he still dares to kill us? That's it, we are foggy, we have never been afraid of death. Citrus Yakura, today you have brought shame on our Mist-Hidden Village. Citrus Yakura smiled and said, is it? Water escape, water break. As soon as the words fell, Citrus Yakura did not give the 3 people time to react, and made the water prison technique. The 3 were immediately wrapped in a huge water ball by Citrus Yakura, unable to breathe, looked at Citrus Yakura in horror and shouted loudly. Yakura-sama, we were wrong. Yakura-sama. Citrus Yakura sneered, water escape, water breaking wave. Citrus Yakura violently spewed a straight ultra-high-pressure water column from his mouth, turned into a sharp water blade, and directly cut off the heads of the 3. The heads of the 3 fell to the ground, their eyes widened, and they lost their breath at all. Citrus Yakura shook his head and left on his own. He had already thought about it, and after he returned, he told Kirihide Village that Konoha had killed 3 companions and forced him to sign an unequal agreement. And Citrus Yakura was fortunate not to be humiliated, and after a lot of hardships, he still brought back the corpse of the 3 generations of Water Shadow. In the laboratory, Orochimaru reluctantly watched as the bodies of the 3 generations of Water Shadow were taken away. Yifeng asked curiously, has anything been researched out? The big snake pill shook his head and said, I haven't researched anything yet, the main thing is that the time is too short, fortunately I left a lot of blood and pieces of flesh. Night Maple sweated darkly. The big snake pill looked at Yifeng with wild eyes, and involuntarily licked his tongue and said, Yifeng-kun, how about you give me a little blood? Get out. Huh. Of course, the big snake pill did not dare to make a move with Yefeng now, so he could only leave Hee. Wait a minute. Yefeng suddenly stopped the big snake pill again. I'll take it with me. Orochimaru frowned and said, but I haven't drawn blood yet. It's best if you don't draw blood. Just a tube of blood, how's that? Yefeng glanced at Terumi, who shook her head sharply. You see, people don't want to. Orochimaru looked at Yefeng and sighed and said, okay. Now the big snake pill did not dare to, the embodiment of the will of fire. Mito Menyon and Shun Madu had nothing to say. Tuanzang said in a deep voice, Ape Fei, I hope you can think about whether it is worth it to make us families cold because of Yifeng. At this moment, the wooden door banged. Come in. Yiki pushed the door with Uzumaki Mito and entered, and Sarutobi Hinata's eyelids immediately jumped, with a sense of foreboding. Tuanzang, Mito Menyon, and Xiaoming saw Yifeng, and their faces were suddenly unkind. When Yifeng saw them, he was slightly stunned, but he smiled. Uzumaki-sama, Yokai-id-kun, is there something wrong? Ape Fei said lightly, thinking in his heart, UTM don't make things for me anymore, if you continue like this, the three major families will be reversed. At that time, it will be uprooted, dragging mud and water, and the entire Konoha will even go to split. Yifeng glanced at Tuanzang and did not speak. Ape Fei said in a deep voice, Tuanzang, Menyon, and Xiaoming, you go down first, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to what you say, you don't need to worry. So, Naruto-sama, let's go first. Tuanzang sneered, looked at Yifeng, flicked his big sleeves, and turned to leave. Naruto-sama, then let's go first. Subsequently, Mito Menyon and Shun Xiaoming also followed Danzo and left, ignoring Yokai-id and Uzumaki Mito. After that day, their three major families were already tearing their faces with Uzumaki Mito. Walking out of the Hokage building, Mito Menyon said in a deep voice, Danzo, do we really have to wait until the Chunin joint exam? Tuanzang sneered and said, Zongnin joint exam. They thought we would wait, but I couldn't wait any longer, just waiting for the arrival of the mission of Yunin Village, and at that time, the entire focus of Konoha's guard was on the mission of Yunin Village. Mito Menyon said in surprise, Yunin Village also has an embassy coming. Hee, Ireo and the amber bottle are in Konoha, Yunin Village can't swallow this breath, they will be back soon, at that time, it will be time for us to strike. Can we? Tuanzang said faintly, Menyon, you are a tailed orc pillar power, besides, there are people behind us. Hokage office. Sarutobi pinched the root of his nose in annoyance and said, Uzumaki-sama Mito, Yokai-id-kun, is there something going on? Yefeng handed over a copy of the document of the Great Snake Pill, as well as the information found from the administration department according to the document, to Sarutobi. Naruto, please see, this is about the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, the dormitory clan, about the evidence of cheating in the ninja exam and ninja promotion link. When Ape Flying Sun Chopper heard Yifeng's words, he was stunned for a moment and opened the file to take a look. After a while, Ape Fei's face became more and more ugly. It's just presumptuous. Ape Fei's shoulders were shaking, he knew that the three major families had cat greasy in the ninja selection process, but he didn't know the cat greasy was so big. Capture battle merits, replace missions, buy and sell missions. Who gave them the guts to cover the sky with one hand? Ape Flying Sun was so angry that he slapped his palm on the wooden table. Just now, I was still thinking about how to appease the three major families, but now Ape Flying Sun Chopper feels that it is not necessary. When these things spread, the reputation of the three major families was completely destroyed. That's what they are trying to die. Uzumaki Mito looked at Sarutobi and said, Sarutobi, these things are all things that happened with evidence and information, so what happened in the past but was not discovered, how much, these responsibilities, who is responsible? Who the hell has such leopard guts to allow them to do such a thing? If this goes on, will Konoha still Konoha? Ape Fei, how are you going to deal with this matter? Under the gaze of Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hinata's body trembled. He looked at Yifeng and said in a deep voice, Chimu Shuamao is not there, Yifeng, you are fully responsible for this matter, who dares to stop it, there is no amnesty for killing. Saying that, he took out a sign that represented the highest power in the dark department. Night Kid came out of the Hokage's office, and the dark part began to go into full working mode. Wei Feng Shuiman was originally still in the ninja school, but only a shadow avatar was left, and the body left the school. At the same time, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan were hidden in Konoha, and the clansmen who had long changed their names and surnames also appeared. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, along with their respective squads, also appeared near the territory of the Shimura, Mito, and Shuinyu clans. Even Tuanzang and Mito Menyon, who had just returned to their own territory, felt that something was wrong. What the hell does Ape Flying Sun Chopper want to do? Does Ape Fae really want to force us to defect? What the hell does Naruto-sama mean? The three major families all thought it was the handiwork of the Ape Flying Sun. In fact, with the help of Uzumaki Mito and the Senju clan, Night Maple held the highest token of the Dark Division, and the power called at this time was already similar to that of Hokage. This day is destined to be uneventful. Chapter 075 Ape Fae stood by the bed in the office, looking at the members of the Dark Department, all mobilized by Yifeng. Even the Wave Feng Shui gate is dispatched. One by one, black figures appeared at the door of each household, holding their own task list in their hands, and began to take notes for every household in Konoha village. These lists are all for so many years. There is information to find the second generation of shinobi and the third generation of shinobi of the Shimura clan, the Mito clan and the Dormitory clan, and the task assessment for so many years is tricky. In addition to the dark part, there were also clansmen from the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan who had long been integrated into Konoha, and they came out one after another. At this time, Ape Flying Sun Chopper knew the power of the Thousand Hands clan and the Vortex clan. They had been hidden because they lacked a leader who could command them. Now, the men has appeared. Ape Fae Richo's mind appeared the young figure of Yifeng. It's nice to be young. Suddenly, Sarutobi felt a little old. On the street, many ninjas curiously asked the Dark Department what was recorded, and was there any prisoner who was going to abscond. It turned out it wasn't, the dark part told them. Today we are documenting the promotion cheating behavior of the Shimura clan, the Mito clan and the Dormitory clan in the past 20 years about seizing other people's battle merits, impersonating tasks, and using money to brush up on tasks. These records will become evidence against the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Dormitory clan. In the past 20 years, the Shimura family, the Mito family, and the Dormitory family have not only these three major families, but other large families have also more or less such behaviors, but other families have not done so much as these three families. But all along, the three major families have not only not received any punishment, but have increased their power day by day, and now these three families have far surpassed the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, and there is also a faint tendency to surpass the Hinata clan and the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, now the Dark Ministry is going to move the Shimura clan, the Mito clan and the Dormitory clan. Many people are a little short of breath. It turns out that it is not done, but it is not time. Is it time to arrive? Many people listened to the Dark Ninja talking about the information in their hands. All of them were dealing with their shoulders trembling over the years, being preempted by the second generation of shinobi and the third generation of shinobi of the Shimura clan, Mito clan, and the Shuani clan, imposters, etc. Some even cried on the spot. When I was in the Second Ninja World War, I followed my teacher to participate in 3A missions, all in the battlefield of the Land of Rain, killing 5 middle shinobi, not many 10 shinobi, and was impersonated. In the end, the war is over, and I just endure. The person who replaced me in the interrogation department is the person from the transfer family. I was in the battlefield of the Iron Country, participated in Mission A, and killed 15 Shimo shinobi and 2 Naka shinobi. The result was replaced. A month later, I went to the Land of Winds again, participated in the S-Class mission again, died 9 times, and was replaced when I came back. I was finally promoted to Naka Ninja, but I retired with serious injuries. When the Dark Ninja recorded, they couldn't help but be angry in their hearts. The Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Dormitory clan did so many things that people were angry about. Are these things all covered up by the 3 elders Shimura Danzo, Mito Monoton, and Shun Koharu? The Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Dormitory clan outside were shocked when they heard a little about what the Dark Department was doing. Someone even directly pulled the Dark Ninja and said, "Who gave you the power to check on us?" The Dark Ninja shot directly, "Lord Hokage, order, those who block it kill." Brush. Blood splattered. The Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Dormitory clan were stunned. Although the Dark Department is a secret service organization directly commanded by Naruto-sama, it has never treated the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Dormitory clan like this. What's going on today? What is happening now is beyond the imagination of the 3 major families. When a Dark Ninja struck, another ninja appeared and immediately took the person away. The big thing is not good, hurry back and report to the master. The sky in Konoha is about to change. Just when the clansmen of the three major families went back one after another, the heads of the three major families, the high level, had already received the wind. What the hell does Naruto-sama mean? Did our three major families do anything? This is too great to negotiate properly. That's it, what the hell does Naruto-sama think about splitting Konoha like this? The territory of the Shimura clan, Danzo walked out with an ugly face, but ran into Orochimaru, as well as his men in the dark department. Tuanzang stared at the big snake pill with an ugly face and said, "Big snake pill, what do you mean by this?" "Master Tuanzang, it's not interesting, it's just an order from Yefeng to check it around." Night Maple order. Orochimaru, when did you become Yokaide's lackey? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a dangerous light and said, "Master Tuanzo, what are you talking about? Everything you do under is for public and not private. What is a lackey?" "Huh." Tuanzang sneered and passed by the big snake pill. In the land of the Mito clan, the land of the transfer family, the old Mito minion of the Mito clan, and the head of the transfer family turned to sleep. Xiaoming, almost at the same time, walked out of his territory, his face full of gloomy fire shadow building. Downstairs in the Hokage building, the crowd was raging. All of them were victims of cheating by the three major families of the village, namely the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the dormitory clan. Sarutobi stood at the door, looked at the angry victims, pressed his hands down and said, "Everyone calm down. I also received a report today that some families have obtained promotion qualifications by falsifying information, impersonating others' tasks, buying and selling tasks, etc., undermining the fairness and justice of ninja promotion, and our legitimate rights and interests. For this matter, we attach great importance to it, and immediately organize various clues to reflect and disclose to everyone, conduct a realistic, serious and responsible investigation, and the relevant results will be announced in real time, please rest assured. No matter what the reason, we always adhere to a zero-tolerance attitude, find together, resolutely investigate and deal with together, and never tolerate adultery." As soon as Ape Flying Sun Chopper's words came out, he was immediately cheered and applauded by everyone, and the third-generation Hokage instantly received another wave of goodwill. But Sarutobi still frowned. In this way, it is completely torn with the Shimura clan, the Mito clan and the dormitory clan. But there was no way, such destructive evidence was in Yifeng's hands. Behind Yifeng, there is another more powerful force. The most important thing is Yifeng's own strength, too strong. In the end, the ninja world is still about strength. In this case, Sarutobi can only abandon the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the dormitory clan. I just hope that these things have nothing to do with the two old friends of Danzo and Mito Menyon. Hey! Tuanzo and Mito Menyon, as well as the three people who turned to sleep. Xiaoming looked at the sea of people in the Hokage building in front of them from a distance, and their faces suddenly changed. So many people. Mito Menyon glanced at Tuanzang and said, "What now?" Tuanzang said with a gloomy face, "Go back." However, as soon as they turned around, the whole person was stunned. Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of them, and there was also a wave feng shui gate next to them. "Shimura Danzo, Mito Menyon, Sleep Xiaoming, now someone has reported that you may be related to some cheating, and we in the Dark Department now want to invite the three of you to the Dark Department headquarters." Xiaoming looked at Yifeng and involuntarily shivered. "Presumptuous, Yifeng, what qualifications do you have to interrogate us?" Mito Menitis is the first to attack. Tuanzang frowned and looked coldly at Yefeng and Bofeng Sherman. "Is this something that Night Maple is engaged in? Who gave him this evidence?" Bofeng Sherman coldly took out the token and said, "Do the three want to resist the order?" Originally, Bofeng Sherman was born into an ordinary family, and there were many friends along the way, many of whom were talented, but gradually, his friends gradually disappeared. At the beginning, Bofeng Sherman thought that those talented friends had become untalented and were eliminated. After knowing this, Bofeng Sherman felt that some friends were probably destroyed by cheating. After he went to check it out on purpose, it was not some small friends, but more than half of the small partners, all of whom were victims. This made Bofeng Sherman very angry. Although Bofeng Sherman is envious and jealous of Yifeng, but now he is full of admiration for Yifeng. If it weren't for Yifeng stabbing through this matter, he would still be in the dark. Xiaoming took a deep breath and said, "Besides, as the head of a clan and the elder of a clan, it is not your turn to interrogate me. Naruto-sama." Before the words fell, Yifeng's figure suddenly appeared above the head of sleeping Xiaoming, and directly stepped on the ground with a kick. Bang! You let go of your Geo. Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes widened, but in his heart he had a sense of admiration for Yi Feng. Yi Fengjuan is really not afraid of authority. Even if he is the head of a clan, he should catch, he should learn this momentum from Yi Fengjuan. Yi Feng said lightly, seeing this order, if you see the fire shadow, if you want to resist the order, don't blame me for being unkind. Yi Feng, you are so daring. Aren't you afraid of causing public indignation when you treat us old-timers who have contributed to Konoha like this? Have you put us old-timers in your eyes? At this time, many people discovered the situation on Yefeng's side. Over there, Danzo and Mito Menyon. Is the dark part running errands? They won't want to capture Tuanzong, will they? Lie down, Naruto-sama, this is going to be real. Who is that fat man who was trampled? Let me see, that is the younger brother of the sleeping Xiaoming, the younger brother of the sleeping family, and the head of the sleeping clan. Lying trough, who is stepping on the ground? Dare to step on the sleeping master. Next to the blonde hair is the Wave Feng Shui Gate, the younger generation of our Konoha village second only to Lord Yokaide. Lord Yi Feng, I know, I heard that he killed the 3 generations of Water Shadow. Yes, it's him, and he also killed the Ninja Dao 7 people over there in Mist Hidden Village, which is equivalent to our dark department. Hey, the black-haired one who stepped on the person was Lord Yi Feng. Wouldn't you? Absolutely, I'll see Lord Yokaide. He was kind. As the head of the administration department, he personally helped me deal with the sewage problem at the door. This sewage problem has been 5 years, the administrative department has not been in charge. Lord Yefeng took office on the first day, he personally took the stage. Yes, Lord Yefeng is really young and close to the people. The land occupation problem of our house and the next door house, he also solved it fairly. If it were the previous administrative department, they didn't know that they would have to wait until the year of the monkey. Sarutobi Hinata was still enjoying the admiration and appreciation of the ninjas of Konoha village, and all of a sudden, the ninjas villagers changed their style and praised Yokaide. What's going on? Why did they suddenly talk about night maples? Yi Feng has only been in office in the Ministry of Administration for 2 days, and he has won so many popular hearts. Sarutobi was stunned, and then he saw the ninjas who had been gathered in front of the Naruto building, and all turned and walked forward. That was. Ape Fei Ri took a closer look, and his eyes suddenly widened. Yefeng and Bofeng Shuiman went to capture Tuanzo and Mizuto Menyon. Sleeping Xiaoming was still trampled under the feet of Yi Feng. What's going on? Sarutobi hurriedly walked up, and immediately heard the words of the ninjas angrily cursing Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Shun Xiaoming. Yi Feng handed the ashen-headed dormitory Xiaoming to Watergate, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Tell you to go, you don't go. In this case, now that so many Konoha colleagues are here, let's have a public interrogation here in the square." When Tuanzong heard this, he was immediately furious, presumptuous. Yi Maple, who gave you this power? Yi Feng looked at Tuanzong and said lightly, the head of the family has violated the law and committed the same crime as the common people. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding ninjas shouted and repeated. The head of the family has broken the law and committed the same crime as the common people. The head of the family has broken the law and committed the same crime as the common people. The head of the family has broken the law and committed the same crime as the common people. When Tuanzong saw the turbulent emotions of the group, his face suddenly changed greatly, and he suddenly had a sense of foreboding in his heart. At this time, Mito Menyon's face was gloomy, and the blue evil two-tailed chakra emerged from his body, and the tyranny of the two tails affected Mito Menyon's consciousness. I farts Nima. What kind of householder breaks the law and commits the same crime as the common people? Are you untouchables qualified to interrogate me, Mito Menyon? Saying that, Mito Menyon instantly turned into a half-tailed beast. Hey! Suddenly a low sigh. At this time, Ape Flying Sun Chopper had to make a move. The King Kong Rui stick smashed directly into the half-tailed beast Mito Menyon's head. Bang! With a loud noise, Mito Menyon screamed, took 2 steps back, and was about to roar. Rui sticks would split into dozens of Rui sticks, and then form a cube cage to trap Mito Menyon. Mito Menyon, you calm down first, bring it back. Chapter 076. Yefeng glanced at Ape Flying Sun. If it weren't for Ape Flying Sun's slash, he would have directly cleaned up Mito Menyon. Everyone was startled by the terrifying appearance of the Mito Menyon half-tailed beast, and then pointed at him, and even children threw stones at him. Ah. You bunch of trash. Let me go. Tuanzang saw Mito Menion's out-of-control appearance, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't help but sigh. Yifeng's behavior was upright, so that Tuanzhou and Mizuto Menion couldn't find any reason to quibble at all. Yifeng, take them back to the Dark Department for interrogation. With so many people watching, it is impossible for Ape Flying Sun to care about the friendship of classmates anymore. If there is some favoritism, I am afraid that his position as a Hokage is unstable. The truth that water can carry a boat can also overturn a boat, and the ape flying to the sun is very clear. Yifeng said, 3 generations of Hokage, I'm sorry, there are too many people arrested this time, and there is no way for the Dark Department to squeeze it down, just interrogate it in the square, it can be regarded as fair and just, and give an explanation to everyone in Konoha village. Tuanzang originally looked at each other coldly, and when he heard Yifeng's words, his eyes widened. Although he is the root of Konoha, he doesn't want to face, in broad daylight, in full view, being interrogated in the square. Mito Menion, who was trapped by the Vajra rod cage, had just disappeared the half-tailed beast, his consciousness returned to normal, and he was angry again in an instant, and the evil two-tailed Chikara once again appeared all over his body. Immediately afterwards, Mito Menion's eyes weighted, and the seal at his stomach was instantly broken. Bang. There was a loud bang, and everyone was immediately frightened. Neo Yugaku directly drilled out of Mito Menion's stomach seal, and directly burst the King Kong rod cage. Protect the villagers. Ape Fei Sun gave an order, and instantly used the multiple shadow doppelganger technique, blocking the villagers out, and surrounded the Erwei and brigade with the two-tailed brigade as the center. Tuanzang hurriedly retreated, looking at Mito Menion, who was almost completely beastly, with an ugly face. Give me a good stay. Yifeng's hands were sealed, and a huge wooden dragon soared into the sky, directly binding the two tails and brigades. Don't look at Erwei and brigade is very fierce, facing Yifeng, he can't withstand 3 seconds at all. Seconds. Roar. The second tail roared twice, and was bound and suppressed by the wood dragon art, and soon stopped again. Yifeng looked at the ape flying sun chop and said, 3 generations of Hokage, he is so unstable, he is not suitable to be taken to a confined space, it is easy to cause the house to collapse, just in the square. Ape Fei moved his mouth, and when he was about to speak, one by one, the members of the Dark Department, the members of the 3 major families, came one after another. So many people. They are all the 2nd and 3rd generations of the 3 major families. That's them. Ape Flying Sun slashed his eyelids and jumped. At this time, Uzumaki Mito also came. Behind Uzumaki Mito are also Uchiha Shona, the head of the Hyuga family, the head of the Akimichi family, the head of the Yamanaka family, and the head of the Nara family, all of whom are the heads of the elder clan who joined Konoha Hidden Village during the founding period. Naruto-sama, we hope to be able to conduct a public interrogation and give an explanation to everyone in Konoha Village. As a clan that joined Konoha Hidden Village during the founding period, we are ashamed of such behavior. I also hope that Elder Tuanzang, Elder Menion, and the 3 patriarchs will give us an explanation. These patriarchs of the same elder clan expressed their positions one after another, indicating their attitude. Ape Fei knew that this matter was so big now, it was impossible to help Tuanzang speak anymore. Tuanzang, such a big thing has happened in the village, do you know about it? Ape Fei squinted his eyes and looked at Tuanzang. Tuanzang smiled coldly, put his hands together, and said indifferently, what happened? The old man doesn't know what you're talking about, I don't know, I was arrested. Is there still royal law here? Elder Tuanzang, don't be in a hurry. Yifeng smiled and said, everyone, we are here today to give everyone a fair and open interrogation. Regarding the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and some of the clans in the dormitory clan, who cheated on promotions by replacing tasks and encroaching on battle merits, the interrogation is now on. Yifeng said lightly, bring the prisoners in turn first. Yes, Lord Yikid. Immediately, members of the Dark Clan brought the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the dormitory clan with them. The onlookers were full of discussions. After so many years, it's finally time to move them. Yes, you see, isn't that Shinosuke Shimura, the head of the Shimura clan? He was also caught, and this time Naruto-sama was going to get serious. The person next to him said softly, Fart, if Lord Hokage wanted to move the three major families, he would have already moved. Would he still let them work for the tiger for so many years? It's Lord Yifeng, the new official, took office with 3 fires, and directly handled the 3 major families. Yes, I heard that Lord Yifeng has a festival with the 3 major families. No matter what, he also heard me. How the ape flying sun chop is also a shadow, these people talk about it, he knows it. Unexpectedly, this matter also gave Yi Maple a prestige. The dark part took the people, walked to the night, and shouted. Shinosuke Shimura, the head of the Shimura clan, and the former principal of Konoha Shinobi School, suspected of serious violations of the rules, cancelled all treatment, and then sent to prison. Transferred to sleep in real fight, violated Konoha's rules, impersonated S-class missions 3 times, A missions 10 times, B-class missions 38 times, the existing Shang Shinobi qualification was cancelled, dismissed from the interrogation department, and then sent to prison. Mito Ryota, violated Konoha's rules, impersonated S-class missions 3 times, A missions 10 times, B-class missions 38 times, the existing Shannon qualification was disqualified, dismissed from the interrogation department, and then sent to prison. The 3 major families, hundreds of people have been arrested, and the number is increasing, even the legs are wasted, and the wheelchair sleeping real fight has been arrested. Mito Menyon just woke up, and when he saw such a scene, his heart was sweet, and he directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood and fainted to the ground. Tuan Zhang's eyelids also jumped, and there was a breath in his heart, staring at Yifeng deadly. It was enough to catch more than 100 people, almost all the high-ranking members of the 3 major families, as well as the talents of the younger generation. The 3 major families were tried in this way, and their prestige was completely lost. It's so poisonous, Yifeng. You are trying to bring down our 3 major families. Tuan Zhang's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Since you want to break us, then we simply broke the bottle and broke. Yifeng, replace the task, encroach on battle merits to promote and cheat. Are there only our 3 major families? Are you targeting us? Yifeng waved his hand and said, Elder Tuanzang, don't worry. And there's more. Saying that, the dark part brought 1 or 2 people from the Uchiha family, the Hyuga family, the Akimichi family, the Yamanaka family, the Nara family, and other families. Probably no more than 10 people. Then, Yifeng read out hundreds of criminals of the 3 major families. As the head of the Uchiha family, Uchiha said bitterly, unexpectedly, there is also 1 pest in our Uchiha clan. The head of the Hyuga family also said bitterly, our Hyuga family is sorry for Konoha. In the face of the black sheep, our mountain clan will definitely not tolerate raising adulterers. We, the Akimichi clan. We, the Nara family. We Inazuka clan. In this comparison, these families are almost like angels. Each family has only 1 to 2 black sheep, and the 3 major families have more than 200 people. At this time, Tuanzang understood that Yifeng relied on this incident to target the 3 major families and encircle other families. Coupled with the endorsement of the Thousand Hands clan and the Vortex clan behind Yifeng, it is simply righteous. In the face of righteousness, their 3 major families should be killed, and there is no room for resistance. Why did Yifeng have super strength and did not directly do it? Because it's murderous. Yikid read the charges and evidence one by one, so that the reputation of the 3 major families in Konoha instantly vanished. Tuanzang looked at Yifeng coldly, without any expression on his face, nor any fluctuations, and he could not see a single flaw. Tuanzang, such a big thing happened, do you know it? Ape Fei re-squinted his eyes and looked at Tuanzang. Elder Tuanzang, give us an explanation. Yes, Elder Tuanzang. Tuanzang said with an angry look, I don't know such a thing at all. As a village cadre, I have long ignored the family's affairs, and I didn't know that the family did such a thing. But Naruto-sama, it's been 20 years, so many things, is there really no one to report to you? As a Hokage, you don't know such a thing, it's entirely your responsibility. Tuanzang suddenly changed the topic to ape flying sun chop. Since things had come to such a point, Tuanzang no longer cared about anything at all. If you can't protect our 3 major families, then we won't let you go. You. Sarutobi took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said, I, as the Hokage, have such a big thing happened, it is indeed difficult to escape the blame. The people of the administrative department blinded my eyes, but what is going on with Yoshimura clan, Mito clan, Transfer Sleeping clan, more than 200 people. Tuanzo said lightly, I am not the head of the family, I am dedicated to Konoha, give up the position of the head of the family, devote myself to the work of those dark and invisible people in Konoha, and become the root of Konoha, all for Konoha. I don't know anything about the family, I don't even have a son. What responsibility are you holding me accountable now? Tuanzang's words put aside all guilt. He secretly thought in his heart that these cheating things in the family did not go through his own hands at all, even if he knew it and secretly helped, but on the surface, he could indeed put aside the relationship. As long as I get through this difficulty, I still have a chance. Everyone watching was stunned. Tuanzang's words seemed to be fine. Naruto-sama, your questioning is completely unreasonable, and I also have very many doubts. All these years, you have not even noticed at all. How the hell did you act as Hokage, and let such things flood? I think Konoha has rotted from the top. And the Great Snake Pill has done so many bloody incidents over the years, in private. It's not because the Great Snake Pill is your disciple, so you deliberately condone it. Those experiments, how many lives were killed? They were all people from our Konoha village. Yifeng was stunned, and this interrogation actually provoked a confrontation between Tuanzang and Ape Fei Ri. Shouldn't Tuanzang be scaring himself? In fact, Tuanzang didn't want to scare Yifeng, but he couldn't find Yifeng's weakness. Yifeng was unknown before, suddenly broke out, killed 3 generations of Water Shadow, ninja knife 7 people, negotiated the Mist Hidden Village mission, and now is looking through the cheating cases in the past 20 years, which is simply a great achievement. And Yifeng himself couldn't find any shortcomings. This made Tuanzang stunned. There was no way. Tuanzang had to use ape flying to divert attention. Who let the apes fly does not protect them. Yifeng did not expect that this interrogation would not only uproot the 3 major families, but also make Tuanzang and Ape Fei Ri both defeated. Are you going to be the biggest winner? Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Yifeng still stood up. Shimura Danzo, the evidence of your collaboration with the enemy and betrayal of Konoha is right here. You still dare to quibble? Collaborating with the enemy rebel village. Everyone looked at Yifeng. Yifeng took out evidence. Only 2 times, he provided the clues of the Big Snake Pill, and the Big Snake Pill found the evidence of the guilt of the group and handed it to himself. The Big Snake Pill is too lazy to care about this matter, in contrast, it is more fragrant to do experiments. When everyone heard Yifeng's words, their faces changed drastically. Collaborating with the enemy rebel village. When Tuanzang heard Yifeng's words, his face also changed greatly. When he was about to speak, Yifeng directly tied Tuanzang up with a wooden dun. Woohoo! Tuanzang looked at Yifeng in horror. Yifeng said lightly, Shimura Danzo, let me finish talking first. Then, Yifeng laid out the evidence photos of Tuanzang's secret cloud hidden village one by one. This was taken by the Big Snake Pill by squatting according to the clues provided by Yifeng. As long as you are not blind, you know that these evidences are true. This also shows that Tuanzang is really a collaborator and rebel village. Tuanzang was still whining, with anger, horror, and unwilling looks in his eyes, mixed together, and the matter of his own smuggling in Yunin village was obviously very hidden, and he was discovered. Then Yifeng stared at the bandage on Tuanzang's head, and Tuanzang suddenly had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Also, the death of Uchiha Kagami, who is also Elder Konoha, is also related to you. You betrayed Konoha, and you betrayed your companions. It even took away the eyes of his companions. Yifeng roared angrily and uncovered the bandage of Tuanzang's right eye, revealing the Sharingan eye hidden inside. The bandage that Tuanzang has been wearing reveals the mystery, and the audience is shocked. Chapter 077. At this time, Tuanzang had not yet transplanted the right hand of the intercolumnar cell of the Big Snake Pill, but the right eye had been transplanted with the Sharingan eye of the Uchiha mirror. After all, the technical content of eye changing is not high. Even ordinary medical ninjas, the success rate of eye changing is extremely high. Tuanzang's eyelids were beating wildly, and the kaleidoscope writing will eye of his right eye was turning, but there was nothing he could do. He finally understood why the Root 10 died so easily, and also understood why the 3 generations of Water Shadow would die at the hands of Yifeng. Because Night Maple is too strong. There is simply no way to resist. Illusion didn't work for him at all. And this tree root trapped itself, unable to move at all, and constantly absorbing the chakra on his body. Tuanzang, you deserve to die. You actually stole the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, or the Sharingan of Kagami-senpai. Everyone was stunned and looked at Tuanzang in disgust. Uchiha Kagami, known as the double pride of that era, is juxtaposed with Sarutobi Hinata. As a result, at the age of 25, he became seriously ill and died. When was this eye stolen? I'm afraid it's digging people's graves. Uchiha trembled with anger in an instant, his eyes were bleeding, and his chakra eyes suddenly opened. But he and Tuanzo looked at each other, but they spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the fight, Uchiha lost in an instant. Uchiha Kagami's chakra eyes are too strong. Return my Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Uchiha roared angrily and fainted directly. Instant master. Uchiha Fugaku said with a sad and indignant face, Naruto-sama, what's going on? Who gave us an explanation to the Uchiha clan? Tuanzang, how did you become like this? Sarutobi looked at the bound Tuanzang, and a tear could not help but flow from the corner of his eyes. When he and Tuanzang began to part ways. You say I am a wood leaf bathed in sunlight, and you are a root buried in darkness. Is this the root? This is poison. Ape Fei re-slashed his eyes were full of determination, picked up the King Kong re-stick, and smashed it fiercely towards Tuanzang's head. This stick condenses the determination of the ape to fly to the sun. Personally sending off this old friend, this is the last wish that Ape Fei Re-Chopper gave to Tuanzo. I'll give you a ride, all the way. Tuanzang watched the ape flying sun cut out his hand, and suddenly smiled. Ape Fei, you're finally going to make a move on me. Izanagi. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. But it is inscribed in the Sharingan eye of Uchiha Kagami. In a very short period of time, all the damage suffered by the caster, including death, is transformed into a dream, and all events that are beneficial to him, such as the caster's attack, are transformed into real techniques. This is a forbidden technique that can freely transform dreams and reality. And the price is that after casting the spell, the eye will lose its shine forever. Rumble. Boom. The ape flying sun slashed a stick, covering the sky and directly smashing Tuanzang into meat mud. The ground was directly smashed. The impact spread instantly, and the houses in the surrounding circle fell bricks and tiles one after another, or even collapsed. This is the all-out power of the ape flying sun. That's how the regimental collection ended. At this moment, the meat puree instantly reformed into a group. Everyone's eyes widened in horror and they took a step back. What is it? I saw Tuanzang let out a cold drink, and spit out a terrifying wind blade in his mouth, piercing the air, and slashing towards the ape flying sun with a terrifying whistle. Wind escape, vacuum wave. The dark ninjas exclaimed. Be careful. Naruto-sama. Naruto-sama. Tuanzang's attack was too sudden for everyone to expect, and as soon as he struck, it was a thunderous blow, without mercy. Swish. This knife vacuum wave directly slashed in front of the ape flying sun. Ape Fei re-slashed his eyes and immediately used the instantaneous technique. However, the speed was still a little slower, and the face was turned into a deep blood stain, and the blood instantly spurted out, and half of the face was bleeding. Tuanzang. Ape Fei Re was furious, and then his face changed greatly. The attack range of this vacuum wave was very wide, and it shot directly behind the position where Ape Flying Sun Chopper was originally standing, and there were a large number of lower and middle shinobi. Everyone looked at this terrifying wind escape vacuum wave, and they turned pale with fear. Yifeng immediately blocked in front of everyone, his hands sealed. Mu Dun, wood ingot wall. The defensive walls formed by the trees are directly cut off by vacuum waves. Fortunately, there are 5 or 6 layers on the wall of the ingot, and on the last layer, the vacuum wave is finally cancelled. Ape Flying Sun Chopper suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Tuanzang angrily. At this time, Tuanzang had already extended his thumb to his mouth, bit his finger hard, and without saying a word, he pressed it directly to the ground. The dense runes, centered on the fingers, spread in circles in all directions. Yifeng squinted his eyes and recognized it at once. This is psychic. For this kind of magic formation, the Vortex Ashina S-Class character card that Yifeng is now using is the most familiar. Looking back, Yifeng also has an S-grade Dragon Earth Cave psychic inheritance that has not yet been used. I saw that the psychic raised a white smoke, and the ground shook suddenly. Soon, the white mist cleared, and a huge beast with a head like an elephant appeared in front of everyone. The head of this beast is somewhat similar to that of an elephant, but its limbs are claws, and its forehead is bandaged like Tuanzou, which is very strange. This is Tuanzang's psychic beast, Meng Taper. Just when Meng Taper appeared, Tuanzang had already escaped. As soon as the dream taper appeared, it suddenly let out a roar, deafening, and then saw it open its mouth to people. "Hurry up and lie down." Ape Flying Sun Chopper hurriedly shouted. "Wood dragon art." Night Maple froze, and immediately a huge wooden dragon came out of the ground and flew away. Wind escape, vacuum wave. This dream taper can also use wind ninjutsu. Swish. The wooden dragon was directly cut on both sides. But it has no effect on Yifeng's wood dragon art at all. The wooden dragon that was cut in half instantly turned into two wooden dragons, entangled the dream taper. Everyone's eyes widened, and in just an instant, Yifeng subdued this huge psychic beast. And Naruto-sama has half of his face bleeding, but he only knows how to use his mouth to output. Many people's eyes looking at the ape flying sun are slightly different. At the same time, countless dark ninjas chased after the fleeing Danzo. Wind escape, vacuum wave. Rumble. With the help of psychic beasts, Tuanzang was able to escape. For the dark ninja who was chasing behind him, he directly used the vacuum wave that he was best at. The speed was 3 points faster than before, like the scythe of death, slashing towards the pursuer behind. Be careful. Hurry up and get out of the way. Rumble. 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 The dark ninjas panicked and dodged. They didn't expect Danzo to be so strong. Tuanzang has not seen him make a move for decades, and as soon as he makes a move, it is a shadow level. One-handed wind escape use can be magical. Plus that huge dream taper psychic beast. Really strong. For a time, the houses, trees, and boulders above the Tuanzang escape route were all shredded by the vacuum wave and collapsed one after another, blowing up rounds of smoke and dust. Fortunately, people came out to watch the trial. There were not many people in those houses, and Tuanzang's escape did not cause too many tens of thousands. Ape Fei Ri was so angry that his shoulders trembled. How could he not die? The dark ninja has been chasing out of Konoha village, but he has not yet chased Danzo, who is already about to rush into the deep forest of death. At this time, a golden flash of light fell into the sky. "Danzo, do you think you can escape by using Izanagi?" "Shimura Danzo, stay for me." The Wave Feng Shui gate came first and finally arrived. The trees in the forest fell in rows, and the figure of Bofeng Shui gate kept moving, narrowing the distance with Tuanzang. Danzo gulped and fled all the way from Konoha village, and in a short period of time, he had already consumed a small amount of chakra. Even the summoned psychic beast Mengter had no time to pay attention to it at this time. Suddenly, several sharp sounds of breaking the air sounded behind Tuanzang. Humph. Want to use the Flying Thunder God technique? Think beautiful. Tuanzang could tell at a glance that it was a Wave Feng Shui gate. It is not a secret that Bofeng Shuiman learned the art of Flying Thunder God. What's more, Tuanzang is a disciple of the second generation of Hokage Thousand Hands, and he is already very familiar with the art of Flying Thunder God. What did Bofeng Shuiman want to do? He saw Kuwu make a move, and he understood what was going on. These flying Kuwu are all Flying Thunder God Kuwu. Wind escape. Vacuum link. Countless terrifying vacuum waves instantly drowned out the Kuwu that flew out. Bang. 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 For a moment, the clouds swirled and the entire forest was instantly shattered by countless vacuum waves. As for those bitter nothing, all of them were chopped off. As the trees fell, Tuanzang saw that the Wave Feng Shui gate was blocked, and immediately smiled, and immediately turned around and ran. Want to hunt me down? It's still tender. However, as soon as Tuanzang turned around, the whole person was stunned, his expression was stiff, and he stared at the front deadly. Yifeng's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Wind escape vacuum jade. This ninjutsu is the process of firing the chakra accumulated in the mouth like a bullet when exhaling the breath. This technique can continuously exhale short breath, like a machine gun that fires non-stop, and can instantly beat the opponent into a hive. Bang. 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 The continuous vacuum jade consumed the chakra of Tuanzang, and also hit the air. Yifeng had disappeared. Tuanzang's face was ugly, Such a fast instantaneous technique. At this time, a sharp bird call sounded behind the group hiding, as if 1,000 birds were calling, very harsh. And Yifeng's figure appeared behind the group hiding. Tuanzang only found Yifeng at this time, and his face changed greatly. "No, you are the flying thunder god." Tuanzang turned around, and the brilliant thunder light filled his pupils, turning his pale face blue. "Nope." Yifeng's right hand grasped the vast thunder and lightning, and instantly came to Tuanzang's face. Poof! Yifeng's hand, wrapped in thunder and lightning, was like an incomparably sharp blade, directly piercing Tuanzang's heart and directly stabbing through. A generation of heroes suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood, their eyes full of disdain, anger, hatred, and faint regret. What Tuanzang regretted was that day, why he didn't personally take action, but sent 10 people from the roots. If you had shot at that time, maybe the outcome would have been different. The light in Tuanzang's eyes slowly darkened. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Thunder Chidori. Before the words fell, Tuanzang had no breath. From now on, the darkness of Konoha will cease to exist. Yifeng pulled out his arm, and Tuanzang's body fell to the ground. At this time, there was a boom behind, the collapsed trees exploded, and a golden figure appeared. Night Maple. Wolfing Schumann looked at the corpses on the ground and was very surprised. Why is Yifeng faster than him this time? Watergate, bring the body back. Wolfing Schumann immediately nodded and said, yes. After speaking, Wolfing Schumann reacted, why did he carry the corpse for Yifeng again? This is not the first time. Night Maple. Wolfing Schumann was about to speak, but found that Yifeng had disappeared again. This. Wolfing Schumann was speechless, looked at the Tuanzang corpse on the ground, and took it away directly. When Yokaid returned to Konoha village, the members of the Dark Clan were taking away the high-ranking members of the Shimura clan, the Dormitory clan, and the Mito clan. They saw that Yifeng had returned and greeted Yifeng one after another. Lord Yokaid. Lord Yokaid. The ninjas passing by, facing Yifeng, were all very respectful. Tsunade was working on Sarutobi's face. Seeing such a scene, I couldn't help but marvel. When did Yifeng become so respected? Ape Flying Sun Chopper saw Yifeng return empty-handed, and a flash of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Did Tuanzang still escape? Ape Fei Rechop has feelings full of contradictions for his teammate and companion for many years, love and hate. As Tuanzang said, the Ape Flying Sun is light, he is dark, and the two complement each other to be able to stand firm when an accident occurs between the second generation. I don't know when it started, Danzo changed, became dark, became cruel, became vicious, and even betrayed Konoha. For his old friend, who didn't know how to evaluate, Ape Flying Sun Chopper still hoped that he would not die in Yifeng's hands. However, soon, Wolfing Schumann also returned, carrying Tuanzang's corpse. When Ape Fei Richo saw Tuanzang's corpse, his heart suddenly seemed to be empty. Tuanzo is still dead. That's fine. Sarutobi took a deep breath and said, it was announced to the outside world that Shimura Danzo betrayed Konoha Hidden Village, and the crime was extremely heinous, and now he has been beheaded by Yifeng. The Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and all the high-level members of the Dormitory clan are subject to investigation by the Dark Department, adjourned for interrogation, and Yifeng will be in charge of this matter. Tsunade was slightly surprised to hear Sarutobi say this. Teacher's arrangement is probably not only to appease the uneasiness of Konoha Hidden Village, but also to show their attitude to Grandma. In this way, Yifeng's prestige will be higher, and it can even be compared with our 3 shinobi. It's only been a few days. Tsunade did not have any objection to this arrangement, but felt that it was very reasonable. Because Yifeng represents the Senju clan, and Tsunade will fully support Yokaid, because she is also a member of the Senju clan. At this time, on the Hokage rock, a figure had been paying attention to Konoha's situation. He opened his eyes, and the 3 hooks of jade in his eyes were turning. Uchiha Madara, he has been watching Konoha's big drama, but he didn't make a move. Tuanzang is really a waste, there is viciousness in the air, but there is no strength in the chest. The ape flies to the sun, and wants to learn the benevolence between the pillars, but does not know what benevolence is. As soon as the words fell, the figure had disappeared. At night, in the deepest part of the dark part, as the 3rd generation of Hokage, the ape Flying Sun, sat in front of the corpse of Tuanzang, and the members of the dark department who were guarding outside were far away and did not dare to eavesdrop. Sarutobi held a jug of wine and said to himself, "Tuanzang, you really deserve to die. But there is no point in saying anything now. We are really old and should not be in the way of young people." Sarutobi poured a glass of wine for Tuanzo and poured it on the ground. Then finished the drink in one sip and turned to leave. At night, Uzumaki Mito finds night maples. Yifeng, the collapse of the three major families today, as well as the death of Tuanzang, although it is very happy, but at the same time, it has also affected the three generations of Hokage a lot. He is very remorseful and exhausted about today's events, so he took the initiative to discuss with the head of our 35 family, intending to delegate the power of Hokage. The idea of 3 generations of Hokage, gradually giving the burden to young people. Now that the mission sent by Union Village is already on the way, the task of receiving the Union Village mission this time is still handed over to you. This is your seniority, and when the time is ripe, it will be the time for the abdication of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and it will also be the time for you to sit in the position of Hokage. Chapter 078 Dad. When Sarutobi rarely eats breakfast with his family, he suddenly appeared at the home table this morning, which surprised his youngest son Ape Asma. "I actually had time to eat with my father." Ape Flying Buwako smiled, and waited until the youngest son Ape Asma left, before asking, "Rest today?" Sarutobi nodded and said, "Yes, give yourself a 3-day vacation." "Can you really take a holiday? Can that group of young people?" Ape smiled and said, "Why can't it? When we came back from Union Village, wasn't it also in danger? At that time, we may not be as good as the young people we are now." Ape Flying Biwa Lake thought for a while and said, "This is also right, as long as you think you can, then it will be no problem." The sudden death of Danzo, as well as the sudden destruction of the Shimura clan, the Dormitory clan and the Mito clan, caused a sensation in the entire ninja world. This is the great turmoil in Konoha Hidden Village. The mission of Union Village is on its way, while Cheyenne Village and Yenin Village are about to move. The next day, Yefeng went to work normally. Of course, the Shadow Doppelganger went to work. Moreover, the Night Maple Shadow Doppelganger took Terumi and the 2 little girls of the Teak Gate, as well as Yamato, the Root Outcast, to train with the 7th class. Although the 2 Teakmons were drawn out of the second tail, they did not die under Tsunade's treatment. But she was still very wary of Yifeng. After all, he was robbed here from Union Village by Tuanzang. And Terumi is in a much happier mood, no need to look at the terrifying eyes of the big snake pill, let alone draw blood, now he can go to the ninja school. Terumi is already very satisfied. Zilai also saw Yifeng bring these 3 people, and simply formed the 3 of them into a new class, the 9th class. It turned out that there was a 9th class, the one taught by Makoto Uchiha. As a result, after the task returned, the 3 students of the original 9th class suffered from serious mental illness, and they were all frightened 2 or 3 times on the way, and they are still receiving treatment, so the 9th class was temporarily cancelled. Now reconstitute the 9th class, Terumi, 2 Teak Gates, and Yamato. Then, Makoto Uchiha, who had no students after that day, also came. Now it is equivalent to Yifeng's assistant teacher. Makoto looked at Yorikai with blinking eyes, chatting with Yokaid while the students were training. "Yifeng, how did you become so powerful?" Okay. Makoto looked at Yokaid and said, "You're a shadow doppelganger, right?" Yifeng frowned and said, "What's wrong with the shadow doppelganger?" The shadow avatar is very dissatisfied. He is a shadow avatar and dignified. This Black Changji actually looked down on himself. Seeing Yifeng's shadow doppelganger's reaction, Makoto was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I'm just curious, mainly because Yifeng's shadow avatar is too real, I can't see it." Of course the shadow avatar is real. At this time, the 7th and 9th shifts were divided into winners and losers. After the adventure of the Land of Water, the cooperation of the 7th class was simply earth-shaking. Moreover, taking the soil to the eye of the riding wheel is the most important factor in the victory of the 7th class. Yefeng also did not expect that he completely changed the trajectory of Obito's life. Obito, who now has the Sharingan, is the eldest brother of the 7th class. As for Kakashi, well, no matter how genius you are still not as good as the blood succession limit, and the Hokage world is such a reality. No matter how strong your ninjutsu talent is, how about being able to create your own Thunder Chidori? In the face of the illusion of writing chakra, you should kneel or kneel. In addition to special physiques such as Night Maple, immune control is excluded. Therefore, Uchiha Ban's loss to Senjuju is not only a matter of strength, but mainly because Madara was restrained a little miserably. You say that this intercolumn cell is very unreasonable. It was Mudun who said yes, and as a result, the illusion immunity was counted, and even the ignition could be immunized. The Uchiha clan is famous for its fire, and Ban is definitely the strongest of the Uchiha clan, and he can't win between the Thousand Hand Pillars, which shows that the fire is of little use to the Thousand Hand Pillars. After the 2 shifts, the Night Maple Shadow doppelganger began to comment. As Yifeng, who inherited all the techniques between the Thousand Hand Pillars, don't say comment on these little farts, even if he reviews the 3 generations of Hokage, they are all qualified. Mikoto Uchiha also looked at Yokaide very curiously, wondering how Yokaide would point out these students. In Uchiha Mikoto's opinion, these students are very good. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, Terumi, Yamato, are no worse than her. As a medical ninja, Rin's role is also very large. As for the 2 teak doors, they may still be very restrained, so they don't play too well. Kakashi, I just looked, your speed is good, but one thing is not good, that is, it is too urgent. If you can complete the action of the force, the effect will be better. Don't worry, your teammates will help you drag. Yes, teacher. Obito, there is nothing to say, using illusion on such an occasion is bullying, you are practicing fire escape. If my guess is correct, you haven't learned fire yet. Obito suddenly blushed, and just after being proud for a while, he was debunked by Yifeng. Teacher, what are you talking nonsense? I am very angry. Is it? Hee, go back and practice well. Night Maple is also not here to debunk the soil. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Yokaide in surprise. Yokaide guessed this, how could he see that Obito would not escape? According to Mayu, you are a 2-blood successor boundary, don't just use boiling. 2 teak doors, your right leg is injured, right? The 2 teak doors said in surprise, Teacher, how do you know? The strength of your kick just now is not right, if your right foot is okay, you should be able to compete for victory. After a round of pointing, everyone benefited a lot. Uchiha Mikoto directly turned into a fangirl, looking at Yefeng with admiration, feeling that Yefeng was too powerful. The Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Dormitory clan have basically been released back into their own territory. Everything has been checked. All the 3 major families involved in breaking the law were all demoted to shinobi, and all public service positions were abolished, and at the same time, the 3 major families, each family compensated 10 million taels to Konoha, and Konoha was used as a special fund for the future ninja school, specifically for the education of ordinary people. Yifeng's operation gained the favor of many villagers and middle and lower-level ninjas. The Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the people of the Dormitory clan were thus sent back by the Uchiha Guard to lead the team themselves. The Uchiha family was secretly happy for this. It had always been other families who had been guarding their Uchiha family, and they had already had opinions from the Uchiha clan. Now, the Uchiha family can in turn supervise these 3 major families. The Uchiha clan also had a lot more favorable impressions of Yifeng, and the high level even felt that if Ikide could become the position of Hokage, it might be a new beginning for the development of the Uchiha clan. Besides, Yefeng is not married now, although he already has his fiancée Joshinai, but the Uchiha family still feels that there is a chance. At the same time, the Hyuga clan, and even the Akimichi clan, wanted to use the beauty meter on Yokaide. Yifeng's shadow avatar in the administration department saw the huge beauty of the Akimichi family, and almost sprayed when he drank water. The Night Maple body, on the other hand, sleeps at home. He lay on Joshinai's lap, feeling the faint fragrance of the girl. Joshinai's small hand touched Yifeng's head, and his face was slightly red and hot. Why is this person so lazy and letting the shadow doppelganger do everything? But you can always accompany yourself. Joshinai feels too happy and happy. Are you leaving the day after tomorrow? Yifeng nodded and said, yes, I really don't understand what Yunin village is afraid of, so I don't dare to come, and I have to change the meeting place to the country of soup. Joshinai snorted and laughed. Of course, you killed 3 generations of water shadows, killed Tuanzong, and killed the 7 people of the ninja knife. These news have all spread. Even the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, who claim to be invincible, must be very cautious with you. Originally, the mission came to Konoha to talk, but now, it has been changed to the country of soup between the two countries. There are very many small countries like Kuni between two big countries, and the meaning of the existence of these small countries is often to serve as a buffer zone between large countries and avoid excessive direct conflicts between two major powers. But sometimes, such buffers are useless. Just like when Joshinai was robbed before, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow directly crossed the country of soup and entered the border of the country of fire. And the second time, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow chased in again and was beaten back by the 3rd generation of Hokage. This time, the meeting place between Yunin Village and Konoha Village was in Kuni. The mission on Konoha's side was naturally led by Ikide. Yifeng, the choice of the mission, have you chosen it well? Yefeng smiled, touched Joshinai's soft little hand and said, how about taking you to the country of soup to feel the local mixed soup pool? Joshinai suddenly blushed and glared at Yefeng in shame. Time flew by, and 2 days passed like that. In the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun / are listening to the report of the ninja of the Dark Division. Lord Hokage, Lord Kiki Shuamao has sent a letter. The changes that have occurred in Cheyenne Village in the past 2 days are likely to be related to the 3 generations of Wind Shadows. According to the temptation of Lord Chimu Shuamao, the information obtained is that the 3rd generation of Wind Shadows has disappeared. The 3rd generation of Hokage was smoking a cigarette, suddenly stopped, looked at the dark ninja and said, the 3rd generation of Kazekage is missing. You know, as the 3 generations of the Wind Shadow of a village, there must be more than one person around. There must be guards, even if the Ape Flying Sun cuts himself, there will always be some dark shinobi hidden around. If there is really any emergency, it can definitely transmit the news back to the Konoha high level. It would not be said that it was a disappearance for no reason. The disappearance of the shadow of a village is a big deal. Such a situation has never happened in the entire ninja world. So is there a change in the sand shinobi on the border of the land of wind? Report Naruto-sama, now the dominance of the sand-hidden village has fallen into the hands of the Chiyo clan, and now on the border between the land of wind and the land of fire, the number of shinobi is increasing. Our speculation is due to the fact that the Chiyo clan once had a hatred with our Konoha village. Even they may suspect that this disappearance of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows is likely to be the Black Hand under Konoha, and in order to divert domestic contradictions, it is very likely that a war will be launched. When Ape Fei Richo heard this, he shook his head helplessly. Indeed, not long ago, the 3 generations of Water Shadow died at the hands of Ikide, which is clear to the entire ninja world. This has not been seen in the ninja world for so many years. A special shinobi killed the shadow. Then, the lives on Yifeng's body became more famous than the other. It is not impossible for the Sandine village to suspect that the 3 generations of Wind Shadows are also the Black Hands under the Night Maple. Now there are rumors outside that Konoha village specializes in training top killers. 5 years ago, Konoha White Fang banner Kishuo Shigeru assassinated Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Now, Yefeng is even more fierce and directly assassinates the 3 generations of Water Shadow. Sarutobi looked at the dark ninja and said, so, is Night Maple setting off now? Report Naruto-sama, Lord Yokaide has already set off. Who's coming from the mission? In addition to Lord Yokaide, there are Uzumaki Kushina, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Rin, and Wave Feng Shuman. Ape Fei refrowned, I heard that the 7th class is all geniuses, it's good to take them to see it, but what about Joshinai? Why her? Lord Yefeng said, take a break with Joshinai by the way, and soak in the hot spring. Ape Flying Sun was suddenly speechless. What about Wufeng Shuiman, do you need so many people? Well, Lord Yefeng said that in case of a fight, Lord Watergate will carry the corpse relatively quickly. Chapter 079 The Country of Soup. Yefeng had just entered the country of soup, and the system immediately appeared. Ding, based on the current situation of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1, secretly bring Jioshina to visit the most famous mixed bath pool in Kuni. Reward, Joshinai good feeling plus 10, S-level ninjutsu, immortal rebirth. Option 2, secretly bring Uchiha Mikoto to visit the most famous mixed bath pool in Kuni. Reward, Uchiha Mikoto liking plus 10, S-level ninjutsu, self-rebirth. Option 3, generously invite everyone to visit the most famous mixed bath pool in Kuni. Rewards, S-class psychic inheritance, Myoki Mountain, Kushina good feeling plus 10, Uchiha Mikoto good feeling plus 10. They are all S-class rewards, but in comparison, what Yefeng wants most is the S-class psychic inheritance, Miamu Mountain. Speaking of which, he also has an S-class psychic inheritance, Lonely Cave. What if they were all passed on in the 3 major psychic inheritance places? Yifeng was full of curiosity. In contrast, S-level ninjutsu immortal reincarnation and S-level ninjutsu self-rebirth, Yefeng is not too cold. Immortal reincarnation is the ninjutsu of the Great Snake Pill transferring the spirit to someone else's body, so as to obtain eternal life, which Yefeng does not need. Self-rebirth is to use one's own life as a medium to surpass the forbidden art of death, and Yefeng does not need it either. So, Yefeng led everyone to the door of the famous mixed bath pool. The big sign reads, Mixed Bath. Jio-Shinai blushed and glared at Yifeng. She originally thought that Yefeng was joking, and actually brought her to the mixed bath. Just bring her here, is it bad to come secretly? So many people together. What does Yefeng want to do? Uchiha Mikoto also blushed, and also secretly glanced at Ikide, thinking to himself that Ikide would not call himself along. At this time, such a picture suddenly appeared in Uchiha Mikoto's mind, and Jio-Shina said a little shyly, Mikoto, Yokaide and I are going to go to the hot spring to take a bath, do we want to go together? Mikoto suddenly blushed even more. Jio-Shinai wouldn't really call himself that, so should he agree or agree? Kakashi glanced at Yokaide speechlessly, Yokaide-sensei, what does this mean? Lin blushed a little, if the teacher invited her, would she refuse it? Uchiha Obito said a little embarrassed, teacher, this is not good, right? Saying that, he also secretly looked at Lin. Don't look at them, are all little fart children, the children of the Hokage are precocious, and when they see that it is a mixed bath pool, they suddenly blush. What's going on in your head? Then, take the soil, do you want to go in and see? Obito twisted and said, it's not impossible to go in and take a look. Yifeng immediately said, boss, let's go in and take a look. Saying that, Yefeng gave the money. Obito was suddenly excited, do you really want to go in? He actually bathed with Rin in the soup pool. It's exciting to think about. But, there's Yokaide-sensei, and Watergate-sensei, and Kakashi, It's uncomfortable to take the soil. Then, 10 minutes later, Obito came out with a confused look. Yefeng said with a smile on his face, Obito, now that the tour is over, then let's go to the venue. Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Rin all burst out laughing. Yifeng teased Obito. Obito looked depressed, my clothes were changed, and you told me to go again. What am I? Follow Teacher Watergate to study well. Ikide patted Obito's shoulder. In this way, Obito was taken away full of resentment. Also a little depressed in the heart is the wave of feng shui men who are righteous gentlemen on the surface and inside. Although it is said that Bofeng Shuiman is a very decent gentleman, he saw Yefeng and Jio-Shinai, as well as Uchiha Mikoto entering the bathing pool, and he felt a little envious and jealous in his heart. It only took a while that the wave feng shui men remembered, it doesn't make sense, why did Uchiha Mikoto also go in? Also, Yefeng is the representative of the mission, he doesn't go to the venue. Why lead the team yourself? Thinking of this, Bofeng Shuiman felt more resentment in his heart. In the soup pond, Jio-Shina and Uchiha Mikoto, one red long straight, the other black long straight, the two wrapped in bath towels, red faces appeared in front of Ikide. Kushina also grabbed Mikoto Uchiha's small hand, a little nervous. Mikoto Uchiha was also nervous, she really didn't expect that Jio-Shina really asked her to take a bath together. In fact, Yifeng didn't expect that he originally only wanted to call Jio-Shinai and the two worlds. I don't know if Jio-Shina was too shy, and as a result, he pulled Uchiha Mikoto over. In this case, what was originally a mixed bath scene between two people became three people. Happiness came a little suddenly. Yokaide is chartered today, so there is no one else except Yokaide and Kushina, as well as Mikoto Uchiha. Yefeng squatted next to the soup pool and scooped up some water, the water temperature was slightly hot, the soup was faintly white, exuding a faint sulfur smell, it was really a very excellent soup pool. It's really the country of soup. Come and soak. Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto both nodded shyly. Yifeng suddenly felt that this was also quite good. An hour later, the meeting place between Konoha Village and Yunin Village was in a newly built conference room. Wufeng Shuiman, with the 7th class, was meeting with the delegation of Yunin Village. The mission of Yunin Village, headed by the younger generation of 3 generations of Reishadow's son Ai and his righteous brother Kurabi, also has a female secretary, but not the black sister Azabui. It seems that the habit of Ai's secretary was acquired when he was young. Sure enough, we'll play. Now, Ai is very angry and glares angrily at Wufeng Shuiman. What does Konoha Village mean? A yellow hair plus 3 little fart children to talk. Then this yellow hair also said that the principal had not yet come. Lin looked at the big man in front of her, a little afraid. This person is so fierce. Obito saw Ai so fierce, and also glared back. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room was a little strange. As the minutes passed, no one on either side spoke. Obito couldn't help but whisper, "Teacher Watergate, Teacher Yefeng hasn't come yet." Wufeng Shuiman glanced at Obito and said, "The time hasn't arrived yet." At this time, Ai sneered and said, "Humph, Yefeng hasn't arrived yet. It seems that Konoha doesn't pay attention to our meeting at all. What does Konoha mean now?" Wufeng Shui Gate was about to speak, when suddenly, the door opened. Ai saw Yefeng accompanied by Kushina and Mikoto, and his expression suddenly froze. "This guy can play better than me. I match a secretary, you match too." Yefeng smiled slightly, first letting Kushina and Mikoto, who were flushed because of the bathing pool, sit down, before smiling and saying, "We're not late, are we?" Obito looked at Yokaide, and then at the blushing Kushina and Mikoto, and suddenly thought to himself, how nice it would be if I could hug left and right. If I can be as powerful as Teacher Yifeng, can I also be, one Lin on the left, and one on the right? It was originally a pure love little boy's Obito, but suddenly it was crooked by Yifeng. Ai sneered and said, "You are Yifeng, right? I heard that this night maple is very strong. Now it looks unremarkable. Could it be a deliberate pretense from Konoha Village? In any case, it is good to lure out the Yefeng who is now in Konoha Village, which is known as the strongest of the young generation, and the second-ranked Wufeng Shuiman. This time, the 4th generation of Ai and Kurabi are going to drag Night Maple and Watergate. This meeting in Yunin Village is a pretense. They do not intend to negotiate to get back the 2 tails and the amber bottle, but they intend to grab it hard. The real killing move lies in Konoha Village. According to the report of the spy, he also has a mission to leave again. He has not been in Konoha Village for many years, and I heard that he is looking for some child of destiny. Orochimaru was also in the laboratory outside Konoha Village recently and did not appear in Konoha Village. As for Tsunade, after the Second Ninja World War, he had a fear of blood, which was not enough to be afraid. Coupled with the recent turmoil in Konoha, the White Fang is not in Konoha either. Now after luring out the Night Maple and the Wave Feng Shui Gate, all that Konoha can fight is only Ape Fei Ri to cut down one person. And on the side of Yunin Village, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, as well as the 8-tailed human pillar force, should have also lurked near Konoha Village. In addition to the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and the 8-tailed human pillar force, there are also thousands of Yunin Village ninjas. As one of the 5 great powers, Yunin Village is very popular in ninjutsu, that is, ninjutsu and physical arts are combined. For example, in previous generations of Thunder Shadows, their bodies can even withstand the damage caused by space tears, which is very terrifying. Therefore, the ninjas of Yunin Village basically use thunder and lightning attributes, forcibly stimulate their bodies, repeatedly stimulate cells, and constantly strengthen their personal speed. These 1,000 Yunin Village ninjas are enough to break through the defenses of Konoha Village and take Neo and Amber Jing bottle away. Thinking of this, the 4th generation of Ai smiled. At this time, Yifeng knocked on the table, looked at Ai and said, "Yunin Village is not kind, you even play stealing the house." Ai's smile suddenly stiffened. Kurabi's eyes next to him are all glaring. Groove. The faces of the people in the embassy behind him changed drastically. Similarly, the people on Yifeng's side all looked at Yifeng. Steal home. In the Forest of Death, not far outside Konoha Village, thousands of people gathered. The reason why they were able to gather so close to Konoha was because along the way, all the defenders on this side of Konoha Village were killed. Until here in the Death Forest, thousands of people in Yunin Village met unexpected people. Yifeng's shadow doppelganger, only one person, stopped in front of thousands of people. He looked at the 3-generation Thunder Shadow who was as tall as an ox in front of him, and the eight-tailed Manjuli with half black hair and half white hair, and smiled slightly. "You guys are here." As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone in Union Village changed. Although Yifeng was alone, it scared everyone in Union Village. Yifeng's sudden appearance made everyone in Union Village wonder if these behaviors of their own had actually been discovered a long time ago. Could it be that Konoha's side deliberately lured the enemy deeper? Chapter 080 Go and Die. Without waiting for Lei Ying to speak, a team of Shannon hidden in the shadows had already rushed up. They know that the night maple in front of them is to kill the 7 people of the ninja knife in succession, the 3 generations of water shadows, and the new generation of Konoha powerhouses of the group. As long as they kill him, then they can become famous, shake the entire ninja world, and become the hero of Union Village. Even if the gap in strength is too big, I believe that this person in front of him cannot kill himself. After all, there are thousands of companions behind him, even a pile can pile him to death. They hid their breath, and instantly appeared around Yifeng, and the kuwu they held in their hands suddenly burst out with terrifying thunder light. Lei Dun, Supersonic Thunder Saber. This ninjutsu injects thunder chakra into the knife to enhance the sharpness of the knife. The use of lightning to trigger high-frequency vibration waves, so that it has a penetrating power beyond the wind. It is a necessary assassination technique for the shadow of Union Village. Yifeng looked at the 6 people who suddenly surrounded him with a smile, and suddenly his figure flashed, dodging the attack that they came almost at the same time. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow frowned. What a speed! This thought flashed with electric flint, and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows immediately widened their eyes and roared, "Hurry up and back off." Huh. The 6 Shangnin who surrounded him were slightly stunned. What was the situation? They subconsciously looked at the ground, because Yifeng was the bloodline inheritor between the 1,000-hand pillars, relying on the brilliant wooden ninjutsu with one hand. He directly killed the 3 generations of water shadows, which should not be underestimated. However, Yifeng used the water dunjutsu of the original water shadow White Lotus. Water and iron cannon art, strafing. Passed down from generation to generation by the Oni Lantern family, the secret ninjutsu uses a hand in the shape of a pistol and shoots a bullet-like liquid from the tip of the index finger through the enemy. And not a single body, but a reinforced version of the water iron cannon, which frequently and intensively fires the water iron cannon at the front with both hands to strafe the enemy. Swish. 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 In an instant, the 6 upper shinobi who attacked Yifeng were shot into a hornet's nest and fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. Fine death. Righteous Thunder is angry with Thunder Axe. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadows suddenly rioted with thunder light all over their bodies, bursting out with unprecedented killing intent, and the legs were wrapped in terrifying thunder light, jumping high, from top to bottom, directly slashing towards Yifeng. Rumble. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadows smashed on Yifeng's body, but found that it was a phantom. Yifeng's speed was faster than that of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and he dodged the Righteous Thunder and Angry Thunder Axe of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, and rushed to the 1,000-man team in front. Stop him. I saw Yifeng rushing into Union 1,000 people wrong, as if he was not facing 1,000 ninjas, but 1,000 lambs to be slaughtered. Looking at Yifeng who rushed into the crowd, the first feeling of the ninjas in Union Village was a little confused. What's going on? Is he coming to send him to death? In the next second, immediately there were 10, 20, 30 people, I don't know how many people flew out directly upside down. Refreshing. Don't look at the super strength of the 1,000-hand pillar Mu Duan, in fact, his ninja art is also top-notch. The 3 generations of Lei Ying looked back and were all stunned. Yifeng rushed into the crowd, like a tiger into a flock, either flying out upside down or lying down directly. No one was the enemy of Yifeng's move. This guy is also too exaggerated, right? A punch that looks ordinary, a kick that looks ordinary, but the power is terrifying. Get out of the way all. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow roared angrily, and thousands of ninjas retreated one after another. However, the enemies retreated one after another, and Yifeng immediately chased after them. The speed of the people in Union Village naturally couldn't keep up with Yifeng. Yifeng kept jumping into the crowd, dozens of people, more than a dozen people, all knocked down with one punch and one kick. Bang. 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 With one enemy 1,000. The battle of pure body art. Yifeng's side kicked and flew one, and when he turned around, he punched another one. Rushed up, and the Zhongnan in front of him widened his eyes and kept retreating, so frightened that he couldn't speak. Yifeng's figure grew larger and larger, occupying all his field of vision. With a punch, Nakaza fell backwards, and Yokaid stepped on his head and jumped into a new crowd. Because of the retreat of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, the ninjas of Thousand Clouds' hidden village scattered into small pieces, and the lineup of more than 10 people was broken by Yifeng one by one. Yifeng feels like it's warming up now. I saw Yifeng fall from the sky and jump into the retreating crowd. A kick hit the ground, shocking the 3 ninjas around, directly seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Go and die. An upper ninja used a long knife, using the thunder light that burst out of the thunder, stopped the long knife, and slashed towards Yifeng. Yikid turned to the side, dodged the long knife of the upper shinobu, pointed at the pistol pose, and faced this upper shinobi. Shangnin's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and before he could say anything, a sharp water gun shot through Shangnin's chest. Ah! Shangnin covered his chest and fell directly backwards. Abominable. The 8-tailed Manjuli Fukai was furious, and in just 1 minute, Yifeng beat at least 100 people. If this continues, Yunin village has not yet attacked Konoha village, and the entire army will be destroyed. 1 man is against 1,000 people, proper shadow level strength. The news from the outside is right. But I didn't see him using Muduan. This is not the inheritor of the bloodline of the 1,000 Hands, it must be a pretense of Konoha village, but it is actually the inheritor of the bloodline between the 2nd generation of the 1,000 Hands. The strongest person in Konoha water is naturally 1,000 Hands. Because of Yifeng's physical skills in this short period of time, as well as the use of water ninjutsu, it has left a deep impact on Fogai and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. Let the 3 generations of Hokage and Fokai think that Konoha Pit deceived them. This is obviously not the bloodline inheritance between the 1,000 Hand pillars, but the blood inheritance between the 1,000 Hands. You see how much he walked with water. Without hesitation, Fogai instantly turned into a half-tailed beast, turned into 8 tails, with double horns on his head, and rushed towards Yifeng. At the same time, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow also rushed towards Yifeng from another direction at an extremely fast speed. The 2 went in opposite directions and raised their right arm at the same time. This is the killing move of their combination of Thunder Shadow and Human Pillar Force AB. Awesome Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The 2 of them use the Thunder Plow Hot Knife one after the other at the same time, so that the enemy has nowhere to run and strangle the enemy. At this time, Yifeng was still constantly killing the ninjas of Yunin village, whether it was lower shinobi, middle shinobi, or upper shinobi, all were treated equally, they were all punched and kicked, and they were directly solved. Yifeng looked back and saw that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and the 8-tailed Human Pillar Force AB combination had been activated, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Muduan, the art of the Wooden Man. The Wooden Men had just come out of the ground, and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows and the 8-tailed Human Pillar Force had already smashed on the Wooden Man's body. Just a little, he strangled Yifeng. The Wooden Man put Yifeng on his head, allowing Yifeng to dodge this killing move that was enough to kill. Rumble. A bang. The Wooden Man shattered instantly. This is the terrifying power of the peerless Thunderplow Hot Knife. Yifeng's figure flashed, his head was lowered, he dodged Fokai's attack, and drilled into Fokai's stomach, and the 5 fingers of his right hand came out of the gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements of chakra, directly inserted in front of Fokai's stomach. Sealing Technique 5 Elements Solution. The 8-tailed chakra of Fokai's half-tailed beast directly formed the tailed beast chakra coat, but it still did not block the unsealing of the 5 elements of Yifeng. Yifeng's hand seemed to be inserted into a muddy mess, pushed hard, directly inserted into the deepest part, and pressed on the seal of the stomach of the human pillar inside. This is the experience of subduing all of the 1,000 hand pillars, from 1 tail to 9 tails, and it is clear where the power of the human pillar is sealed. Even if you have the tailed beast chakra cloak, you can still stab it. Poke at the deepest seal. 5 elements unblocked. The seal of the 8 tails is unlocked in an instant. Roar. Fokai's tailed beast jade was condensing, and it was about to spew out at Yifeng's head, but it suddenly got out of control. Ugh. The half-tailed beast covered his head with both hands and let out a terrifying roar. Even the Konoha village in front of it was shocked. The Uchiha family, who were guarding the door, were still dozing, and suddenly they all stood up one by one. What's going on? In the gloomy woods, a terrifying and evil aura faintly emerged, and the chakra of the vast voyage turned into a long smoke, came out of the woods, and swayed against the blue sky and white clouds. Eight-tailed chakra appeared madly on Hokage, covering the whole person. When the half-tailed beast is completed and becomes the tailed beast, then Hokage becomes the tailed beast itself. The 3 generations of thunder shadows were furious, and their whole bodies erupted with brilliant black thunder and lightning. Go and die. Thunderplow hot knife. Rumble. The figure of the 3 generations of thunder shadows flashed, passed through the night maple and directly smashed on the Hokage, who was turning into a tailed beast. Bang. This trick hits 2 targets at the same time. However, Yifeng's body turned into a cloud of smoke and slowly dissipated. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrunk, even if it was the 3rd generation of Lei Ying, they all felt cold in their hearts. Causing them such a big impact, it turned out to be just a shadow doppelganger. Hey, calm me down. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow roared, and when he was about to stop Hokage, he suddenly jumped back. In the sky, the golden light flashed, and the King Kong Rui stick was directly inserted in the position where the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows were originally standing. Bang. A loud bang. A large pit exploded and raised a puff of smoke, and in the smoke, Hokage was howling, and he couldn't stop it, and directly let Yaoi come out. At the same time, the hair of the 3 generations of Lei Ying stood on end, and an extremely dangerous premonition suddenly rose from his heart. He looked back and saw that the ape flying sun chop didn't know when it appeared behind him. With a push with both hands, directly pushed the 3 generations of thunder shadows into the air. Your hands are making prints at a speed that is difficult for the naked eye to catch up. The name of Dr. Ninja is not a wasted name. Shadow Avatar, split into 5 in an instant. The body, plus 4 shadow bodies, and both hands quickly seal at the same time. Wuduan Dalian bullet technique. The main body and the 4 shadow avatars cooperate with each other to use 5 different attributes of fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind to besiege the target at the same time, causing a devastating explosion. Rumble. With a loud noise, the 3 generations of thunder shadows fell directly to the ground, and the whole body was entangled with thunder light, but it can be seen that the injury is not light, and many places on the body are already fried with bloody flesh, or they have been burned, frozen, and scratched. The whole body is covered with scars. Retreat. The 3rd generation of Thunder Kage glanced at Sarutobi Hinata very unwillingly, as well as Tsunade behind him, Uzumaki Mito and others, ignoring the furious Yao who had broken the seal, and directly turned around and fled. Sarutobi Hinata wanted to chase, but was attacked by the mad Yao, and had no choice but to retreat. However, Yao did not pursue the 8 flying sun, but turned his head to pursue the fleeing Yunin village ninja. Thousands of Yunin village ninjas, who were engaged by Yefeng like this, instantly collapsed into soldiers. What made all the ninjas in Yunin village feel cold was that this was just a shadow avatar of Yifeng. So how terrifying is the night maple body? Sarutobi squinted as he watched Yaoi pursue the ninja of Yunin village. Yifeng is right, Yunin village really wants to hit the east. At this moment, another shadow shinobu hurriedly came, report Naruto-sama, Mito Monitis is out of control, Niao broke the seal and ran away, and now there is chaos in Konoha. Ape Fei recut his eyes and glared, hurry back. This damn it. Sarutobi cursed angrily, turned and left, followed by Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Although Yao is very important, the villagers in the village are more important, and first suppress Neo. Thousands of miles away in the country of Yu, where the 2 village missions met. The 4th generation of AI stared at Yefeng coldly, and the female secretary next to him patted the table and said, Yefeng, what do you mean? Since just now, I have been saying that our Yunin village sneaked up on you, did you deliberately want to make trouble? Do you want to start a war between the 2 countries, and you can afford this responsibility? Yifeng suddenly looked at the female secretary, and his fingers formed a pistol-like shape and pointed at the female secretary. Swish. The art of water and iron cannons. A shot directly pierced the heart of the female secretary. The female secretary glared and fell directly. She couldn't figure out until she died why Yefeng dared to make a move. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Yefeng in surprise. Yifeng, what do you mean? The fourth generation of AI's whole body burst out of thunder and lightning, directly blowing up the negotiation table. What do I mean? She talks too much. Yefeng stood up, pinched his shoulders and said, "Okay, don't drag out time with you. I'm going back to catch Yaoi, you guys, just grab it." Underscore. Chapter 081 Inch Are We Tied Up? Ha ha ha. Thunder, heavy torrent. AI grinned, full of cruelty. A violent and terrifying thunder and lightning raged on his body, wrapping around his body like a python. In the furious thunderbolt, AI's figure turned into a blue lightning bolt that could not be caught by the naked eye, and hammered towards Yifeng. Everyone in the 7th class suddenly clenched their fists nervously. Wolfing Schumann even took out the enchanted flying thunder god technique and flew out. Kushina and Mikoto suddenly glared, and the whole person became nervous, and at this time Yifeng stood in front of them and blocked AI. When they saw Yifeng's back, they immediately felt very relieved, and they glanced at each other in unison. Night Feng's hand erupted with dazzling thunder light. Thunder Chidori. Rumble. Two super powerful forces collided together, and a powerful wave of chi centered on the impact site and spread out directly. Rumble. The makeshift venue collapsed in an instant. Where Yefeng and AI were standing, spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared, and they continued to spread around. AI's face changed, his arms trembled, and he jerked back several steps. What a strong force. Yifeng's incomparable strength made AI take several steps back in a row before he could stabilize his body. And Yifeng's figure stood still in place, and did not retreat in the slightest. AI's face was very ugly. Looking at Yifeng, he didn't expect that his strength was suppressed. "Big brother, be careful." Suddenly, Karabi yelled and suddenly struck. The goal is to use the Flying Thunder God technique to suddenly teleport to the Wave Feng Shui gate behind AI. For the instinctive reaction of the crisis, Wolfing Schumann quickly turned around, the trajectory of the attack changed instantly, jumped up, originally attacked AI, and immediately attacked towards the Karabi behind him. AI trusted Karabi so much that he gave his back to Karabi, squinting at Night Maple in front of him. This guy is a little weirdly strong. Shui Dun is so strong, and Lei Dun is also so strong. And with a punch against himself, it turned out that he retreated. It proves that the other party, not only is ninjutsu powerful, but even physical skills. I am afraid that they are not weaker than themselves at all, and there is even a possibility. AI didn't want to think about this possibility, but directly struck. The way of ninja lies in facing difficulties. Come on, let me see your strength. Righteous Thundershin Fury Thunder Axe. AI Gao jumped high, his feet wrapped in terrifying thunder and lightning, from top to bottom, one kick chopped. This kick can directly trample Shang Shinobi, who is known for his defense, to death. Yifeng squinted his eyes and immediately froze his hands. Flying Thunder God Technique. Wolfing Schumann, who is fighting with Karabi, is about to open his eyes. Lying Groove, this is the Flying Thunder God Technique. When did Night Maple learn it? Most importantly, Wolfing Schumann found that Yefeng was even more skilled in using it than himself. It's very shocking. I have never seen the Night Maple use it, but as soon as the Night Maple is used, it shocks everyone. Rumble. Lei Ying's kick of the Righteous Thunder and Anger Thunder Axe smashed into the air, directly smashing the ground out of a deep pit. At this time, Kushina and Mikoto, who had already protected the 7th class, retreated to the back. At this time, two Yunin Shangnin suddenly appeared behind them. Catch them to threaten Yefeng and Wolfing Schumann. Be careful. Mikoto exclaimed, seeing two black shadows flying towards this side. She quickly opened her hands and blocked in front of everyone. At this moment, Yefeng suddenly appeared. Find death. Yifeng looked at the two Yunin Murakami Shinobu who attacked, and an icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. Mu Dun, Birth of the Tree Realm. As soon as Yifeng made a move, it was a thunderous blow. Countless thick roots and vines that suddenly drilled out instantly separated the two upper shinobi. By the time everyone saw it clearly, the two sneak shinobi had been tied into rice dumplings by countless thick roots and vines. AI's eyelids jumped. This guy can even use the Konoha Forbidden Technique, the Flying Thunder God Technique. He already felt that something was wrong. This Night Maple was too strong than they expected. But he has to drag it on, and the longer it drags on, the more successful the plan on his father's side will be. AI didn't know at this time that the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow had been fleeing by a shadow doppelganger of Yifeng. You are strong. I admit that you are the strongest young ninja I have ever met. AI quietly looked at Yifeng and said. Yifeng sneered and said, you are not qualified to evaluate me. Stop playing. After speaking, the night maple sealed, countless tree roots and vines swept towards AI. AI looked at the overwhelming trees in front of him, his face sank, there was nowhere to hide. And the other Yunin village ninjas, looking at the terrifying tree realm, were shocked. They are all ninjas of the younger generation, they have never seen the demeanor of the ninja god Thousand Hand Pillar, and now when they see the birth of the tree world, they suddenly feel mysterious and terrifying. Can AI win? Even the closest righteous brother, Kairabi, was not confident in his heart. Or don't you retreat? Karabi's first reaction was to retreat, but he thought instead that AI would not retreat. Because he is the son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, that is, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, he bears the expectations of the entire Yunin village, so he can't retreat. Since it is impossible to return, it can only be on. Go all the way. Thunderbolt Thunder Plow Hot Knife. He gathered thunder chakra all over his body, like a lightning giant, rushing towards Night Maple at an extremely fast speed. Countless tree roots and vines were directly broken through, and they couldn't stop him at all. When Jiushi Nai in the back saw it, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, Yifeng, be careful. At this moment, Yifeng's hands quickly froze. Mu Dun Tree Boundary Wall. A shield formed by multiple wooden vines quickly grew on the ground and stopped in front of AI. Ugh! AI roared angrily and rushed straight up. Rumble. With a loud bang, the tree boundary wall shattered instantly. However, in the next second, AI's arm was about to reach Yifeng's face. Muduan, the art of the wooden man. At this moment, a huge wooden figure suddenly appeared from under Yifeng's feet. AI's Lei Dun, Lei fever has undergone many rounds of obstruction, and his strength is already insufficient, and he crashed into the wooden man. Rumble. The wooden people have taken 2 steps backwards. But when going backwards, the wooden man has already struck. 2 huge fists hammered directly. Rumble. 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 Like a pile driver, madly hammering AI, directly blowing up a puff of smoke and dust inside. Seeing that AI was about to rush out, suddenly countless roots and vines dragged AI back. Rumble. 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 Everyone looked at it in a cold sweat. After a while, the wooden man stopped. The smoke slowly dispersed. AI's whole person was printed in the ground, printing a large font, and smashing the ground directly out of a deep pit. His hands and feet were still tied to the roots, unable to resist. Burst. AI couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and the thunder light on his body disappeared instantly. He lost. Karabi, and other subordinates, were stunned when they saw this scene. Not only on the Yunin village side, but even everyone on the side of Konoha village was stunned. The son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, destined to be the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow AI, the proud son of heaven, actually lost in the hands of Yifeng. Hammered alive by a wooden man. AI shouted weakly, Karabi, let's go. No, big brother. Run, or it's too late. The other Shangnin of Yunin village quickly pulled Karabi and ran, and said, Lord Karabi, Lord Leiying will definitely be able to exchange hostages for Lord AI. Yifeng suddenly smiled, where did Leiying come from as a hostage? Watergate, tie up AI. Karabi's eyes widened, and his eyes could kill, but he was still forcibly pulled away by the other Yunin Murakami Shinobu, leaving AI alone, who was seriously injured. Oh. Wufeng Shuiman was depressed, he didn't catch anything, AI was taken by Yifeng, Karabi ran away again, it was really the life of a coolie. Yifeng patted Bofeng Shuiman's shoulder and said, Watergate, AI will trouble you. And the 2 ninjas over there, as well as the secretary, are all our credit this time. Kakashi, Obito, you 2 go help Watergate-sensei. Kakashi and Obito said speechlessly, oh. When it was coolie again, Kakashi and Obito were speechless. After speaking, Yifeng sealed the seal, and divided into 4 shadow doppelgangers, and these 4 shadow doppelgangers quickly disappeared into the jungle. Yifeng, do you still want to chase them? Yifeng shook his head and said, it's not to chase them, but to chase the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. And catch Yao. When everyone heard Yifeng's words, their eyes widened. Catch 3 generations of thunder shadows? That's too big a goal, right? But when they think about it, they think it's not impossible. After all, the 3 generations of water shadow also died in the hands of Yifeng, not to mention, just now AI was in the hands of Yifeng, not like a father beating his son. Perhaps, the 3rd generation of thunder shadow is not Yifeng's opponent. Everyone shook their heads, not daring to think further. Because it's incredible. Just when Yifeng turned around and prepared to block the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and Yao, an old man in a white robe suddenly appeared on the chaotic battlefield of the Yao riot. The ninja of Yunin village was frantically fleeing, and when he saw the white-robed old man who suddenly appeared, he was stunned for a moment, and ignored it and continued to escape. Roar! Yao roared angrily and rushed to the old man's side. Suddenly, the old man's eye of reincarnation opened. The old man is none other than Uchiha. In just a few days, Uchiha took back one of his reincarnation eyes. The sudden rise of the night maple made Uchiha not dare to put the 2 reincarnation eyes on Nagato's body. At least for now, Uchiha needs a reincarnation eye. Magic. Directly controlled Yaoi. He took a deep breath and made the riskiest decision of his life. The last equally risky decision was to resurrect himself with the Izanagi in the Battle of the Valley. This time, he shot with the body. No way, Yifeng is too strong, Madara can't let Yifeng grow like this anymore. The shadow avatar is not Yifeng's opponent, only the body has shot. Psychic Arts Outer Path Image. A super huge humanoid deadwood, with 9 eyes without pupils, appeared directly in front of everyone. All the Yunin village ninjas looked back and were stunned. What's that? Under their terrified eyes, this terrifying giant deadwood, with a chuck zipper out of his mouth, directly trapped Yaoi and dragged towards his side. Yao was unable to resist because of Uchiha's illusion, and in less than a minute, he was directly eaten by the golem of the outer path. And the 9 eyes on the forehead of the outer path golem, one of the eyes, suddenly opened, forming a pupil. Everyone is going crazy. Yao is the symbol of Yunin village, and was actually eaten by this thing that doesn't know what kind of monster. Uchiha immediately cancelled the psychic, and the huge outer path golem disappeared in an instant. Then, under everyone's terrified and puzzled gazes, Uchiha suddenly struck. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Uchiha spat out a large flame like sea water in front of him, and all the ninjas in front of him were instantly burned to ashes. Ahem. Uchiha suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face gloomy, and looked in the direction of Konoha. And the 9 tails and the 2 tails. Chapter 082 Rumble. In the middle of Konoha village, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted. After the sound of the explosion, Neo Brigade, the evil-tailed beast chakra that emits blue, appears above the prison in Konoha village. The village prison, which was originally for felons, collapsed in an instant and turned into ruins. The prisoners inside fled from inside in horror. Many of them have thought about jailbreaking, but they didn't expect it to be jailbroken like this now. The prisons have collapsed, and more than half of the people are killed. And half of the people who escaped were directly killed by the rat-tailed ball jade that suddenly burst out of the 2-tailed brigade. In the prison area of the village, it has completely become a forbidden place. Even the dark ninjas, they are on the periphery, and they dare not enter easily, for fear of being attacked by the Nitails brigade. The tailed beast completely broke the seal, not a shadow-level powerhouse, and did not dare to act rashly. Roar! The 2-tailed brigade howled again, and the ape-flying sun chopped his face gloomy, and his figure was fast, and he was flying towards the 2-tailed in front. Damn, how can the seal of Menyon be broken? Someone must have deliberately broken it. Who is it? Is it still Uchiha? Sarutobi Hinata slashed behind, followed by Tsunade, as well as Uzumaki Mito, and the dark part of the group of Naka Shinobu and Kami Shinobu. At this time, the guards of the Uchiha clan also quickly appeared around the place of the incident, also looking at Niao from afar, not daring to enter. And when Sarutobi saw the Uchiha clan, he immediately had a sense of foreboding in his heart, remembering the words of his teacher Senju, and quickly turned back and said, Tsunade, let the Uchiha clan go back to their own territory and stand by. Tsunade was slightly stunned before reacting, quickly nodding and saying, Yes, sensei. Saying that, Tsunade quickly ran towards the Uchiha clan, bringing smoke and dust along the way. When the Uchiha clan heard that Naruto-sama asked them to go back to the territory to stand by, everyone's faces showed incomprehension and anger. Naruto-sama, even the Konoha high level, is that how they don't trust their Uchiha clan? As a young talent of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku was also at a loss. He couldn't understand why at this time, the high level of Konoha wanted to guard against their Uchiha clan. Why, exactly? Uchiha Fugaku's original focus on Konoha's ideas suddenly appeared a rift that could not be healed. I was bent on protecting Konoha, but what did the Konoha high level think of him? No way, Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan, the high apprentice of Naruto-sama, or the high ranking of Konoha, and at her repeated requests, the Uchiha clan returns to their territory in dissatisfaction. Back in his own territory, he can't even go out, so he can only watch the movement in the village from a distance in his territory. At this time, the territory of the Uchiha clan was still in the village. The butterfly of Yefeng fanned its wings, and Danzo burped before he could relocate the territory of the Uchiha clan outside the village. Even so, dissatisfaction still grew in the hearts of the Uchiha clan. Sometimes, evil comes from mistrust. On the battlefield side of the Niue Brigade, the battle is nearing its end. The half-tailed beastly Uzumaki Mito, wrapped in a nine-tailed chakra, used the King Kong blockade to completely suppress the two-tailed brigade. Letting the two tails roar, they couldn't move. Ape Fly, hurry up and seal the two tails. Ape Fei Ri looked embarrassed. Who will be the human pillar force? In front of him, this is a tailed beast that has escaped from the trap, and Mito Menyon is probably dead. Although it is said that Ape Flying Sun Chopper is known as Dr. Ninja and is very proficient in any ninjutsu, compared to Night Fang's S-Class character card Uzumaki Ashina, the sealing technique of Ape Flying Sun Chopper can only be regarded as a primary school student level. Now with the ability of apes to fly and slash, if you want to seal the two-tailed brigade again, you must find a qualified human pillar force. Otherwise, the seal will most likely be unsuccessful. The original human pillar of the two tails, the two teak doors are not dead. Fast. Yes. Hurry up. I'm running out of support. Ape Fei Ri immediately turned around and said, where are the two teak doors? Soon, the two teak doors were beheaded by the ape flying sun. She saw the second tail and brigade, shaking. She was going to be re-injected into the second tail and become a human pillar force. It was hard to get rid of the identity of the human pillar force, no longer become a super weapon specially designed by the village to fight the enemy village, and now it is going to become a human pillar force again. Just as Sarutobi Hinata smiled, suddenly a figure appeared behind Mito Uzumaki. The arrival of Uchiha surprised everyone. Who is this? The first reaction of Sarutobi Hinata when he saw Uchiha was dangerous, very dangerous. Uzumaki Mito-sama, watch your back. Ape Flying Sun Slash shouted. Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looking at the old face in front of him. His bangs covered his left eye, and the right eye turned out to be a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and he was suddenly shocked. The Uchiha family. Who's this? How is it a little familiar? For the first time, Uzumaki Mito did not recognize Uchiha Madara. After all, 40 years have passed, and Uchiha's face has aged and his appearance has changed a lot. Besides, everyone thought that Uchiha was dead. Psychic, King Kong is like a stick. The ape flying sun chop immediately sealed. Under the sunlight, a large golden stick fell from the sky and smashed into Uchiha. However, Uchiha's movements were faster, and the kaleidoscope chakra I made Uzumaki Mito instantly fall into illusion. In the fantasy realm, Uzumaki Mito once again returns to the Battle of the Valley of the End. That terrifying man of the Uchiha clan, in the fantasy realm, used the power suit Susanoo to arm the Nine Tails, and equipped Susanoo's armor on the Nine Tails, so that the Nine Tails had overwhelming strength in the absolute defense of Susanoo's armor. This time, the Nine Tails of the mighty Susanoo tore apart the immortal magic wood between the 1,000-hand pillars, and thousands of hands were on top. Uchiha Madara, the man's chakra eyes, was reflected in Uzumaki Mito's mind. Uzumaki Mito suddenly stirred his spirit, revealing a terrified look. This is Uchiha Madara. How can it be? He didn't die. Ugh. Uzumaki Mito suddenly felt the pain of her stomach tearing, which pulled her from the illusion back to reality. Looking down, Uchiha's 5 fingers were deeply inserted into the seal of the Nine Tails. 5 elements unblocked. Bang. With a loud bang, the King Kong Rui stick did not hit Uchiha's spot, and was dodged by Uchiha's spot. Then Uchiha unlocked the seal of the 9 tails. Ugh! Uzumaki Mito screamed, completely uncontrollable, and the evil 9-tailed chakra instantly overflowed from the place of the seal. Uzumaki Mito-sama. Ape Fei-ri rushed up quickly, but was frightened by Uchiha's fire. Fire extinguished. Ape Fei-ri looked at the overwhelming flames in front of him, and directly froze. Water escape, water array pillar. Chakra gathers behind his throat and spits out a large water ball towards the front, and when it lands, the water ball will spread out in all directions and use it to suppress the fire ninjutsu. However, it is clear that the Ape Flying Sun is only the top, not the top. Dr. Ninja Ape Flying Sun Chop, the 5 elements of ninjutsu are proficient, the so-called mastery, is the will, but each of them is not the top, can only be said to be one of the top. In this case, in the face of the top fire, the water escape of the Ape Flying Sun was directly suppressed by the fire. Naruto-sama. At this time, multiple dark ninjas rushed up, and at the same time used water ninjutsu on Uchiha Madara. Nope. Hurry up and go. Ape Fei-ri slashed his eyes, and he couldn't stand it. Seeing the raging fire surging up, the Ape Flying Sun Chop suddenly had a deep sense of powerlessness. When did such a strong old man appear in the ninja world? With the birth of Yifeng, how to feel that the entire ninja world is different. Ape Flying Sun Slash immediately used the teleportation technique to dodge the fire that he could not suppress. Rumble. With a loud bang, the place where the Ape Flying Sun chopped the original standing turned into a sea of fire, and the dark ninjas behind were all burned into black charcoal. And Sarutobi Hinata's face was solemn, looking at Uchiha who was high above. His right hand did not have time to dodge, and he was already burned. Teacher, are you all right? Tsunade landed solemnly on the side of the Ape Flying Sunchop, and immediately used the palm cactus on the Ape Flying Sunchop. The burn on the right hand of the Ape Flying Sun was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his body couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at the mysterious and powerful old man Uchiha in front of him and said, "Who are you?" Uchiha stood on a high place, proudly looking down at the Ape Flying Sun, and under the sunlight, a long shadow was reflected. The reincarnation eye covered by the left bangs was also revealed. I, Uchiha Madara. Behind him, stood 2-tailed beasts, 2-tailed and brigade, 9-tailed and 9 llamas. They opened their eyes at the same time, they are all chakra eyes. When everyone present saw such a scene, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Sarutobi said in horror, You are Uchiha Madara." Uchiha smiled slightly, and suddenly his figure flashed, dodging the sudden attack of the shadow shinobu behind him. One hand directly lifted the attacker. "Do you want to dance too?" Chapter 083 At the same time, on the border of the Land of Fire, 3 generations of Thunder Shadow with the remnants of less than 100 defeated soldiers are fleeing in the direction of the Land of Thunder. The 3 generations of Laying looked gloomy, and this attack failed too completely. It was actually played like this by a shadow doppelganger. It's his own carelessness, otherwise, he won't let Yefeng take advantage. Yao is still in Konoha. Konoha, I'll be back again. Give me another sight to Yifeng, I'm going to tear him apart. The 3rd generation of Laying gritted his teeth in anger, and suddenly, the ninja of Yunin village behind him exclaimed, "Lord Laying!" Ha! The 3 generations of Laying looked up, there was a person standing just in front of him. Take a closer look, isn't it Yifeng? Night Maple. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadows trembled with anger, and without saying a word, his whole body directly erupted with brilliant thunder light. The whole body is in a state of thunder and lightning, and the hair is about to stand on end. The other Yunin village ninjas immediately retreated, leaving him with a large open space. Yifeng looked at the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows rushing over with a smile. Lay done, Black Thunder. This is the thunder ninjutsu developed by the 3rd generation Thunder Shadow, which releases leopard-shaped black lightning from the body, focusing on a single target and spreading around, making the opponent uncomfortable and unable to move. However, Yifeng directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid the attack of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, and the figure suddenly appeared behind the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. Lay done Hell Assault 4 Fingers. The 3rd generation of Laying saw that a move had not been successful, and immediately made another move, directly using the strongest single ninjutsu of Bornei. Concentrate chakra on 4 fingers, and concentrate chakra on the fingertips to make a stab. The nature of the assault skill is exactly like the thunder attribute. The penetration is very terrifying, and it is known as the strongest spear of the thunder ninjutsu. Yifeng immediately made a seal, mu dun, wood ingot wall. A row of wooden pillars bent from the ground to form arches. However, the 4 fingers of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow's Thunder Shadow Hell Assault directly cut through the wall of the wooden ingot. Thunder Chidori. Yifeng didn't say a word, and used his single strongest ninjutsu. Mu Duan's strength lies in group attacks, or large target attacks, such as one enemy of 10,000, or capturing tailed beasts. But to say that a single point is the strongest, it must be thunder. The huge chakra burst out instantly. Rumble. With a bang. Where the two of them stood, the earth suddenly cracked, and then it was overturned, and rubble flew. Those rubble directly cut through the faces of the onlooker ninjas. Everyone's eyes are going to pop out. This time is Yifeng's real body, right? So strong. Unexpectedly, he was able to fight against the 3rd generation of Lei Ying, who was known as the number 1 in speed. You are strong, come again. Lei Dun Lei Li Hot Knife. Yifeng squinted his eyes and looked at the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows whose whole body condensed Lei Dun chakra, and performed the Water Dun How Water Wrist technique. This is the secret technique of the Ghost Lamp family, and the water in the whole body is concentrated in one hand, producing a strange force that is enough to cut iron and break rock. This is a ninjutsu that belongs to the original Water Shadow White Lotus character card. Suddenly, the figure of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows appeared in front of Yifeng, exactly the same as the previous move of Thunder Dun Hell Assault with 4 fingers, without any fancy, just going straight and carrying out the most violent attack with the fastest speed. The thunder was golden on his arm, emitting a piercing sound of breaking the air. The speed was beyond common sense, and it felt that it had reached the limit of human beings. I saw Yifeng flying out directly upside down, his whole body cracked, wrapped around Lei Dun chakra, condensed in his body, spread, and exploded instantly. All the ninjas of Yunin village watched the battle intently. It wasn't until the hands of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were really inserted into Yifeng's heart that thunderous cheers erupted. However, Yifeng thudded and turned into smoke. The cheers were heard. This is another shadow avatar. At the same time, the face of the 3 generations of Lei Ying did not have any joy. A mouthful of blood flowed slightly from the corner of his mouth, and his right hand trembled slightly. Just now, his own Thunder Plow Hot Knife hit the opponent's Water Dun How Water Wrist technique, although his own Thunder Plow Hot Knife is stronger, but the other party is just a shadow avatar. In the end, he was injured. The 3 generations of Lei Ying were faintly uneasy in their hearts. This young man was too strong, terrifyingly strong. Hurry up. If you don't go back, Yifeng will have a few more shadow doppelgangers, and he may really be retained. I don't know how. The 3 generations of Lei Ying faintly felt an uneasy feeling, not knowing how his son and Karabi were. As Yifeng's shadow doppelganger disappeared, all the information that the shadow doppelganger received returned to Yifeng's mind. The level of Thunder Dun Chidori was instantly raised to LV5. Just fought against the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and the skill level went up. It seems that the fastest way to increase the level of ninjutsu is real combat. The more powerful the opponent, the higher the experience points, and the faster the ninjutsu level will rise. Found 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadows are indeed strong, but if they are not careful, the shadow avatar is broken. Bofeng Shuiman immediately said, "Where?" Now that the Flying Thunder God technique of the Wave Feng Shui Gate is hungry and thirsty, he doesn't want to come out this time, and all the limelight has been stolen by Yifeng. At least Yifeng can eat meat, and he can drink some soup in Feng Shuiman. Watergate doesn't want to carry 4 generations of AI now, and feels like a toolman. Yikid was about to speak, when suddenly there was a loud bang from the side of Konoha village, accompanied by 1 or 2 huge roars of wild beasts. When Kushina and Mikoto heard this voice, their faces immediately turned pale. Yifeng immediately sealed the seal, refined chakra, and improved his perception. In an instant, Yifeng vaguely felt that there were 3 very huge and terrifying chakras in Konoha village, one more terrifying than the other. Bo Feng Shuiman's face changed greatly. Something happened in the village. At this moment, the voice of the system appeared in Yifeng's mind again. Ding, based on the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1, ignore the comfort of the village, Lei Ying, kill into Yunin village, reward, S-class character card, 2nd generation Lei Ying AI. Option 2, take advantage of the foggy hidden village is not. Directly capture the mist hidden village and become a new shadow, reward, S-class character card, Mifune. Option 3, rush back to the village at full speed and rescue Uzumaki Mito. Reward, S-class character card, Uchiha Itachi, Dark Part. What is Uchiha Itachi, Dark Part? Why is there such a special sign as the Dark Part? Night Maple didn't care so much, and now this option appeared, which showed that Konoha village was really in danger. The most important thing is that Uzumaki Mito is in danger. Must go back immediately. Hurry back and take a look. As soon as Ikki gave an order, he immediately rushed back to Konoha village at the fastest speed. Teacher, wait for me. Obito carried the corpse of a shinobi and shouted. Yifeng turned around and said, you guys are not in a hurry, take your time. With that, Yokai's figure disappeared into Obito and Kakashi's field of vision. Oops. The teacher is so bad. Obito was very angry, and suddenly wondered if the teacher deliberately let himself practice. Isn't it good to carry such a heavy corpse and carry it back to Konoha? Obito suddenly made up his brain. In fact, Yokai really used Obito and Kakashi as tool people. Ikki rushed all the way, checking the instructions of the S-class character Uchiha Itachi, Dark Part, that he had just obtained. Uchiha Itachi, Dark Part, that Sharingan, which opened his eyes at the age of 8, actually made him experience countless tragedies. In addition to the pupil and illusion techniques that use the Sharingan, the ability of physical and ninjutsu is also very superb. Itachi's view of life and death comes from the harsh life he has experienced. Everyone depends on their knowledge and ideas, and is bound by these things, and calls these things reality. There is a line of small print at the back, collect the S-class character card, Uchiha Itachi, Knight of Extermination, Uchiha Itachi, Shao, and fuse them all to synthesize the SSS level human card, Uchiha Itachi, Susanoo. I went, the first time I saw the character card that can be upgraded, 3 S-level Weasel Gods can be upgraded to SSS level Weasel Gods, it's a little fierce. Yokai was checking Uchiha's character card, and had rushed out of the Forest of Death, and Konoha village was in front of him. The huge outer path golem directly raised the center of Konoha village to the ground. The body of the outer path golem was far higher than the outer wall of Konoha village, and Yifeng could see it clearly at a glance. At this time, Yifeng finally saw what was happening in Konoha village. The 2 tails and the 9 tails were wrapped around the chakra chain all over their bodies and dragged in front of the outer path golem. The moment he saw the golem of the outer Dao, Yifeng knew who was doing the ghost. Uchiha spot. Even the 9 tails were pulled out. So Grandma Uzumaki Mito. Yifeng's face suddenly became ugly, and Jioshinai, who was chasing behind, saw the huge outer path golem, as well as the 9 tails, and his face was even pale. Grandma Mito must be fine. At this time, there was a sea of fire in Konoha village, and life was ruined. The civilians of the village have escaped from Konoha village. As for the people of the various ninja families, they did not dare to approach. Because the people who were close to Uchiha just now are all dead. In addition to the strongest 3 generations of Hokage, except for the 8th flying sun. But the situation of the 8th flying sun Chop is no better, the whole body is injured, both hands are broken, and he is still enduring severe pain, gritting his teeth and making marks. Wuduan Dalian bullet technique. It's useless. Uchiha sneered and directly released the tailed beast Jade. After absorbing the 8 tails, the outer path golem has evolved towards the first form of the 10 tails, and the tailed beast Jade can also be used. Just a simple tailed beast Jade directly blew up the strongest ninjutsu Wuduan Dalian bullet technique of the 8th flying sun. At the same time, the protrusion on the golem's back could release a huge thunder and lightning, which exploded towards the 8th flying sun. Ugh! The 8th flying sun screamed, flew out upside down, and fell heavily on the ground. His whole body was burned black, and multiple medical ninjas hurriedly walked up. Naruto-sama. Uchiha did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but looked at Sarutobi condescendingly and said, the current Hokage is not as good as the generation. You're too far behind that guy. His strength is comparable to that of a tailed beast. Has the ability to destroy everything with one blow. Even the clansmen of the Uchiha clan were stunned. This is Uchiha Madara. The head of the family, Uchiha, couldn't help but walk up in an instant. Are you really Uchiha-ban? In fact, Uchiha was not yet 40 years old, and Uchiha had left Konoha 40 years ago. Uchiha hadn't seen Uchiha in an instant. Uchiha looked at Uchiha lightly and said, the little ghost of the Uchiha clan. What is your name? My name is Uchiha Shuna. Haven't you heard, you are the head of the Uchiha clan today. Do you want to be a Hokage? Uchiha looked at Uchiha with a smile and said. Uchiha's expression suddenly froze, and his heart beat faster. Kill that old man, the position of Konoha Hokage, it's yours. This. Not okay. Uchiha glanced at the ape-flying sun over there. Just after hesitating for a second, the 10 tails directly smashed Uchiha into blood mud in an instant. Instant master. All the clansmen of the Uchiha clan turned pale with fright and retreated one after another. Uchiha smiled grimly, the people of the Uchiha clan were still so stupid. 40 years ago, before leaving, Uchiha was already dead to the Uchiha family. This family is not worth saving. At this time, Yefeng had already entered Konoha village. At the moment when Night Maple appeared at the gate of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, who was standing on top of the golem of the outer way, also saw Night Maple. Although the appearance is completely different, this feeling, there is nothing wrong, it is between the 1,000-hand pillars. The first time Hokage entered Konoha village, he did not pay attention to Uchiha Madara, but rushed to the front of Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito's breath was almost gone, Tsunade's eyes were red, and he had been treating her to no avail. I'll come. Hokage came, and Tsunade very consciously gave up his position. Palm cactus. However, Hokage felt that his palm cactus entered Uzumaki Mito's body, like a mud cow entering the sea, and there was no reaction at all. He looked up at the 9 tails who were being dragged into the mouth of the outer path golem, and the human pillar force would die without the tailed beast. In the anime, why Naruto didn't die after he was drawn the 9 tails, and why Kurabi didn't die after he was drawn the 8 tails is because he re-injected part of the tailed beast chakra. It should be the tailed beast chakra. Ding, the host's assumption is correct, give 3 choices. Option 1, continue to increase the amount of palm cactus, reward, Uzumaki Mito saves his life and becomes a vegetative person. Option 2, add from blood to enhance palm cactus, reward, Uzumaki Mito saves his life and has only 1 day life. Option 3, take the 9-tailed chakra and inject it into the body of Uzumaki Mito, and then use the palm cactus, reward, Uzumaki Mito saves his life and maintains his original life. Do you still need to choose? Yifeng's hands quickly sealed the seal, don't talk nonsense, shoot directly. A huge wooden dragon soared into the sky and bit into the 9 tails. Uchiha thought that Yefeng was making a move against him, and said with a smile, I just want to make a move now, it's a little late. While the outer path golem sucked the 2 tails and 9 tails into the body, it was condensing the tailed beast jade with terrifying energy. However, the target of the wooden dragon is not the golem of the outer path, but the 9 tails. I saw that the wooden dragon bit one of the tails of the 9 tails and directly ripped it off. Roar. The 9 tails screamed miserably, and most of his body had been entered by the outer path golem. The tailed beast jade of the outer path golem instantly spewed out. Mu done, tree boundary wall. Just as the wooden dragon bit the tail of the 9 tails and retracted, the tree boundary wall suddenly erected, blocking the tailed beast jade that rushed forward. Rumble. A bang. The tree boundary wall cracked, but the tailed beast jade also disappeared. At this time, everyone found that Yefeng had returned, and they all showed a look of joy. Lord Yefeng is back. Great, we are saved. Lord Yifeng, kill him. Uchiha felt the joy of the surrounding Konoha ninjas, and suddenly showed a look of displeasure. Back then, the people of Konoha village believed in Senjukuma like this, why didn't they believe in me Uchiha Madara? At this moment, in the fog, the outer path golem completely sucked in both the 2 tails and the 9 tails. Uchiha Madara stood on top of the outer path golem, and saw that the body of the outer path golem actually entered Uchiha Ban's body. Hinata rolled her eyes and showed a look of horror. What is the situation? That golem, sucked in by Uchiha Madara. And at this time, Yefeng took a lump of nine-tailed chakra and directly stuffed it into the body of Uzumaki Mito, using palm cactus. Uzumaki Mito slowly opened his eyes. Tsunade next to him saw Uzumaki Mito wake up, and immediately burst into laughter. Grandma. Tsunade-heim, it's over to you. Yifeng stood up, and Yifeng's hands were sealed, and he instantly turned into immortal mode. The eyes appear red stripes, and at the same time there is a red circle on the forehead, and the pupils turn golden. At this time, Uchiha had completely absorbed the outer path golem and turned it into a pseudo-ten-tailed human pillar force. The current outer path golem has only absorbed part of the tailed beasts, which is not complete enough, and can only be regarded as a pseudo-ten tails. But even so, Uchiha became younger at a rate visible to the naked eye. From gray-haired old age to black-haired middle-aged. At the same time, the white clothes on his body only had 2 go jade, only 2 seeking jades behind him were spinning, and there were no 6 tin sticks in his hands. It's a half-finished version of the tailed beast that doesn't have time to get together. Night Maple called him the pseudo-six spots. Even the pseudo-six-way spot is the enemy that Yefeng has ever felt the most pressure. Uchiha felt the power surging like a sea in his body, and smiled, finally, I can fight with all my strength. Sure enough, only this body has that hot feeling of boiling. This is called real combat. For the first time since the battle with the pillars, this has made my blood boil. Susanoo. A huge blue chakra skeleton, standing on the ground. Chapter 084 Kushina, who had just arrived in Konoha, saw Uzumaki Mito who had woken up and rushed up crying. Grandma Mito. Kushina hugged Uzumaki Mito tightly. Uzumaki Mito smiled lovingly, patted Gyoshinai's back and said, it's okay. The medical ninja next to him reminded, Gyoshinai, don't push so hard, Mito-sama, she just woke up. Gyoshinai quickly let go of Uzumaki Mito, Granny, are you okay? Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head and said, it's okay. Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Mito looked at the suddenly rising blue chakra skeleton giant, revealing a look of horror. This is Susanoo. Everyone followed Uzumaki Mito's line of sight, and they all showed a look of horror. This blue high-density chakra condensed into a skeletal giant is 10 stories tall. High above, covering the sky, shocked everyone present. The people of the Uchiha clan trembled with fear. Susanoo, the forbidden art of their Uchiha clan, can only be unlocked by opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and only exists in legends. And now, legends are back in the world. The long-haired man in front of him is exactly the same as the Uchiha painting in the clan. It's Uchiha. But he just smashed the current head of the family, Uchiha, in an instant. For a while, the Uchiha family didn't know how to be good. This Uchiha spot, for their Uchiha clan, is it a new birth or a destruction? The Hyuga clan, who is also one of the 2 major families of Konoha, everyone rolled their eyes wide in fright, this is Uchiha Madara. Such a blue skeletal giant represents destruction. Sarutobi Hinata, who was still being treated, shivered when he looked at Susanoo who was high above, and the medical ninjas around him, as well as the dark ninjas, were frightened. Bufeng Shuiman had just carried the unconscious 4th-generation AI in, and he was calmed. What is it? Although Bufeng Shuiman is an honor student, he has never seen this kind of thing on the battlefield. The long-lost power of the Uchiha clan reappeared in Konoha and shocked everyone. The spies of the other ninja villages, undercover, were full of horror, and a large part of them immediately passed the news through various means, such as pigeons, such as psychic beasts, such as human flesh. Today's news, so shocking. Uchiha appears, the mysterious golem descends, and Konoha Hidden Village is destroyed. Then Uchiha absorbs the mysterious golem and rejuvenates. He also suddenly channeled a blue skeletal giant, and I heard that it was a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. All this is too shocking. Uchiha was in Susanoo, high above and overlooking the people of Konoha. I didn't expect to come back this time and destroy most of Konoha. Uchiha couldn't help but recall the final scene of the Battle of the Valley of the End in his mind. The 2 fought to the end, exhausted, and in the end they could only use physical skills to fight the victory. The 1,000-hand pillar pierced the back of his heart. I want to protect our village. No matter what happens, I still firmly believe that protecting the village is protecting the villagers, protecting the ninja and the children. Whether it's my friends, my brothers, or even my kids. As long as I dare to make enemies with the village, I will never let it go. You've changed, between the pillars. You put the cart before the horse, between the pillars. One day, this will turn into the darkness of the village. In that battle, he lost an eye in suspended animation, and the 1,000-hand pillars were not much better, and after that, he died quickly. And now, he is facing a young man who is exactly the same as the 1,000-hand pillar, but different. Is this reincarnation? Uchiha looked at Yokaide coldly, and Susanoo raised the big blue knife in his hand and slashed at Yokaide. The knife had not yet arrived, and the fierce momentum had already scared everyone's faces pale. Run! Ape Flying Sun, who had not fully recovered, directly opened his hands and captured the medical ninja beside him in one fell swoop. Rumble. A bang. Where the Ape Flying Sun chopped the place where he was standing, it was directly split out of the long ravine, and the depth could not be seen. This is completely affecting pond fish. Uchiha's target was actually Ikide, but the Ape Flying Sun behind him was also victimized. It's just that the part where the Ape Flying Sun chopped the person just now was a little strange, and when the medical female ninja reacted, she was directly beaten by the medical female ninja. Naruto-sama, how can you do this? The Ape Flying Sun is very wronged. This is obviously to save them, the situation is urgent. Yifeng, on the other hand, used the teleportation technique to avoid the attack, and also picked up Joshinai behind him along the way, and instantly moved to 100 meters away. Be careful. Joshinai was stunned for a moment, nodded, hesitated, or kissed Yifeng. You must be careful. Yifeng suddenly felt as if he was charged by the charger and nodded. Boy, you have some skills. Just let me see how strong you really are. Fire lost. In an instant, a huge amount of chakra condensed in Uchiha's mouth, directly spewing out terrifying flames. This terrifying flame was much more powerful than the 3 generations of Hokage had faced just now. That sea of flames rose up into the sky, illuminating everyone's faces white. Done, tree boundary wall. Multi-layered trees suddenly grew and blocked the huge sea of fire. Rumble. Countless roots grow into large trees, forming a thick wall that divides Konoha village in two. Half is the Konoha ninja on the side where Yokaide is, and half is Uchiha who is high above. The scorching burning of the extreme high temperature, the flames flashed, even if they were blocked by the tree boundary wall, they made people feel the terrifying temperature. At this moment, Narashikaku, who had just been promoted to shinobi, shouted, I caught it. Shadow mimicry. Under the sunlight, the shadow of Uchiha and the shadow of Narashikaku overlapped. Narashikahiza uses the family secret method shadow mimicry to control Uchiha's movements. At the same time, the other 2 of the pig deer butterfly also moved. Secret technique heart turn. Yamanaka Haichi confronts Uchiha and uses his soul to concentrate his spirit on one point in order to unleash his spiritual power to seize and manipulate his opponent's body. Secretary, the art of multiplication. Akimichi Ding-tsu instantly became huge. Konoha fluid, meat chariot. I saw that Akimichi Ding's whole person became bigger and fatter, and with a punch, it directly turned into a round ball meat bullet, and rushed towards Uchiha savagely. Pig deer butterfly, a collection of 3. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation. Give me out. Narashikaku walked towards Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara must also walk out of his own Susanoo. However, Uchiha was unmoved, and smiled faintly, as if looking at a child. Meat bomb chariot. It's really a nostalgic physical skill. Didn't your ancestors tell you that the combination tactics of pigs and deer butterflies are useless to me? When everyone heard this, their faces changed greatly. I saw Susanoo raise the big knife in his hand and slash it down suddenly. Rumble. The meatball of Akimichi Dingza was directly smashed upside down and flew out, hitting the tree boundary wall, and even the tree boundary wall was dented. Akimichi Dingza. Yifeng hurriedly sent Chiodao Dingza back for treatment. Chiodao Dingza from his forehead all the way down, a deep knife mark, from head to toe, directly chopped down, bloody, directly unconscious. When it was sent over, it scared the healer, and I thought that Uchiha had chopped Akimichi Dingza to death, but fortunately there was still breath. Uchiha Madara is also slightly won. It's quite tough, with the demeanor of your ancestors, and your ancestors were almost cut off by me. At this time, Yamanaka Haichi suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the heart-turning technique failed. Shadow bondage. You give it to me. Uchiha Madara beckoned to Nara Shikahisa, and Nara Shikaka flew uncontrollably towards Uchiha Madara. Nope. Everyone was full of horror. Uchiha is also too strong, right? Just as Nara Shikaku was flying in the air, a yellow flash flashed and saved Nara Shikaku. Flying Thunder God technique. As soon as Uchiha saw Wave Feng Shui Men using the Flying Thunder God technique, he immediately remembered the Senjujiyama he hated the most. The inheritance of that garbage thing. Uchiha's figure flashed, suddenly appeared in front of the Wave Feng Shui gate, and kicked out. Wu Feng Shuiman's eyes widened, and before he could react, he flew out upside down holding Nara dear for a long time. His chest was sunken, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Just one blow seriously injured Wave Feng Shui gate. In less than 10 seconds, he injured 4 Shang ninja in a row. The horror of Uchiha left a deep and heavy impression on everyone's hearts. However, in the next second, everyone's eyes widened. Iki didn't know when he appeared in front of Uchiha. Bang. A loud bang is much louder than Uchiha's kick in Zhongbo Feng Shuiman. Uchiha flew out upside down. In the next second, the corners of Uchiha's mouth bleed, but he stopped in the air, and instantly rushed towards Ikid. The two were shuttling back and forth in the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and the fire was radiant. Everyone can't see their movements clearly, it's too fast. I can only hear the sound of fists colliding to the flesh, which makes people's hearts jump. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt that the physical skills they had seen before were all performances, and now the confrontation between the two was the physical skills. Wave Feng Shuiman, who was almost kicked to death by Uchiha Ban, is lying on the ground and is being treated by Tsunade. Kushina and Mikoto couldn't help but clench their hands, praying, hoping that Yokaid would win this battle. On the side of Yefeng and Uchiha, they fought for a full minute, fighting for thousands of rounds, and the two retreated at the same time. Refreshing. Uchiha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yokaid. A little blood also flowed from the corner of Yifeng's mouth. Really strong. Yefeng said lightly. It was the first time he had gone all out against an enemy. Uchiha is indeed a strongman of the same level among the 1,000-hand pillars. Similarly, Uchiha's side is also full of shock. The other party is even a little stronger than him, just like facing the feeling between the 1,000-hand pillars. Come again. Although it is a slight downwind, but Uchiha does not have any retreat at all, but is full of fighting intent. This is Uchiha Ban. It was again a battle in which everyone could not see the action clearly, and everyone was surprised. Ikid was actually able to open up with Uchiha's spot. The ape who saw the most clearly was the most shocking in his heart. Night Maple is not with Uchiha's spot, but with Uchiha's spot. Night Maple is 7, Uchiha is 3. That's an exaggeration. The strength of the Night Maple reminded the ape flying son of the 1,000-hand pillars. The same Mu Duan, the same peerless powerhouse, also made Ape Fei Ri look out of his neck. After a while, Uchiha flew out upside down, spurting blood from his mouth, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Hurry! You are my second recognized enemy after the pillars. I, Uchiha, would like to admit that you are one of my strongest opponents. Saying that, Uchiha Madara made a seal on his hands, and the chakra that was visible to the naked eye emerged from his body, almost thick enough to see the shape. Totally Susanoo. This terrifying chakra burst made the distant whirlpool Mito show a look of panic. This is a complete body of Susanoo. She knew immediately what Uchiha was going to do. Complete body Susanoo. I saw countless chakras, forming a behemoth up to 100 meters high in the air. Now this Susanoo is twice as tall and twice as large as just now, and a terrifying momentum bursts out, like a tengu. His whole body is covered with armor, and there are wings behind him, and he is equipped with 2 long swords on his waist. Just standing in front of everyone, the towering appearance brings people a sense of oppression that is incomparable. Yifeng's eyes were full of fighting intent. Totally Sutos. Immortal Magic Mu is really thousands of hands and tops up. Yifeng's order, the wooden men under his feet suddenly appeared. The wooden man becomes a Buddha and sits on top of the head of the huge Buddha statue. Set one by one. I saw the ground shattered, and the huge thousand-handed wooden Buddha rose up into the sky. Back off. The ninjas of Konoha village who were on the edge of OP, led by Sarutobi Hinata, retreated one after another. The last time Yifeng's true thousands of hands appeared, everyone was too deeply affected. Even if it touches the slightest, it will be directly seriously injured. Be sure to get out of the way. Now it's the immortals fighting. Ape Flying Sun Chopper stepped back while looking at the thousand-hands wood Buddha that was still rising. Even the second time he saw this thousand-hand wood Buddha, Ape Flying Sun Chopper still felt a deep powerlessness. This is 2TM Lapey, as big as a mountain, how to fight? A hand is bigger than a house. What 1,000 hands? Uchiha was slightly stunned. This giant Buddha, this 1,000 hands, is too familiar. Many old men of the family once again saw the appearance of thousands of real hands and directly knelt on the ground. This is their belief in the ninja god, the Senjuku pillar. This time, Uchiha watched the appearance of Shinsenju topping makeup with his own eyes up close, and his eyelids jumped uncontrollably. Uchiha, who has always liked to pretend, couldn't say a word at this time. It's too big. At this time, Uchiha discovered that the true thousand hands topping avatar was much larger than his complete body Susanoo. Now the size of the real thousands of hands and top makeup has exceeded the complete body Susanoo, but it is still rising. Thousands of hands behind him are swinging slightly. Uchiha suddenly had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Come on. Uchiha can't wait. He was afraid that when the real thousands of hands fully appeared, he would lose. Can only rush to attack. Completely on the surface of Susanoo, the dark blue chakra light rose up. In the next second, the complete body Susanoo pulled out his sword and slashed towards the rising thousand-hand wood Buddha. The katana from the bottom up slashed out, and instantly burst out with a deafening crashing sound. With this knife, even the earth shook. The split knife chi, the part that was not blocked by Jin Qian's hands, flew directly to the distant peak. Rumble. With a loud bang, that mountain was instantly razed to the ground. Joshinai looked at the back of the thousand hands wood Buddha with a pale face. Uzumaki Mito next to him said softly, Yefeng is fine, rest assured, he is completely capable of being Suzuki, and he is not an opponent of thousands of hands. As Uzumaki Mito said, there is only one trace of the earth-shattering sword that completely body Susanoo remains. The trace seemed deep, but instantly grew back as if it had never happened. Uchiha's face became more and more ugly, and he frantically operated the complete body Susanoo attack on Shin thousands of hands. However, Yifeng said lightly, you have been fighting for so long, it's my turn. As soon as the words fell, time seemed to stop at this moment. Everyone's expressions were sluggish. Even Madara's expression showed a hint of panic. Suddenly, the entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened. An incomparably terrifying aura was being released and spreading, like a terrifying wave crashing on the shore, and the entire continent was suddenly shaken. The 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue has completely risen, and it is completely the size of Susanoo, not even half of the 1,000 hands wood Buddha. Thousands of huge Buddha palms covered the sky, and the entire Konoha village was shrouded in darkness. Really thousands of hands, 1,000 hands, directly smashed on the complete body of Susanoo. Bang. 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 Completely submerged by the ocean of fists. Smoke and dust followed, as if tens of millions of tons of explosives exploded. Rumble. With a loud bang, the entire Konoha village turned into nothing. The ninja of Konoha village had retreated to the outskirts of the village, and the walls around Konoha village were all shattered. But at the same time, in front of everyone, a circle of tree boundary walls was suddenly erected, blocking the aftermath of the explosion from overturning. In everyone's eyes, the red of the explosion was reflected, like the setting sun. It's only 1 minute. Completely Musanano exploded. It only lasted for 1 second. Forcing Wang Yuzibo to spot, his mouth sprayed blood, and he was caught in his hands by the wooden man. Bang. The Uchiha spot in the wooden man's hand turned into smoke at once. Shadow doppelganger. The real Uchiha body has jumped away, covered in tattered, bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and it seems that he is still injured. Even at this time, Uchiha still looked calm, as if the person who was beaten was not him. Behind Uchiha, a pair of Susanoo who were leaning back to back appeared. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Seeing this scene, he had an ominous thought in his heart. I saw Uchiha himself and this pair of Susanoo, and sealed at the same time. Night Maple. Jioshinai covered her heart, worried about Yifeng, and suddenly, she seemed to sense something, and involuntarily looked at the sky. Everyone in Konoha village looked at the sky at almost the same time. Immediately afterwards, everyone's expressions instantly froze. They saw that among the dark clouds, an extremely huge black shadow suddenly appeared. That huge black shadow, gradually Chapter 085 Pick 1 Prize, it's too human. SSS Character Card, Uchiha Spot, Dirt Transformation. This is simply a dream character card. 1000 Hands Between Pillars plus Wisdom Wave, Super CP combination. Besides, if you fully fuse the SS level character Uchiha, Dirt Transformation, can't you have the power of Indra? What else do you want Indra to do alone? Fusion of SSS level characters, Uchiha Spot, Dirt Transformation, does not get Indra's power. Yifeng groaned. It turned out that the Dirt Spot did not have the power of Indra. Is it because it is not a living person? Think about it. Very likely. For example, the Dirt and 1000 Hand pillars are far inferior to the time of death, and this one is far inferior, which may be the power of Azura and the power of Indra. So the two options are equivalent. But even so, the first option is tempting. It's like giving up Konoha village. Wait, why can't I chase and kill Uchiha again and help Konoha resist the celestial shock? Adults, I want it. At the moment when Ikid was thinking, Uchiha had already jumped out of Konoha village. At the same time, thousands of white absolutes suddenly appeared. This is the second insurance for Uchiha to escape. Countless white absolutes suddenly appeared around Konoha village, and everyone showed a look of horror. Densely packed white, thousands of them, surrounded by heavy circles, it is creepy to watch. The breath of each one is above the middle patience. Everyone was scared silly. A huge meteorite above the head is falling, like a sharp sword hanging overhead. And this endless white around them, you can't even escape. Yefeng must come to the rescue. If he does not save it, Konoha Hidden Village will be directly destroyed, and there will be no birth. Uchiha's series of moves have long been premeditated. This time, Uchiha was also in the fire, absorbing the 2 tails, 8 tails and 9 tails, and then followed by 10,000 white absolute and heavenly obstacles to escape from the stars. Of course, this is Uchiha's second choice. If Uchiha can fight the overnight maples, there will be no such second choice, just like the original battle of the End Valley. If you can't win, then slip away. Besides, Uchiha has a third insurance. While fleeing, Uchiha did not forget to look back at Yokai defiantly. The reincarnation of the 1000 Hand pillar, let me see if you still follow your original ninja path. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. All of a sudden, Uchiha split into 25 and fled in all directions. I'm going, one famous scene after another, all used to escape. Yefeng also did not expect that the ability to force the king to escape was also the first in Konoha. Multiple shadow doppelganger tactics. The Een seal on Yifeng's forehead was opened directly. The art of 100 heroes. The chakra, which was originally stored, suddenly emerged. Yefeng directly separated 100 shadow doppelgangers and immediately chased after Uchiha's 25 shadow doppelgangers. For is responsible for one, in this case, the forced king should not be able to leave, right? Uchiha saw Ikid chasing after him with hundreds of doppelgangers at once, revealing a surprised look. This guy's chakra is even more perverted than the Senjutsu pillar. After using the real thousands of hands and topping the armor, there is still spare strength to be able to divide the body into hundreds to hunt down and kill themselves. How is this possible? Uchiha picked up speed and fled. Ikid's reaction made Uchiha feel a sense of foreboding in his heart. In addition, the body of the Night Maple is still there. The figure flashed, and Yefeng had already appeared in front of everyone in Konoha. Night Maple. Lord Ikid. Everyone's attitude towards Yefeng at this time was unprecedentedly respectful. Because Yokai is the savior of Konoha village. Moreover, the status is noble, and many people's respect for Yefeng has exceeded the respect for the 3 generations of Hokage. Sarutobi Hinata also went to the soup for Konoha, but the strength was not enough, and people still believed in Night Maple more. After all, Yifeng's strength has already left the ape flying sun, and there is also the golden signboard of the thousand-hand pillar indirect squad. In the hearts of the ninjas of Konoha village, the status of the Senju pillar is extremely exalted. Coupled with the fact that Yifeng now opens the art of 100 Hao, the texture of the art of 100 Hao, plus the texture of the immortal mode, combined on the face, is full of mystery, just like the god of war. Not to mention that the eyes of Kushina and Mikoto lit up, the eyes of the other female ninja looking at Yifeng are completely different. So handsome. Lord Yifeng, what now? Yifeng glanced at Kushina, nodded, and then said to everyone, let's stand back. The Night Maple Shadow avatar is directly sealed. Mu done, birth of the tree realm. With a loud bang, the entire ground shook and collapsed instantly. The big trees that rose under the ground directly overturned the floor. Rumble. In just a few seconds, the flat land turned into a dense forest, changing the terrain in one fell swoop. Countless tree roots and vines drilled out in an instant. Everyone in Konoha village was surrounded by the tree realm at once. You guys solved the fish that slipped through the net. Yifeng said quietly. On the periphery of the tree realm are white absolutes. As soon as you walk in one, it is entangled and directly sucked dry by tree roots and vines. But there were many white absolutes, and countless white absolutes pressed towards the tree realm. The outermost trees, creaking and then clattering, collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the circle of roots and vines inside was also cut off by the dense white around it. Up. We can't just watch. Tsunade was the first to shout, rushed up, and instantly opened the Hyakuheo technique. As a nanny Tsunade, she is a clear stream among the Hokage nanny, with a large amount of milk, can resist and fight, and can be described as the king of war in the Hokage. With a punch-up, a Baiju flew out upside down and exploded in the air, taking 3 or 4 Baiju behind him to fall. Ape Flying Sun Slash also once again used his unique move, Wuduandalian Bullet Technique, and the continuous bullet of 5 chakra attributes suddenly drowned a bunch of white absolutes in front of him. I have to say that the Ape Flying Sun slashes the minions, much faster than Tsunade. Under the leadership of Tsunade and Sarutobi Hinata, the ninjas of Konoha village went into battle one after another, relying on the cover of the tree world, and all kinds of ninjutsu were thrown at Baiju. Even Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto rushed forward. Rush. Kill. Kakashi and Obito of the 7th class rushed out first, and many ninjas were stunned. Why are both elementary school students like this? Sarutobi Hinata looked at Obito with a chakra eye, and was also fighting to kill Baiju, remembering that just now Uchiha refused to kill himself and was killed by Uchiha Spot, and he had an inexplicable thought in his heart. The Uchiha family is not that kind of dangerous family. You see, the Uchiha clan, whether it is the younger generation or the current generation in power, does not have much idea of being unfavorable to Konoha. Instead, the Shimura clan of Danzo, the Mito clan of Menyon, and the dormitory clan of Koharu have completely changed after gaining the greatest power in Konoha village. Is the second generation teacher wrong? Are we wrong? Sarutobi fell into self-doubt. And Rin is also helping to heal the ninja. Terumi, who was a prisoner, and the 2 Tikmons, hesitated and joined the battle group. Now this tree realm, like a huge fortress, protects the entire village of Konoha, splitting the vast white Ju into small pieces, just against the ninja of Konoha village. Kushina looked at Yifeng's back, and her eyes were full of adoration. However, Yifeng's figure flashed and disappeared again. Rumble. There was a booming sound on everyone's heads, and they all looked up at the huge meteorite that gradually fell in the sky, and everyone's faces were very ugly, and even trembled. It's huge. The entire sky was covered, and the black shadow covered the entire Konoha village, and it was dark. If it falls like this, the entire Konoha village will inevitably be gone directly. Can Night Maple block it? It must be blocked. Yifeng squinted his eyes, looked at the huge meteorite that fell down, gritted his teeth, and pressed his hands on the wooden man's head. Really thousands of hands, top up to make a baby, up. Click. The huge 1,000-hands wooden Buddha, towering into the clouds, began to move. With a slight movement, the entire ground shook. Black and White, who was hiding in the shadows, looked up at the 1,000-hands wooden Buddha raising his 1,000 hands, and at the same time soared into the sky, stunned. The second time I saw the real thousands of hands, it was still full of shock. It's really too strong, so strong that Uchiha can't match it. Suddenly, a strong wind behind him, Black and White were slightly stunned, and his body was instantly torn apart. Water escape, water blade slash. A shadow doppelganger of Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Black and White. It's just that Black and White were torn to pieces, and Black and White still went deep into the dirt and disappeared. Yifeng also knew very well that it was almost difficult for Heiju to completely kill. Even if he killed this, I am afraid that there would be other places. It's just that Yifeng doesn't want this guy to peek at the screen. Thousands of wooden hands rose up into the sky, and finally touched the surface of the falling meteorite. However, the impact power of the meteorite was too terrifying, and the 1,000 wooden hands shattered the moment they touched the surface of the meteorite. Yifeng gritted his teeth, the Een seal was completely opened, and the chakra in his body gushed out. The broken wooden hand, supported by the chakra that erupted from the night maple, continued to grow out with the naked eye. But the new wooden hand, the moment it touched the huge meteorite, it was still constantly shattered, and it was impossible to withstand the fall of the huge meteorite. Meteorites are still falling. Mudun giant pillar art. Countless huge pieces of wood soar into the sky. However, when it touched a huge meteorite, it instantly cracked and shattered. Void. It is not ineffective, the momentum of meteorite falling, slightly slowed down. But it's still declining. Yifeng, you must resist. Night Maple. Geoshinai, Uchiha Mikoto, and the others all covered their hearts with their hands and silently prayed for Ikide. Lord Ikide. You must resist it. Lord Ikide. Bless us in Konoha village. Not only the two of them, but everyone in Konoha village was praying for Night Maple at the same time. The chakra on their bodies turned into a little starlight, floated towards Yifeng, and penetrated deep into Yifeng's body. This is. Yifeng suddenly felt that chakra, which was almost exhausted in his body, suddenly skyrocketed. Looking down, a little starlight merged into his body. Immortal mode absorbs natural chakra, a lot of integration. Mudun multiple wood doppelganger technique. Yifeng suddenly separated hundreds of wooden doppelgangers, stepped on wooden hands, and rushed towards the heavenly obstruction shocking star. The sudden addition of hundreds of wooden doppelgangers obviously suppressed the momentum of the meteorite's fall. Bang. 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 But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of wooden doppelgangers were instantly crushed. Ha! Night Maple roared, and everyone in Konoha village was praying for Night Feng. Chakra from everyone in Konoha village turned into a little starlight, continuously charging Yifeng. Mudun multiple wood doppelganger technique. Yifeng suddenly separated thousands of wooden doppelgangers and rushed towards the surface of the huge meteorite. Everyone was stunned. Thousands of wooden doppelgangers. What is this concept? Ha! Night Maple had thousands of wooden doppelgangers, opened their hands, and their hands condensed the thick wooden dun chakra, supporting the huge meteorite. And under their feet, there are wooden hands. The huge meteorite kept pressing down, but the momentum of falling was getting slower and slower. The wooden doppelganger rushed up continuously, constantly being crushed, and the trend of huge meteorites finally became slower and slower, and finally when he came to the body of Night Feng, he was supported by Night Maple with both hands and stopped. The tree realm on the ground withered instantly, and Night Feng's chakra was no longer able to support it. Night Maple 4 shadow avatars chased Uchiha. Spot 1 shadow avatar, bang twice, also became 2 shadow doppelgangers. Uchiha suddenly smiled, Konoha can't carry it over there. Finally, thousands of wooden hands, plus Yifeng, forcefully supported the bottom of the heavenly obstruction star. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Everyone looked at the huge meteorite that stopped in the air, and under the meteorite, there was a black dot, supporting Night Maple. After a bitter struggle, Baiju finally retreated. The ninjas of Konoha village were covered in bruises, but their eyes were full of hope. And Yifeng resisted the heavenly hindrance shocking star, making everyone's hanging hearts a little calmer. Ha! Yifeng used all his strength to throw the heavenly barrier shock star towards the side where no one was. Rumble. A monstrous. The whole ground shook. Smoke and dust. Wait until the smoke slowly clears. Heavenly barrier earthquake star directly smashed half of Konoha village into a small low hill. The terrain of Konoha village, completely changed. What was originally a mountain on one side has now become a mountain on two sides, with fire shadow rock on one side and a small hill that has just formed the celestial barrier earthquake star on the other. Everyone's hanging hearts can finally be completely relaxed. Night Maple Lord Nyobai. Long live Lord Yifeng. Teacher Yefeng is invincible. Night Maple. Everyone rushed forward. Rushing to the front are Jyoshinai and the 7th class. Tsunade accompanied Uzumaki Mito and watched quietly. Ape Fei sat on the ground, panting, looking at the Night Maple in front of him, and couldn't help but say to himself, "I'm old." He remembered what the second-generation teacher Senjuma said to himself after the Fire Thunder talk, "Ape Fei, you have to love this village and protect those who believe in you, and at the same time, you must also cultivate people who can be entrusted to the next era, and from tomorrow you will be Hokage too." Bang. The immortal magic Muduin, true thousands of hands, and top avatar under Yifeng's feet also collapsed in an instant, and the ninjutsu was lifted. Ding, complete option 2 to help Konoha resist the threat of the sky barrier star, reward, Indra's power. Ding, do you immediately use the power of Indra? Wait a minute, system, I still have option 1, it's ongoing. Ding, option 1 is on the line, complete the conditions to get rewards. Yifeng heard the system's explanation and was immediately relieved. Uchiha, you wait for me. Just now, each team of 4 shadow avatars chased and killed Uchiha and 1 shadow avatar, and each team eliminated 2 shadow avatars, and all the information that these shadow avatars knew returned to Yifeng's mind. Coupled with the shadow avatar who was exploded by Uchiha, it also brought the relevant information back to Ikide's mind. This is a moment, and after analysis, Yifeng probably knows where the body of Uchiha is located. Jyoshinai hurriedly rushed up and hugged Yifeng tightly, not daring at all that Yifeng's body was full of dust. "It's okay." Yifeng touched Jyoshinai's head and said with a smile, "There is still a little thing, wait for me." "Wait a minute." Jyoshinai suddenly grabbed Yifeng. Yifeng was slightly stunned, and Jyoshinai had already stood on tiptoe and brought his mouth up. "Ugh." The single dog who followed behind took the soil, watching Jyoshinai take the initiative to kiss Yifeng, envious and jealous. He involuntarily glanced back at Lin, but Lin looked at Yifeng and Jyoshinai with envy. "I really want a handsome boyfriend like my teacher." Obito secretly swore in his heart that I would be more powerful than the teacher in the future. Uchiha sighed, constantly running away in the direction of the country of water, has killed the 2 shadow doppelgangers who Yifeng chased him, but unexpectedly, Yifeng's shadow doppelgangers are constantly chasing and killing. It's really like a fly annoyance. But how many shadow doppelgangers do you still have? Is your chakra enough? Another shadow doppelganger of Ikide was blasted by Uchiha's spot. It's annoying. Suddenly, a kuwu flying inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique came out. Konoha village, Yifeng and Jyoshina stood quietly, and no one dared to disturb at all. For a long time, his lips parted, and Jyoshinai said with a blushing face, "Come back quickly." Yifeng nodded, and the figure disappeared. Flying Thunder God's art. Even if it is thousands of miles away, as long as there is a Flying Thunder God technique, it can be reached in an instant. Uchiha, suffer death. Chapter 086 Thousands of miles away, the Flying Thunder God came in an instant. Uchiha thought it was Yifeng's shadow doppelganger, and directly kicked it. However, just as Uchiha Ban's foot stepped on Yifeng's body, the power transmitted by the other party made Uchiha Ba slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng's fist was as fast as light and shadow. Bang. A loud bang. Uchiha flew out upside down, but stopped in the air. This is the real body. It seems that your chakra is exhausted. Yifeng's kick was not as powerful as before. Just a confrontation, Uchiha has already roughly guessed the depth of the Night Maple. It seems that Night Maple dares to chase after him now, and he is simply looking for death. Now the position of the hunter and the prey is completely reversed. I said that the only person who can confront me is between the pillars, but now, plus you, Yifeng. Saying that, Uchiha spotted the seal, refining chakra. Yifeng is very strong, but chakra is not enough. In the eyes of the Forced King, Yifeng is chasing after him now, which is simply the way to death. Since you want to die, I, Uchiha, will send you to hell. With Uchiha as the center, the vast and surging aura instantly spread around, startling a burst of birds. Totally Susanoo. Saying that, Uchiha Madara made a seal on his hands, and the chakra that was visible to the naked eye emerged from his body, almost thick enough to see the shape. I saw countless chakras, forming a behemoth up to 100 meters high in the air. Now this Susanoo, the terrifying momentum burst out, like a tengu, the whole body is covered with armor, there are wings behind him, and 2 long swords on his waist. Towering into the clouds, extremely oppressive. The whole heaven and earth seemed to be quiet. Uchiha looked at Yefeng quietly and said, "It's a pity, your chakra is far less than me, don't call me mean, you are the bloodline inheritance between the pillars, I will naturally go all out." Saying that, Uchiha did not hesitate, completely Suppresano raised the long knife in his hand and slashed it down suddenly. Rumble. The long knife that was completely capable of Susa stopped, and behind Yifeng, a deep ravine was directly split. Swish. This rift is extending wildly, and it has reached thousands of meters away in an instant. In front of Yifeng, however, a wooden shield shaped like a Fang grimace appeared, blocking the attack of Susanoo. Mudun ranking. Uchiha looked at the art of ranking, slightly stunned, and the memory seemed to return to the Battle of the End Valley. At that time, Pillar used this technique to defend against Madara's slash against Madara Susanoo. And now, too, blocked their own attacks. Hee, it's very good, you exceeded my expectations, but if I continue to chop, how many times can you withstand it? As soon as the words fell, the complete slash of Susa was able to slash, and then it followed. Rumble. 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 Stronger every time. For the 3rd time, Yifeng's ranking technique was directly shattered. You are already very strong, but unfortunately, the final winner is me. Saying that, Susanoo raised the long knife representing destruction high, and the terrifying chakra was condensing. In an instant, the knife chi was fierce, and before it was split, it had already split all the trees in the distance. Yikid looked at Uchiha with a smile, "You think I don't have enough chakra? Then I'll add a little more. Use Indra's power." Ding, the host uses the power of Indra. According to the system explanation, this is the complete power of Indra, and after the night maple is used, it is equivalent to full power in an instant. Because Yefeng has not fully adapted to the power of Indra, the power of Azura contained in the character card between the 1,000-hand pillars and the power of Indra now cannot be fused into the power of the 6 paths. Night Maple can see the system display, 6 Dao power fusion 1%. Well, only 1%, I don't know when it will be fully integrated. When the fusion degree is 100%, Yifeng's strength should be comparable to the 6 Dao immortals. Uchiha suddenly felt that the chakra in Yifeng's body suddenly skyrocketed, and it was about to overflow, and it felt like it was solidified like a liquid. Moreover, the chakra floating outside the night maple is purple, with a faint gold in it. What is it? Yifeng instantly entered the immortal mode, covered in purple gold, and said lightly, "This is the power of Indra." Indra's power? Uchiha's face changed, and he was completely able to split it directly. Do you understand what Indra's power is? Rumble. A bang. Once again, a wooden shield shaped like a Fang grimace appeared in front of Yifeng, blocking the attack of completely Susanoo. And the woods behind Yifeng were instantly razed to the ground by the aftermath of this slash. This power. Uchiha's face changed drastically, and his body trembled involuntarily. It doesn't make sense, why is your chakra still so adequate? Yefeng smiled and said, "Isn't it surprised?" Saying that, Yifeng sealed his hands and pressed them on the ground. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and a huge wooden figure emerged from the ground, about the size of a complete body Susanoo. I don't believe it. Uchiha's eyes widened, and the terrifying chakra long knife that was completely supreme fell again. However, the wooden man under the control of Ikid, with his hands together, clamped the chakra long knife that was completely supreme. Bang. A loud bang. The aftermath was enough to flatten the mountain, and it was caught empty-handed by the wooden men of the night maple empty-handed. How is this guy possible? How can there be spare strength to resist? How does his chakra feel stronger than before? Uchiha originally thought that he could solve this battle in an overwhelming manner, but now his mentality is a little broken. Not only did Yifeng not die, but he became stronger than before. The immortal pattern of such a purple-gold chakra in front of him seems to be even more powerful than the original thousand-hand pillar. Just when Uchiha was surprised, Yefeng made a move. It doesn't take thousands of real hands, it is the woodenman of the art of the woodenman, and he directly punches down. Punch hard. Rumble. An unremarkable punch smashed into the chest of completely Susanoo. Is that where Uchiha is standing? Uchiha's eyes widened, and his huge fist covered the sky, instantly filling his field of vision. Before Uchiha finished speaking, he was directly smashed out of the body of the complete body Susanoo by a punch. It was a huge force that directly shook the air. Rumble. Uchiha smashed a huge crater in the ground, filling the air. And the chest armor that was completely Susanoo also cracked a huge crack. Bang. Complete body Susa can fight back directly. The two giants exchanged their fists and swords and began to fight. And Uchiha flew out of the pit. Bang. A bang. Deafening. How is this possible? Uchiha looked surprised and vomited blood in the air. Just rushed out, now poured again. Rumble. Uchiha once again smashed into the deep pit just now, deeply imprinted in the ground. The corners of Uchiha's mouth were bleeding, and Yokai stood on top of the wooden man's head. Why? Why are you still so strong? At this time, the battle between the wooden man and the complete body Susanoo also entered the end. Kito's hands had been cut off, but he kicked and flew completely Susanoo. Completely Susanoo flew out directly upside down and smashed on the hill, directly smashing the hill. Rumble. A loud bang. The chakra bones that were completely Susanoo shattered, and the entire Susanoo began to disintegrate, turning into chakra and flowing back into Uchiha's body. Uchiha turned his head and fled. I can't fight it now, but in the bay on the border of the land of fire and the land of water, there are still 3 tails sleeping. As long as you absorb 3 more tails, there is still a chance. The border bays of the land of fire and the land of water are just ahead. Yikid chased behind. Really unexpectedly, Uchiha actually escaped again. But in retrospect, it also feels normal. The king likes to pretend to be forced and likes to pretend, but he is also a person who can flex and stretch. During the 4th Ninja World War, he faced 100,000 ninja coalition army and faced the 5 shadows, with a look of disgust, because his strength was far superior to the enemy. In fact, what he said is normal, but in the eyes of others, it is very pretentious. But at that time, the forced king also said a lot of good things between the pillars, and was even known as the first pillar blowing. It can be seen that forcing the king is a true temperament. If you feel weak, spray you weak, and think that you are strong is naturally admitted. It is also very true to escape, and he constantly uses the tailed beast Jade to create some trouble for Yifeng, who is chasing behind. Of course, these troubles are nothing to Yifeng. It was only when I arrived at the bridge that was straightened by the night maple that I saw Uchiha jumping into the sea. Won't it, jump into the sea and escape? Yefeng was also stunned, chased to the shore, and saw that Uchiha had burrowed into the sea. At this moment, a huge turtle creature appeared in the sea. Yifeng squinted his eyes and looked closely. It was a turtle with 3 tails covered in thorns. 3 tails. Before Yikid could react, Uchiha suddenly came out of the water again, and suddenly from Uchiha's body, countless chakra chains flew out and tied the 3 tails. Roar. Mio had just called out when he was stunned by Uchiha with Susanoo. Under the pressure of super life and death, Uchiha was still in danger, and simply solved the 3 tails, and pulled the 3 tails into his body at once. Absorb the 3 tails. Yikid immediately understood Uchiha's intentions. It's going to be a dying fight. Just as Yokai thought, after Uchiha had absorbed the 3 tails at sea, he turned around and looked at Yokai. The two looked at each other across the cliff and the ocean. Uchiha didn't say much, and directly sealed and pressed on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, the waves are rough. Uchiha spot aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, from long black hair to gray hair, and the originally middle-aged and resolute face once again changed back to the original old wrinkled appearance. And in front of Uchiha, appeared in the outer path golem. At this time, the outer path golem had opened 4 eyes, 9 tails were swaying, and its movements were much more flexible than before, and even emitted a deafening roar. At this time, the outer path golem absorbed 2 tails, 3 tails, 8 tails and 9 tails, and it was already a pseudo-10 tail. The ninja of Mist-Hidden Village on the other side looked at the changes on the sea and showed a terrified look. What's that? Hurry back and report to the 4th generation of Water Shadow Lord. My god, why is our Wuin village so calamitous? Uchiha's eyes were only keyed, and his hands were sealed. Dressing Susanoo. In the Battle of the End Valley, he equipped Susanoo as armor on the Nine Tails, combining the overwhelming strength of the Nine Tails with the extreme defensive power of Susanoo. This time, he equipped Susanoo as armor on the body of the 10 Tails. On the body of the 10 Tails, the Susanoo armor immediately appeared. With your wooden art, it is impossible to break my prestige, Susanoo. Uchiha had witnessed Night Maple use thousands of hands when he was in Konoha village, and now he simply did not believe that Night Maple could use thousands of real hands. If I can still use thousands of hands, I will eat the 10 Tails. However, in the next second, Uchiha's eyes were about to pop out. Can Susanoo also be used on the 10 Tails? Yifeng was stunned for a moment, sealed at a rapid speed, and pressed it on the ground. Rumble. I saw that the huge immortal chakra instantly looked like a river, like a sea water, suddenly gushing out. This time, it was also mixed with the power of Indra. Immortal magic Mudun true thousands of hands top. Yifeng stood on top of the wooden figure, and the wooden man sat on top of the head of the huge Buddha statue. Chakra bursting out of purple and gold mixed together. Boom. On the cliff, directly collapse. The bridge that was originally erected at both ends of the mainland collapsed in an instant. The coastline instantly moves hundreds of meters inland. Countless sand and gravel tumbled to the seashore, instantly filled in and turned into a coast. The 1,000-hand giant Buddha just appeared, and changed the terrain of the entire seaside. The ninjas of the Mist-Hidden Village on the other side exclaimed again. 1,000-handed giant Buddha. It is the 1,000-hand giant Buddha of Night Maple. Hurry back and report to Lord Mizukage. God, this is the 1,000-hand giant Buddha of the Konoha Demon King, it's really the Demon Buddha. Now Yifeng's name has spread throughout Wuin village. The ninja of the Mist-Hidden Village called Yokai the Demon King of Konoha. Only the Demon King can summon such a terrifying Demon Buddha. The 10 Tails equipped with Susanoo are too big a gap compared to the 1,000 Hands Buddha. Night Maple was on the head of the wooden man, looking at the age spots from above. Uchiha was stunned, showing an incredulous look, and he was not fluent in speaking. You. How can it be? As soon as Shinchien's hands appeared, he defeated Uchiha's psychological defense. It's really unbelievable, this terrifying chakra. All right. I'll just admit you, among the opponents I've fought. You are stronger than the intercolumn. No one can get you right. I, Uchiha, would like to call you the strongest. Uchiha shouted angrily, and a purple long knife appeared in the hand of the mighty Susanoo Tenno, slashing at Shinsen's hand. Even if you know that you are going to lose, you will still shoot, and this is Uchiha. At the last moment of his life, he burned all his life. A knife that condensed his life will slashed out. Rumble. The chakra-long knife plunged deep between the legs of the 1,000-hand giant Buddha and got stuck. Then, the 1,000-hand giant Buddha grabbed the 10 Tails of Wei costume with one hand, and 1,000 fists behind him, and shot at the same time. Bang. 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 Mighty Susanoo shattered in an instant. The 10 Tails of the incomplete body were directly beaten into pieces. And the psychic came out of the 10 Tails, and Uchiha, who maintained the vain Susanoo, suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. I still lost, God is not on my side, if I collect 9-tailed beasts, it will definitely not be the result today. I will come back again, next time, I will become a real 10-tailed human pillar force. At the last moment, Uchiha cancels the psychic of the 10 Tails, and the 10 Tails disappear at once. Only Uchiha was left alone, falling on the beach. Yifeng fell from Jinqian's hand, and a systematic prompt appeared in his mind. Ding, complete option 1 to get rewards, SSS level character Kyuchiha spot, dirt transformation. Uchiha Madara, died like that. Yifeng looked puzzled, but since the system prompted, it should be right. When Yokai returned to Konoha village with Uchiha's body, the reconstruction of Konoha village was in full swing. Everyone saw Yifeng coming, and they walked up one after another. A sea of people. There were densely packed figures everywhere, all watching the return of the night maple from a distance. Lord Ikid. Lord Yefeng is back. He's Uchiha on his hand. Hero. Heroes of Konoha. Lord Yifeng. Lord Yefeng is mighty. At the front is Konoha's current highest level. Sarutobi Hinata, Uzumaki Mito, and the patriarchs of 35 families. These people formed the Provisional Supreme Council for the reconstruction of Konoha now. Kakashi and Obito of the 7th class, as well as Rin, were all squeezed into the back. Too many people. So many people came to greet Teacher Yefeng. Teacher Yefeng is awesome. Yifeng was also slightly stunned when he saw so many people. He had never seen so many people gathered together. He dropped Uchiha's body and asked directly, "What about Gyoshinai?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, quickly let go, and Gyoshinai behind walked up. Yefeng saw Gyoshinai, smiled, touched Gyoshinai's hair and said, "I'm back." Sarutobi Hinata, Uzumaki Mito, and the patriarchs of 35 families became the background, silently watching the love story of Yokaid and Kusinai. Gyoshinai looked at the people next to him, and said a little embarrassed, "Ahem, Ikid, you talk to Naruto-sama first, let's talk about it when we go back." After speaking, Gyoshinai retreated shyly. So many people watched, can Gyoshinai not be shy? Yokaid looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, "Grandma Mito, I brought back Uchiha's body." At this time, Sarutobi Hinata had already walked to Uchiha's corpse and looked. "This is Uchiha. I thought that I had died 40 years ago, and I had been living, and I had been behind the scenes, and I found him, and I had a clue about many things over the years. Put the body in place, you can't let him pretend to be dead and run away like 40 years ago." With the order of the 8th Flying Sun, the Wave Feng Shaman immediately took the Dark Ninja and took away the body of Uchiha Ban. Then, Sarutobi looked at Night Feng. Killing 3 generations of water shadows, solving the chaos of the 3 major families of Konoha, and now bringing back the corpse of Uchiha. Under these great achievements, Yifeng's reputation is probably going to surpass himself. Chapter 087 The Night of Konoha is still full of human voices. Although the arrival of Uchiha did not cause too many deaths, the entire village of Konoha was destroyed. Even the Hokage building, which had just been rebuilt before, could not escape the disaster. Now all the families in Konoha village are building new homes in full swing. First, remove the ruins and broken bricks and tiles in Konoha village and clear the vacant land. With soil, he asked his grandmother to sit outside the village and rest, and he went to move the broken bricks and tiles out piece by piece. At this time, little Kakashi and Rin came to help. Obito suddenly looked moved. "Rin, Kakashi, don't you have to move your house?" Little Kakashi said coolly, "My house is nothing, it's been cleaned up." Lin smiled and said, "Mom and Dad are cleaning up, and I'll come over to help." "My eyes are in the sand again." Little Kakashi suddenly rolled his eyes wordlessly. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto also came over. "Let me help you." Many ninjas who went out on missions came back and saw the ruined Konoha village, and they were stupid. For example, the scarred white-fanged banner Mushoamau, with more than 10 companions, returned to Konoha village together, ready to accept the punishment of the failure of the S-class undercover mission, but saw that Konoha village turned into a ruin, and was immediately dumbfounded. This time, the mission to go undercover to Sand Hidden Village failed, and in order to save the lives of many of his companions, Kiki Showa Shigeru exposed the dark lines that Konoha village had buried in Sand Hidden Village for 30 years. Of course, the dark thread of 30 years was exposed, and Chimu Shuamao still desperately saved all his companions. But Kiki Shuamao knew very well that the failure of this mission was not only a failure, but also made Konoha's intelligence work in Sand Hidden Village into a very passive situation. And the main person in charge of such a result, Kiki Showa Shigeru, he knew very well that if he returned to Konoha village this time, he would probably be punished and reprimanded a lot. But even though he knew that he would face punishment and blame if he returned to Konoha, he did not hesitate to save his companion, and he never regretted doing it. "Naruto-sama. Shuamao, you're back." "I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, Showa Shigeru has failed to live up to your expectations." 8th Flying Sun Chopper was originally still smiling, but when he saw Chimu Shuamao's words, and saw the more than 10 people following behind him, with scars all over his body, he was stunned. "What's the situation?" "Naruto-sama, I'm sorry, all our dark lines in Sand Hidden Village have been exposed." When Ape Fei Richo heard this, he immediately wanted to vomit blood. All dark lines. There's a saying MMP doesn't know what not to say. Ape Fei Ri saw an old man behind Chimushuamao, and his eyelids jumped. This is the dark thread buried in Cheyenne village for 30 years, and the old man who specializes in selling alcohol in Cheyenne village. In Cheyenne village, from a young man, he has become an old man now. This person was not put down by him, but by the dark thread that his teacher, the second-generation Hokage Senju, had put down, and how much important information about the village of Tsunahide had been brought to Konoha village for 30 years. Now uprooted. What is the situation? Ape Fei Sun's heart was dripping blood. The person behind wanted to speak, but was stopped by Chimushuamao. Chimushuamao said in a deep voice, "Lord Hokage, it is all a mistake made by me, the person in charge, and I accept the punishment." Ape Fei Ri's heart was twitching, looking at Chimushuamao. The muscles on his face were twitching, patted Chimushuamao's shoulder and said, "Okay, I know, you also see the current situation of Konoha, you go back to clean up your house first, just come back." What else can Ape Flying Sun Chop say? The dark line of 30 years is gone, and this matter will inevitably be settled after the fall. But now this matter is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to quickly re-establish order in Konoha village. Otherwise, if the other 4 ninja villages suddenly attack, it will be a big deal. However, just as Sarutobi Hinata thought, the 4 great ninja villages lurked in Konoha's secret sentry and undercover, and when Uchiha used the celestial barrier shock, they all passed the news back to their own ninja village. Now, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow of Yunin village, the newly appointed 4th generation of Wind Shadow Luasha of Cheyenne village, and the 3rd generation of Tokage of Yenin village are all recruiting troops, gathering large troops, and preparing to attack Konoha. Take advantage of Konoha's disease, take Konoha's life. In particular, the 3 generations of Thunder Kage, who were taken away from his son, suspected that the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage was related to Konoha, Chiyo, and the 4th generation of Kazekage Raza, and pointed all the contradictions in his country to Konoha. One of the best ways to deal with the contradictions in your own village is to transfer the contradictions out. Yenin village, on the other hand, took advantage of the fire to rob. The 3-generation tying 2-day scale Inoki is not a reckless man like the 3rd generation laying AI, not only has terrifying strength, but also has the dust of blood succession elimination that has surpassed the blood succession limit, but also is full of wisdom. The only Wuin village that didn't move much, in fact, was really scared by thousands of hands. The bay has become a beach, and now the foggy ninja is not very willing to go to sea in a short time. And the initiator Yifeng, who had just finished eating at this time, patted his stomach. When the results of the dinner came out, Nai was going to marry Ikid, and the wedding date was set for 7 days later. At the same time, Night Maple is about to become the 4th generation Hokage. Tentatively scheduled for tomorrow's Konoha interim high meeting, Yokaid will be nominated as Hokage. People who can be the opponent of Night Maple basically do not exist. Although the Night Maple appeared like a shooting star in a short period of time, this meteor was too bright. Yifeng also did not expect that the woman who snatched the water gate also snatched the position of the water gate. The water gate of this parallel world is probably a sharp knife under Yifeng. In that case, I'll let you live safely, the Ninetales Rebellion or something, just let me bear it. Yefeng originally wanted to sleep, but the noise outside was too loud, so Yefeng went out with Jioshinai. Everyone else's home collapsed, and only the whirlpool courtyard remained. The main reason is that Yefeng used the Muduan 4 Pillars family to directly rebuild the dilapidated whirlpool courtyard. After eating a meal, Yefeng felt that the chakra in his body also began to recover. I have to say that the 1,000-hand pillar is a wireless charging treasure, and I only fought with Uchiha in the afternoon, used 2 Xianfa Mutajan thousands of hands, and almost exhausted chakra, and now chakra has begun to recover part of it. Yokaid happened to see the 3 students of his 7th class, and Mikoto Uchiha were cleaning up the debris, and walked over. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes immediately lit up when she saw Ikid, but when she saw Jioshinai behind her, she suddenly showed a bitter smile. Jioshinai, Yifeng. The people around also said respectfully, Lord Yefeng. Now that Night Maple is the hero who saved Konoha, all the ninjas in Konoha village are very respectful to Night Maple. Yifeng nodded and said, you guys get out of the way, I'll come. Everyone was puzzled, but they still listened to Yifeng's words and let go one after another. Dun Lianzhu family. Yifeng's hands were sealed, very complicated, chakra immediately refined it, and in the land in front of him, countless roots were drilled, and the roots rose up and grew into trees. At a speed visible to the naked eye, these trees turned into houses and dusty all around. Everyone covered their faces, but their eyes showed a look of surprise, stunned. In front of them, one house after another rises, completely new. Not a house, but a row down, forming a new street. It's a miracle. Thank you, Lord Yikid. Thank you, Lord Yikid. Many people were about to kneel down, and were quickly helped up by Yifeng. Don't do this, raise your hand. This wave gave Yifeng a wave of goodwill. Shinai, Mikoto, and Rin's eyes were wide, and the streamers flickered, and they felt that Yifeng was too handsome. Obito and little Kakashi were also stunned. Obito even clenched his fists and said, I also want to learn Muduan. Little Kakashi next to him rolled his eyes and said, Mudun is the blood succession limit, just like your Sharingan, you can't learn it. At this time, a voice of appreciation came from behind Yifeng. Yifeng, you are too powerful. Yifeng looked back and saw that it was the white fang banner Mushuamao. Little Kakashi's eyes also lit up, and his face rushed up with joy, Dad. Kiki Shuamao's originally serious face showed a smile and hugged little Kakashi, Dad is back. Father and son reunited, happy and harmonious. Yifeng did not interrupt their parent-son time, turned around and walked forward, continued to use the Muda Lianzhu family, and helped Konoha village rebuild its home. The ninjutsu of Muduan Lianzhu's family is very expensive chakra, but how can Yifeng say that he also inherited the chakra between the invincible charging treasure thousand hand pillars, plus with the power of Indra, slowly come street by street, it is still possible. In addition, every time Yifeng uses the Muda Lianzhu family, he is sealed with both hands, which can also slightly improve efficiency. In this way, Yifeng spent most of the night rebuilding the entire Konoha village into a treehouse village full of forest atmosphere. Houses made of wood, on the walls, there are occasionally cyan shoots. The entire Konoha village has become like a forest. This is the real Konoha village. Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Ape Flying Lake Biwa, as well as many Konoha high-rises, all showed a look of joy when they watched the trees and buildings rise up. They had expected it to take at least one day, but they didn't expect it to be done in just one night. On this unpeaceful night, every villager and every ninja in Konoha village had a place to sleep. Ape Flying Sun Chopper sighed and said, the role of Yifeng alone can reach 10,000 people. The high level next to him quickly nodded in agreement, Lord Naruto is right, Lord Yifeng is too strong. The villagers of Konoha village, with smiles on their faces, moved into the new tree house, and as soon as they entered, they felt a special freshness from the forest of trees. Little Kakashi followed Kiki Shuamao into his new home, knocked on the wood and said, Dad, is Mudun necessarily a blood succession limit, and no one without a bloodline can't learn it? Even the sane little Kakashi saw such a miracle as Yokaid, and his heart was full of yearning. Not to mention others. Sarutobi Hinata led a group of Konoha high-ranking people towards Night Maple and Jiyoshinai. Hard work on you, Yifeng, Jiyoshinai. Jiyoshinai hurriedly said, it's nothing, Naruto-sama, this is what we should do. Ape Fei smiled, but Yifeng didn't bird him and looked ahead. It seems that only the Uchiha family remains. At this time, a high-ranking Konoha quickly stood up and said, Lord Yikid, and slow. Huh. Yifeng looked at the old man. This high-ranking Konoha hurriedly said, Lord Yokaid, we feel that the Uchiha clan should also move to the edge of the village. As the village guard, this incident did not notify us in time, which brought a major loss of personnel and wealth to our village, and it was obvious that there was a lack of work efficiency. Moving to the edge of the village will benefit our village guards. The words of this Konoha high level have been endorsed by many high-level officials. The hemp rope master has a point. I think the Uchiha family should really move. Ostensibly due to the work of the guards, it was suggested that the Uchiha family relocate. In fact, it was today's attack on Uchiha that made many people in Konoha village question the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, who had just rushed over, suddenly turned pale when he heard the words of these high-ranking Konoha high-level. Patriarch Hemp Rope, it's not right for you to say this, we Uchiha clan have done our best. Before he finished speaking, someone immediately refuted, but Uchiha is the ancestor of your Uchiha clan. Now if you Uchiha clan want to clear your name, you must move to the edge of the village. Yifeng did not expect that history was still moving closer to his original trajectory. Konoha's high-level alienation and isolation from Uchiha still happened. The fact that Ape Flying Sun did not speak also proved that he also acquiesced in his heart. During the battle, the idea of Ape Flying Sun / was indeed shaken, but now, Ape Flying Sun / is still more inclined to Konoha's high level. After all, the concept of beware of the Uchiha family was passed down from the second generation. These high-level students are second-generation students, and their ideas are passed down from generation to generation. Ding, based on the existing situation of the host, provide 3 choices. Option 1, agree to the suggestion of the wooden high level and forcibly relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of Konoha village. Reward, S-Class Forbidden Art, Heavenly Curse. Option 2, both sides do not help, take Gyoshinai, turn around and leave directly. Reward, S-Class Character Card, Sasuke Uchiha, Heavenly Spell Seal, Mikoto Uchiha Good Impression -10. Option 3, build a 6-story building in the original territory of the Uchiha clan. Reward, S-Class Character Card, Uchiha Itachi, Night of the Extinction, Uchiha Mikoto Favor +10, Uchiha Fugaku Favorites +10, Chapter 088. Yefeng pondered for a moment and stopped Uchiha Fugaku from speaking. Don't say it, it's really not very convenient for the guards to live in the village. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, his face suddenly sank, and his heart was bitter. Even Lord Yokaide felt that all this was the fault of our Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku's mind appeared Uchiha Madara's arrogant look. Indeed, Uchiha Madara is the ghost of our Uchiha clan, and the people of Konoha village do not believe us, and there is indeed a reason. Although Uchiha Fugaku is reasonable, but his heart is particularly uncomfortable, the head of the family, Uchiha, suddenly died tragically, and now the Uchiha family is leaderless, and he is forced to leave the territory of the Uchiha family for many years. This is something that has never been tried in Konoha village. As one of the 10 major families in Jiansuan, no family has ever left their territory, and if the Uchiha family is the first, it will be a shame for the Uchiha clan. Gyoshinai next to him frowned when he heard Yifeng's words. She thinks that the Uchiha family is not wrong, but the mistake is only the mistake of the Uchiha spot, and the mistake of the Uchiha spot cannot be attributed to the Uchiha family, right? And many high-ranking people in Konoha were slightly stunned when they heard Yifeng's words, and suddenly showed a smile. At the beginning, there were still many high-ranking people in Konoha who felt that Yefeng was too young, and besides, they were worried that Yefeng's ideological consciousness was not high enough. Now it seems that Yefeng is really still heading towards our Konoha village, and he is really the perfect heir to inherit the will of fire. However, just when the high level of Konoha was complacent, he saw Yefeng walking to the territory of the Uchiha clan. What does Yefeng want to do? Under their puzzled eyes, Yefeng asked the people of the Uchiha clan to get out of the way. Mudun 4-pillar family. In the territory where the Uchiha clan has been razed to the ground, rise tall buildings on the ground. The people of the Uchiha clan widened their eyes and watched as the trees instantly grew larger, became pillars, and erected a brand new tall building. The Uchiha clan, who reacted quickly, had already bowed down to Yifeng. Lord Yifeng, thank you. Yifeng raised his hand, and the root vines immediately drilled out of the ground, helping all these Uchiha clansmen who knelt down to him. It's okay, just raise your hand, you Uchiha clan deserve it. The people of the Uchiha clan even turned red when they heard Yefeng say this. Many people have heard that the Konoha high level wants them to relocate, and they also know that the appearance of Uchiha will make the whole of Konoha no longer trust them. Unexpectedly, Yefeng affirmed them. The high-ranking Konoha, who was originally very happy, had a condensed expression on his face. Even Ape Flying Sun was slightly stunned, unexpected. Yifeng's behavior is sometimes really elusive. Uchiha Fugaku was still a little confused. Didn't Night Maple agree with those high-ranking Konoha high-ranking statements? How did you turn around and help their Uchiha family again? The hemp rope master who had just spoken couldn't help but say, Lord Yefeng, what do you mean by this? Yefeng smiled and said, I think you guys have a point. As a guard, I am really not responsible for my own work in the center of the village, so my idea is to build another house on the edge of the village, specifically for the Uchiha guard. And this is Uchiha's territory, naturally inhabited by people from the Uchiha clan who are not guards. Yifeng's words made everyone's mouths open slightly. They didn't expect Yifeng to deal with this matter like this. What did they want to say? But Yefeng had already built the building. Was it useful to say anything more? Besides, it is to offend Yifeng. So even the hemp rope owner, who was very unhappy in his heart, still endured it. Ape Fei Ri looked at Yifeng quietly, and his heart was full of emotion. Yifeng's way of dealing with it like this, he did not expect it. I'm really old. Perhaps, Night Maple becomes the new Hokage, and can really lead the entire Konoha to glory. Uchiha Fugaku was ashamed that he had misunderstood Yokai just now, and said with a guilty face, Yokai-sama, you take a break, the house on the edge of the village, let us Uchiha guard do it. No, that's all you have left with the Uchiha guard, and I'll get the whole village done. Yifeng sighed slightly in his heart, hey, I can't help it. If you want to pinch the system wool, that's all. If the Uchiha family is allowed to build their own house, who knows if the system is considered their own. When Yifeng built all the houses of the Uchiha family on the edge of the village, the voice of completing the choice appeared in his mind. Ding, complete option 1, agree to the suggestion of the Konoha high level, forcibly relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of Konoha village, and get a reward, S-class art, heavenly spell seal. Ding, complete option 3 to build a 6-story building in the original territory of the Uchiha clan and get rewards, S-class character Ka Uchiha Itachi, Knight of Extermination, Uchiha Mikoto favor +10, Uchiha Fugaku favor +10. Yifeng was speechless when he looked at Uchiha Fugaku's favor +10, why did he want Uchiha Fugaku's favor? However, the set of Uchiha Weasel is one step closer to the goal of collection, and there is still a Uchiha Weasel, Shao organization, which can be synthesized. In addition, the S-class forbidden technique Heavenly Spell Seal is also interesting. This is a forbidden technique for cultivating subordinates, which can infuse them with the Heavenly Spell Seal, thus making them more powerful and making unnatural changes. For example, Sasuke's second form of the Heavenly Spell Seal can grow wings and fly, which is a bit fierce. In addition, this is still a life-saving skill, even if it is really hanged, it can be revived through the Heavenly Spell Seal. Of course, the second point has no effect on Yifeng. Along the way, people kept coming to Yifeng, Lord Yifeng. Yikit felt like a Hokage and beckoned in thanks. It wasn't until he returned to the whirlpool courtyard that Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. This time, too many people thanked themselves. Jiu Nai held Yifeng's hand, with a look of self-determination. This is my husband. Yes, although she has not yet married, Jiu Nai already wants to call Yifeng's husband. So ashamed. Don't look at Jiu Nai is very fierce when treating other people, but Yifeng is completely at the level of a male god in Jiu Nai's heart. Jiu Nai faced Yifeng, only the demeanor of a little woman, there was no such fierce look at all, and the little bird was next to Yifeng. The next day. Early in the morning, Kid arrived at the Hokage building. This was the first temporary high-level meeting for the reconstruction of Konoha village. The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Akimichi clan and other 35 major families of Konoha, as well as a group of upper ninja who have status in Motoa village, convened for a meeting here. Orochimaru walked to Yifeng's side and said softly, Yifeng, I know the position of Hokage, I can't grab you, but you have to promise me and support my experiment. Yifeng smiled and didn't say anything. Then Yokai saw Jiraiya, Tsunade, and they all said hello. Yifeng sat down in the front row, while Bofeng Shuiman, Chimu Shuamao, who were not elite Shangnan within the 35 family, all sat in the back row. Watergate looked at Yifeng, who was sitting in front, and said in his heart that he didn't envy, it was fake. Chimu Shuamao was slightly nervous. Yesterday Ape Flying Sun Chopper did not scold him, and the others did not say anything, but this calmness made Chimu Shuamao more worried in his heart. After all, he destroyed the dark line hidden in Cheyenne village for 30 years. Chimu Shuamao knew very well that this was an unforgivable crime for any Shangnan. Now, Chimu Shuamao doesn't know what the village will do. After the people came together, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Chopper slowly walked out. He walked up to the podium and looked around, glancing at Chimu Shuamao halfway, and finally at Yifeng. The matter of Chimu Shuamao will be handed over to the next Hokage to handle. Ahem, okay, everyone is here, then let's start. In the past month, because of the many conflicts between Kirihide village and Union village, as well as the crimes and rebellions of the Shimura clan, the Mito clan and the Shuani clan, coupled with the impetus behind the scenes, Uchiha Madara, we in Konoha have suffered a great impact. The casualties of 1,000 ninjas on the front line, and the village of Konoha once fell into ruins. Sarutobi said on the stage, and the people in the audience recalled that in the past month, there were probably more things that had happened in Konoha village than in the previous year. It was as if things had exploded suddenly. Many people's eyes flashed with essence, listening to the speech of the ape flying sun. Their hearts were more or less guessing whether the war in the ninja world was coming again. I only heard Sarutobi continue to say, Konoha village has suffered so much loss in this month. As Hokage, I, ape flying sun, must give everyone an explanation. Speaking of which. He paused for a moment. And took a deep breath. Looking at everyone in the audience, he said lightly, so. I decided to take the position of Hokage. Everyone looked surprised. What? Nope. Lord Hokage, the losses of Yi village are all caused by Yunin village and Uchiha spot, and this is not your responsibility at all. Yes, Naruto-sama, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, a large number of people have already received the wind. Life in the world depends on acting skills. Don't say more. Sarutobi looked at everyone in the audience with a firm look in his eyes, and said in a loud voice, in this month, I have deeply felt how correct the spirit of our Konoha village and our will of fire are. Where the leaves fly, the fire endures. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Young people are the hope of our Konoha. I am old. I believe that our younger generation of Konoha can take on the heavy responsibility of Hokage and can take on all important positions in Konoha. I've been on the Hokage seat for 25 years, it's time for the younger generation to come up. Now I believe in our young people in Konoha, just like the second generation Hokage Sanjima-sama back then, I believe in us. Speaking of this, Ape Fei-ri's eyes were full of tears. He loves Konoha deeply and really wants Konoha to develop better. At the same time, he felt powerless. Therefore, it is the right time to abdicate now. So the candidates for the fourth generation of Hokage. Many people looked at Yifeng, who was sitting in the front row, at this time. At this time, the head of the Hyuga family couldn't help but say, Naruto-sama, then the fourth generation of Hokage, have you chosen anyone? Sarutobi said lightly, all of us, each of us recommends a candidate, and the one with the most support is elected as the fourth generation Hokage. As soon as these words came out, the audience roared. Not specified. Many family masters had a flash of golden light in their eyes. Although the position of the Hokage is most likely Yifeng's, it may not be impossible for them to compete. Just when these family masters were hot in their hearts, Tsunade took the lead in raising his hand. I, Tsunade, recommend Yokaide as the fourth generation Hokage. Immediately afterwards, Zlai and the Big Snake Pill also stood up one after another. I, Jiraiya, recommend Yekade as the fourth generation Hokage. I, Orochimaru, recommend Yura to serve as the fourth generation Hokage. Konoha Sanshin unanimously recommended Yokaide as the fourth generation of Hokage. Many people showed a surprised look. They originally thought that the Big Snake Pill would still compete with Yifeng. After all, the Big Snake Pill was the most outstanding disciple under the Ape Flying Sun /. Unexpectedly, the Big Snake Pill took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Behind the three shinobi of Konoha, it is not the support of the 35 family, but it represents a large part of the upper shinobi. White Fang Chi-Mu Shuamao, Hokage half-sleeved, raised his hand and said, I, Chi-Mu Shuamao, recommend Yifeng to serve as the position of the fourth generation of Hokage. Many people looked at Chi-Mu Shuamao, and were surprised that Konoha White Fang had given up competing for the position of Hokage. And then quite a few people probably understood. Yukide is the teacher of Kakashi, the son of Kiki Shuamao, and Kiki Shuamao naturally supports Yukide. Bufeng Shuiman pondered, and also raised his hand and said, I, Bufeng Shuiman, recommend Yifeng to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage. Then, the back was a group of shinobi, and they all raised their hands and said, I, recommend Yifeng to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage. For no other reason, last night Feng rebuilt the wooden house for the whole village, and harvested these Shangen's hearts. For these upper shinobi, it is very simple, if you are good to me, I will be good to you. None of the others had spoken yet, and Yifeng had already gained the support of more than 0 people. This is only a 16-year-old young man. However, Yifeng's prestige and strength are enough to withstand this respect. But the 35 major families, no one has spoken yet. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand. I, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, recommend Yefeng to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage. All the heads of the family looked at Uchiha Fugaku in surprise. This young man turned out to be the new head of the Uchiha clan. Immediately afterwards, Inuga Butterfly, Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, Akimichi clan, and the heads of the three families all unanimously said that they recommended Yokaide for the position of the fourth generation of Hokage. Up to now, everyone has recommended the candidate, all of them are Maple. The head of the Hyuga family, who originally had some ideas, pondered and said, I, on behalf of the Hyuga clan, recommend Yokaide to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage. Because now, Yefeng has won more than half of the votes, there is no need to fight anymore. At this time, brushing the good feeling in front of the four generations of Hokage is the real choice. The other family heads who can sit in the position of family head are all human spirits, and all their thoughts are similar to the Hyuga family head. I, on behalf of the Hemp Rope family, recommend Yefeng to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage. I, on behalf of... Sarutobi looked at everyone's recommendation, his eyes flickering. That's what everyone wants. In the end, only Uzumaki Mito remained without saying anything. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, I, on behalf of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, recommend Yokaide to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage. The number of participants in the meeting was 58, and 57 people have already expressed their views. The last person is the ape flying Sunchop. Sarutobi nodded, smiled, and said, then. Now it is announced that the person who serves as the fourth generation of Hokage is Night Maple. Chapter 089. That's it. Konoha's four Hokage were settled in this high-level meeting. Night Maple. It is the generation Hokage of Motoha. For generations of adults. Naruto-sama. After the meeting, the ninjas dispersed one after another. But they will also hit Yifeng's side. Congratulations to the new Hokage. For generations of Hokage-sama. If you have a chance, please come to the Uchiha family and take a seat. Uchiha Fugaku said very respectfully to Yokaide. Yefeng was slightly stunned and nodded. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku really became the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. This made Yefeng feel once again how powerful the plot inertia of the Hokage world was. Yifeng suddenly thought to himself, then, Uchiha-ban, is it possible to come back again? And the Otoki Kagaya who stole the fruits of Uchiha's spot. Even Bufeng Shuiman and Chimu Shuamao came up to congratulate them. Congratulations. Night Maple is now the fourth generation of Hokage. Congratulations, Yifeng. The Dark Ninja is very efficient. After the meeting, it didn't take an hour to spread through the village of Benai. Have you heard? The three Hokage gave way. Lord Night Maple will take over as the fourth generation of Hokage. Oh my god. It's true. Of course it's true, the Hokage succession ceremony will be held tomorrow. It is most suitable for Lord Yefeng to serve as the fourth generation of Hokage, and the third generation of adults is still old. Don't talk nonsense, the third generation of adults is not abdicating yet, be careful that the dark department catches you. Various places in Konoha village. People are talking about Night Maple's new Hokage. For the fact that Yokaide served as the fourth generation of Hokage, everyone in Konoha village agreed very much. At this time, Obito's eyes were about to pop out. Sister Mikoto. Yokaide-sensei is going to be Hokage. Mikoto nodded with a smile and said, yes, Yokaide-sensei wants to become the fourth generation of Hokage in Konoha, and the youngest Hokage in history. Obito, you have to cheer too. Obito nodded fiercely, and then said, Yifeng-sensei is going to be a Hokage, isn't there no time to teach us? Mikoto sighed and said, yes. Mikoto. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind Mikoto. Mikoto was slightly stunned, turned her head, and was stunned. Gyoshinai. Gyoshinai came up and said, go, have dinner at night. Dinner. Gyoshinai nodded, yes, celebrate Yefeng as the fourth generation of Hokage. Obito next to him couldn't help but ask, sister, can I go? Gyoshinai touched Obito's head and said, of course, you all have to go to the 7th class. In this way, Gyoshinai, Mikoto, and the 3 members of the 7th class participated in Yifeng's celebration banquet. Teacher Yefeng, congratulations. Teacher Yefeng, congratulations. Yefeng smiled and said, you're welcome, sit. As soon as he sat down, a clear voice came from behind him. Hey, brother-in-law. Yefeng was suddenly speechless, and when he looked back, it was indeed Tsunade. Tsunade, this guy, likes to take advantage of himself. When Jio-Shernai heard Tsunade call Yokui's brother-in-law, his face immediately turned red. Tsunade also patted Yoruki's shoulder and said, brother-in-law, I'm happy to be a Hokage. Seeing that Yokui didn't have a bird, Tsunade also said, hey, brother-in-law, when are you going to have a wedding with Jio-Shernai? Wedding. When Mikoto next to her heard this, she was immediately stunned and looked at Yifeng. Everyone looked at Yifeng. Obito was excited. Teacher, you're getting married. Married to such a beautiful sister Jio-Shernai, Teacher Yefeng is really lucky. Thinking of this, Obito secretly glanced at Rin who was sitting next to him. However, Rin completely ignored Obito and looked at Yefeng and Jio-Shernai. Teacher Yefeng and sister Jio-Shernai, how happy. Yifeng smiled and said, we plan to set the wedding in 6 days. 6. Is there anything included? Everyone was curious. Yifeng squeezed Jio-Shernai's soft little hand and said, there is no special meaning. Yesterday I said to Jio-Shernai that it was a 7-day contract. Ah, Teacher Yefeng is so sweet. Brother-in-law, you can do it. Tsunade was very happy, took a sip of the wine in front of him, his face turned crimson, he filled another glass of wine, raised it and said, very good, brother-in-law, in that case, today I will be a notary. Yokui interrupted Tsunade-heim, the notary of the wedding, is Grandma Mito. Well, I mean this moment, it's very important, I want to witness, you don't understand it. Tsunade is angry. Drink, don't say anything. After 3 rounds of drinking, Tsunade-heim's face turned crimson and she lay down directly. Night Maple. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Jio-Shernai's face turned even redder, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng. In front of so many people, announcing the marriage date made Jio-Shernai feel a little nervous, and at the same time there was a feeling of happiness. Yifeng-kun, congratulations. Mikoto looked at Yefeng with envy and raised the wine glass in her hand, I wish you and Jio-Shernai happiness. Saying this, Mikoto felt a little bitter in her heart. But Mikoto still smiled and said, I didn't expect our group of people, it turned out that you got married first. Yefeng touched his nose and smiled, not knowing what to say. Because the system suddenly prompted, Mikoto was in a good mood of +10. What's going on? Can such a good impression also be +10? Yifeng couldn't understand what the situation was. No matter what, Yifeng-kun, Jio-Shernai, you must be fine. Jio-Shernai said shyly, Mikoto, thank you for your blessing. Yefeng also nodded and said, I will definitely do. At Night Maples they celebrate at the time. Jiraiya and Sarutobi were talking in Hokage's office. Jiraiya, time flies so fast. Sarutobi sat in his seat and looked at the moon outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, teacher. Zilai also looked at the back of the 8 flying sun, and couldn't help sighing and said, Teacher, Yefeng serves as the Hokage, it's okay, you can rest. 8 Fei-ri nodded and said, yes, I didn't think it before, I still think I can last for 10 years, 20 years is fine, but yesterday's battle made me realize that it is really the back wave pushing the front wave. Teacher. 8 Fei-ri smiled and said, it's just a complaint of a retired old man, since I have already decided. Naturally, he also believes in Yi Maple. Suddenly, a black shadow flew out and landed in front of 8 Flying Sun and Jiraiya. Report Naruto-sama, Uchiha's body, gone. The smile on 8 Flying Sunchop's face instantly stiffened. What? Uchiha's body, missing again. Who stole it? There are 10 corpses guarded by shinobu in the dark part, and they are actually missing. Zilai's face was also full of horror. Hearing the dark ninja say in detail, the faces of Sarutobi Hinata and Jiraiya changed. The 10 dark ninjas waited until the end of the night to find out that what they had been guarding was not the corpse of Uchiha Madara, but a white corpse. Transferred. This ghost of Uchiha should not be resurrected and run away. 8 Fei-ri said with a solemn face, call Yifeng immediately. Soon, the door banged. Come in. Is there something wrong with Uchiha's body? Ape Fei nodded and said, "Yes, I don't know what the situation is, the body is missing." "Got it. It's okay, wait for me to come back, I've left a mark on the corpse." Before the words fell, Yifeng's figure had disappeared. Flying Thunder God's art. In the next second, Yifeng's figure suddenly appeared above Uchiha's body. At this time, it was already very far away from Konoha village. I don't know when, Black and White Absolute transferred Uchiha's body. But no matter how to adjust the bag, he didn't expect that Yifeng left the Flying Thunder God technique on Uchiha. Black and White saw that Yifeng was coming, and he was suddenly shocked. "You actually had a head start." Black and White carried the corpse, and when he turned back, a bitter woo shot out, and at the same time, the figure flashed and fled. However, under Heibaiju's feet, countless saplings appeared, which instantly grew into tree roots and entangled Heibaiju's feet. Heibaiju showed a surprised look. "Muduan. Still want to escape? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, it's time to fix you." Heiju said in surprise, "You had premeditated it." As soon as the words fell, Yifeng directly thundered 1,000 birds, shattering the Black and White. "Not dead yet. Muduan." Countless tree roots and vines absorbed all these broken Black and White absolutes. The Black Shard made a terrified voice, "Impossible, how can you absorb me? This is the power of Indra. How can you have Indra power?" Heiju shouted in horror, but countless Black Jeopardy fragments were announced by Yifeng. "It should be gone, go back." After solving the Black and White extreme, Yifeng carried Uchiha's body and immediately went back. However, not long after Yifeng left, he suddenly drilled out a Black and White absolute in place. Unexpectedly, this guy is also the reincarnation of Indra, but it doesn't make sense. If Indra is reincarnated, he doesn't have the eye of reincarnation. What the hell is going on here? This newly emerged Black and White animal did not dare to stay in place, quickly dug out a piece of meat, and left immediately. Uchiha's flesh and blood should be able to cultivate a body suitable for the rebirth of dirt. Chapter 090. The appearance of Yifeng suddenly increased the difficulty of the Black Absolute mother-saving record. Originally, Uchiha was able to find an heir with soil, and passed it on from generation to generation, until the appearance of Kagaya Atsuki. Now, the shadow of Obito is gone, and Uchiha is hanging. Now Kuroji's idea is to find a way to revive Uchiha first. It's hard to find a perfect tool person like Uchiha. Besides, now that the 10 tails have collected 4-tailed beasts, there are still 5 left, and they can resurrect their mother Datuki Kagaya. Yokaide safely brought Uchiha's body back to Konoha village, and this time, Uchiha's body was completely sealed in the sarcophagus, no longer giving any chance. But Yifeng didn't know how, and always felt a little uneasy. It always felt like something he had overlooked. What's going on? I didn't let Yifeng think more. Because the next day, Yifeng followed the Ape Flying Sun to hand over the management authority of various departments, and at the same time brought the high level who were familiar with each department. Because Yifeng holds the position of the 4th generation of Hokage, the position of the head of the administration department is about to be relinquished. The new head of the Ministry of Administration will be appointed to whom? Yifeng's first reaction was to think of his corpse-carrying little brother Bo-Feng Shueman. 3 generations of Hokage, or will you let Bo-Feng Shueman be the head of the administration department? Ape Fei shook his head and said, "This can't work, Watergate he should be the head of the dark department. Isn't the Minister of Darkness Kiki Shuashigeru?" Ape Fei sighed and said, "No, Shuamao, he made a big mistake and can no longer serve as the Minister of the Dark Department." Listening to the Ape Flying Sun, Yifeng immediately understood what was going on. It was Kiki Shuashigeru who gave up the task in order to save his companions, which led to being blamed by the whole village, and finally even the rescued companions accused him in turn, and finally chose to commit suicide because he couldn't stand the exclusion of everyone, which also led to Kakashi's shadow in his heart since he was a child. In the original, it is not mentioned very carefully. Now Yifeng can be regarded as understanding various reasons. In fact, it is a classic rail selection problem. If you are a conductor and there are 10 children playing on one normal running track and 1 child playing on another abandoned track. If you choose to save the 10 children in front of you, then you will go off track and kill that 1 child. If you choose the right track, all 10 children in front of you will die. Chimu Shuamao chose to save his companion in front of him and gave up the dark thread that had been buried for 30 years, which led to a big problem in the intelligence work of Cheyenne village. In the future, because of the lack of intelligence, more people died, and finally Chimu Shuamao committed suicide. That's such a thing. It's really hard to choose. So, this should be the first thing you have to deal with when you take office, how to deal with it. Yi Feng glanced at the ape flying sun. This old monkey is really cunning. Bang. Yi Feng's shadow doppelganger was lifted, and the things explained instantly returned to the body. At the same time, at the door of the Hokage building, two figures walked out. It was the Night Maple and the ape flying sun. This is who they are. The shadow avatar goes to hand over the work, and the body performs the Hokage handover ceremony. I saw the ape flying sun chopping for the Night Maple wearing a bucket sign with the word fire printed on it. Then put on a Hokage robe for Ikid. There are 4 dragon and phoenix dances on the back. 4 generations of Hokage. Then, Sarutobi stepped aside, a smile on his already wrinkled face, clapping. Ikid raised his bucket with his left hand. A plain handsome face was revealed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Thanks to everyone's love, from today onwards, I will be the 4th generation of Hokage in Konoha Hidden Village. He said loudly to the dense Konoha village ninja and villagers in front of him. 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Naruto-sama. Lord Ikid. The news of the abdication of the 3rd generation of Hokage in Motoha village and the handover of the 4th generation of Hokage spread in an instant. Time. The entire ninja world was shaking. Land of Water. In the village of Mist, the 4th generation water shadow Citrus Yukura, who has just ascended to the throne, is in a meeting with the elder group. I didn't expect that the ape flying sun chop could really retreat in a hurry, so he abdicated. And also pushed on such a young Hokage. According to the information we got, the 4th generation of Hokage Yakuid, just yesterday, fought fiercely with Uchiha in our bay, changing the topography of the entire bay. Citrus Yukura sighed and said, yes, the hero of the troubled world, so young, has the strength to surpass Uchiha, even if the 3 tails are in front of them, it is not at all. Wuin village has long known the existence of the 3 tails, but one does not go to capture. First, there is no suitable human pillar force, and second, the country of Water Fog Hidden Village naturally has a barrier of the bay, and the big war on the mainland is generally extended to Wuin village. The tailed orc pillar force is as attractive to the Mist Hidden Village as the other 4 hidden villages. Speaking of which, Yifeng's was still caused by Yunin village's robbery of Julie candidate Uzumaki Jioshinai, and later Yunin village suffered 2 fiasco defeats in succession, and even the son of Thunder Shadow and the 8-tailed man Julie were all involved. It seems Yunin village has become the 4th generation of Hokage of Konoha. Yunin village took the initiative to start a war. Then he was defeated by the other side. Heavy losses from themselves. Not to mention, it also brought huge benefits to the other party. Well, this is also surprising to us. The village of Konoha, which has always been peace-loving, suddenly became like this, which is also something that we are very surprised about. Land of Thunder, Yunin village, Thunder Shadow office. The 3rd generation of AI was so angry that he directly smashed the wooden table in front of him. Rumble. With a loud bang, the wooden table smashed directly, and even the ground cracked. Lei Ying's office is fortunately on the 1st floor, otherwise the ceiling downstairs would have blown up directly. Abominable, so abominable. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were very angry, and the tasks of Yunin village failed one after another, and Yefeng was the biggest reason for it. Now that Konoha has molded Night Feng into a hero, and also pushed Night Feng to become the 4th generation of Hokage, isn't it hitting himself in the face of Thunder Shadow and Yunin village? Moreover, his own son is still a prisoner in Konoha. As soon as he thought that he was likely to go to Konoha to negotiate with such a hairy boy in the future, the 3 generations of Thunder Kage were angry. Other big countries and small countries, big ninja village, small ninja village, all ninjas, are sighing. A Kamishinobu, who is less than 18 years old, jumps directly from Shimoshinobu to Kamishinobu within a month, and then to Hokage. This is simply an exaggeration. But thinking about what Yefeng has done in this month, as well as his identity, and feeling that all this is also possible. It is also the 3 generations of Hokage ape flying sun chopper that has such courage. In the afternoon, in the conference room of the Hokage building, Yefeng was holding the first important meeting of the 4 generations of Hokage. The attendees were all high-ranking officials of Konoha village. Hokage-sama, Iwahide village in the land of earth, and Mist-hidden village in the land of water. The village of sand hidden in the land of the wind and. There are letters of congratulations from Yunin village in the land of thunder, expressing their willingness to communicate peacefully with us, so are we going to reply to them one by one? Yifeng nodded and said, yes, by the way, Yenin village and Cheyenne village, have there been any changes recently? I heard the 3 generations of Hokage mention it. Immediately someone said, yes, Naruto-sama, there are changes in Iwayne village and Sand-hidden village, they are all secretly stationing troops, and we guess that their target is either us Konoha or Yunin village. Of course, they want to attack us, and if you want to avoid the land of rain where the demigods are located, you must first pass through the country of grass and the country of river, which still takes a little time. Another person said, however, the dark lines we have now in Cheyenne village have all been uprooted. It is the huge loss caused by the Shangnan banner Mushuamao. We don't have any news at all about the movements of Cheyenne village now. Immediately, several people raised their hands. I demand severe punishment of Chi Mushuamao. Naruto-sama, I second. Lord Naruto, this is a very serious accident, and it was deliberately done by Kiki Shuamao, and it must not be spared. Yifeng looked at the high-level officials who spoke with a smile, representing the Ministry of Administration, the Ministry of Education, the Department of Interrogation, and the newly established Supreme Council, equivalent to the Council of Elders. Behind them are all the families at the back of the 35 family, so they huddled together. Now they are attacking Chi Mushuamao. Firstly, they want to weaken Yefeng's influence in Konoha village and prevent Yefeng's family from dominating, and secondly, they want to completely knock the Chimu family into the dust. Kiki Shoashigeru's great achievements in World War II gave him the Hokage half-sleeve, and this major accident was the best chance to attack him. If Chi Mushuamao is let go this time, then with the identity of Yefeng as Chi Mushuamao's son-teacher, maybe at that time, Yefeng will really be able to make Chi Mushuamao make meritorious contributions. At that time, the Chimu family was probably going to be among the top families in Konoha. In that case, the lower families of these 35 families will have a lower status. They don't want to see that. So there is today's impeachment. The timing was just right. On the first day of Yifeng's tenure, when Yifeng had not been able to sort out his head, he quickly cut through the mess. Behind these high-level officials, there is actually more family support. They are willing to see Night Maple become the 4th generation of Hokage, but they do not want to see more civilian families hugging Night Maple and squeezing into the top families to compete with them for the highest power in Konoha. Yifeng knocked on the table and said with a deep groan, what you said is not unreasonable, call Chi Mushuamao over, by the way, there is also the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Others were slightly stunned. It was normal to call Chi Mushuamao Lai, but it was called Bofeng Shuiman. What was this for? Soon, Chi Mushuamao and Bofeng Shuiman both came, half kneeling in front of Yifeng. Naruto-sama. Naruto-sama. Get up, Watergate, call the 18 Arhats of the Dark Department to come over. Watergate was slightly stunned, nodded and said, yes. As soon as the words fell, the figure of the Watergate disappeared. When everyone heard the 18 Arhats in the Dark Department, they were slightly stunned. When did such a name appear in the Dark Department? This is all Yifeng's shadow doppelganger, discussed with Watergate in the morning, and the best 18 Naka shinobi in the Dark Department are combined to form 18 Arhats, which is the backbone of the Dark Department now. Then, Yefeng looked at Chi Mushuamao and said, Chi Mushuamao, I heard that you exposed the dark thread that our Konoha has been buried in Cheyenne village for 30 years, is there such a thing? Chi Mushuamao showed a guilty look and said, yes, Naruto-sama, there is indeed this matter, all this is Chi Mushuamao's fault, Chi Mushuamao is willing to be punished. Yifeng looked at Chi Mushuamao, this is a sincere person, he deserves to be killed. Whoever told you to be so honest and did not explain anything, took all the mistakes on himself. In this society, in order to be mixed, we must first know how to throw the pot. Whether it's your pot or not, you can't smash it in your hands in the first place. A person like Chi Mushuamao, who is honest and friendly and loves his companions, is strange not to be smashed to death by a pot. You see, Chi Mushuamao just finished speaking, and someone immediately agreed with Chi Mushuamao's words. Naruto-sama, you must not tolerate such an act that damages Konoha. Naruto-sama, you see that Kiki Shuamao has admitted it. The big mistake he made this time, the consequences are incalculable. I begged Naruto-sama to remove his Hokage half-sleeve. Naruto-sama, I asked Naruto-sama to remove his Hokage half-sleeve and degrade him to Naka Shinobi. Chimu Shuamao lowered his head, his shoulders trembled slightly, but he still held back his anger. At this time, Bofeng Sherman came back, and when he heard the words of these high-level officials, he was angry. Senior Kiki has contributed so much to Konoha, how can you do this? As soon as these words came out, he was immediately stunned. Bofeng Sherman, please pay attention to your words and deeds. It's not your turn to talk here. What qualifications do you have to judge this matter? Do you know how much we lost Konoha? Bang. Okay. Yi Feng's words made the audience quiet. Don't talk so much nonsense, isn't it that Chimu Shuamao destroyed the dark thread buried in Cheyenne village for 30 years? I don't think there's a need for dark lines, and it's not a problem. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Chimu Shuamao raised his head and looked at Yefeng in disbelief. He didn't expect Yefeng to defend himself like this. Naruto-sama, what do you mean by that? What is called not dark line is okay, do not dark line. What is the movement of Cheyenne village? We don't know. Yes, Naruto-sama, you are still too young. Do you know how many people in Konoha will die once the village of Tsunahide takes advantage of our carelessness and starts a war? Naruto-sama, you can't favor Kiki Shigeru like this. Immediately someone objected. Yefeng gently knocked on the table, and the audience fell silent again. Don't be in a hurry. Don't darken the line. You don't have to worry about Cheyenne village suddenly starting a war and attacking us. It's very simple. If we capture Cheyenne village, we don't have to worry about anything. If they want war, we will give them war. Underscore.